we've traveled through Gravity Falls.
Journeyed into the unknown, and now...
We need a vacation.
Join us as we travel to Beach City for Regembering, an all-new Steven Universe rewatch podcast exclusively on our Patreon.
Every month, hear us hang out and discuss 2 episodes of Steven Universe at patreon.com/Mystery Shack for as little as $3 a month. Also at that tier, you can receive an ad-free cut of this very Book of Bill podcast.
I'm just happy we get to sit back and relax. Nothing weird ever happens in Beach City, right?
No, I don't think so.
I
Probably
don't
not.
remember the show too well,
Yeah,
but that
no.
sounds accurate.
Sign up at patreon.com/Mystery Shack! !
Do a take without that, because it is a URL.
Okay. Sign up at patreon.com/Mystery Shack!
Take me back to the place I know, with the Mystery Shack and the forest gnomes. I'm already packed, so come on, let's go. Don't get me started, my heart's in Gravity Falls.
Welcome to Mystery Shack Look Back, a nostalgic time capsule and a weapon consisting of a book tied to a club of the current Gravity Falls fandom. We are your curators. I'm Ella.
I'm Charlie.
And I'm Shelby. We got a new iTunes review!
What?
That's true. Please rate us 5 stars on iTunes and Spotify. It is the best way for people to discover our podcast.
And for me to feel good.
And to let us know you want more Gravity Falls podcast.
That's true.
We're going to be doing a kind of listener mail episode coming up soon.
Yeah.
Anything in the iTunes reviews there, we'll read. We'll read emails at mysteryshacklookback@gmail.com.
That's right, because there are a few we haven't gotten to, yeah.
But this review, it's a 5-star review, that's good, by You've Got to Be Kitten.
Oh.
This is from Mabel herself.
You know what? It probably is.
And it's titled Book of Bill, and the text just reads, "Are y'all gonna review the Book of Bill?" To which we could say, no?
No.
No. So, what are we talking about today?
The Book of Bill.
Oh!
You know, I guess we were kitten.
They were right. They had us pegged.
Yeah,
So-
from the start, they knew.
What is the Book of Bill?
Why, the Book of Bill is a Gravity Falls book that released on July 23rd, 2024. It follows series antagonist Bill Cipher as he tells the story from his perspective. So, you know, it is very much a book written by Bill.
Okay, I probably could have parsed that together.
At least it's not as confusing as the Gravity Falls vinyl soundtrack. I really needed that broken down for me.
And thank you to Shelby for breaking that down for us.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
So when we did Journal 3 and Dipper and Mabel's Guide to Mystery and Nonstop Fun, we had the author of those journals, Rob Renzetti, on. So if Bill Cipher wrote this book, I guess...
Yeah.
We know what we must do.
We should probably reach out, right?
Yeah, does anybody have his contact info?
I think I got it.
Oh, good, good.
The old Rolodex.
Okay. Triangulum, Intangulum, Vidiforus Dominus Mentium, Vidiforus Fidentus Omnia.
Oh, jeez, every time I go into my bloodbath, somebody tries to give me a phone call. What do you want?
It worked! Here he is!
Ladies and gentlemen and non-binary pals, welcome to the show, New York Times best-selling author, Bill Cipher!
Wonderful to have you here.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, we're talking about how great I am? Okay, I guess that's worth getting out of the tub for.
Yeah, your recent release, The Book of Bill, rocketed to the top of the bestseller list. It's been sold out everywhere for half a year. I know Shelby had to drive quite a distance.
I went to a
Which is probably the best place to get the book of Bill.
Oh, yeah, the lizard man rang me up himself.
Nice.
First
nice,
name,
nice.
last name, and occupation.
Yes.
We were hoping
Yeah.
to interview you more about your writing process.
Writing is just like lying, but on paper.
In print, it's called libel.
Do that voice again and I strip your flesh from your
Oh,
bones.
yeah, that was dangerous.
Anyway, they tried to censor my book, but guess where the censors are now? I'd tell you, but they'd censor it. Okay, they're in hell. The only thing more fun than publishing whatever I want is hearing jokers like you believe it. And this little retrospective comedy avoid your life variety hour
Podcast.
has been great PR for me.
I mean, we usually just talk about what a terrible person you are most of the time.
Oh, there you go again, you Dickens. I'm blushing. You can't tell. I'm made of light. Anyway, nobody can possibly stop me. Not you, not the publishers, not Alex Hirsch, because nobody in all of Oz, no wizard that there is or was, is ever gonna bring me down. Sorry, these are the wrong cue cards. Wait, this feeling. Am I being possessed? How is that possible? What being in the multiverse could be powerful enough to... Oh, no! No, it can't be!
Oh, all right. Okay, I'm back.
Oh, Alex Hirsch.
That's right.
Oh.
I possessed
That's a good
Bill.
get.
Hey, here I am. Let's do it.
Well, yeah, everybody, welcome back to the show. Creator of Gravity Falls, Alex Hirsch.
Welcome back to the show. You were previously on our episode on Cipher Hunt.
Hey, dudes.
Yeah.
I always love to return to a podcast.
Oh, you're so right, Seuss.
It's like returning home.
It is.
See you next summer, as they say.
I feel great in front of a microphone attached to an adapter attached to a laptop with Audacity open.
Attached to the internet.
Yeah.
We've rescheduled this interview twice because what you said to me was, this book performed way better than anyone expected.
Yes.
How has that been for you?
Journal 3 was this sort of evergreen bestseller. It did so well, and it continued to perform extraordinarily well for, I mean, it's a monster manual for a show that ended 8 years ago, and people are still buying it. And so Disney had asked me in 2019, I believe, they said, oh my God, Journal 3 did so well. Will you do Journal 2? Will you do Journal 1? And I said, that doesn't really make sense narratively. I feel like the most interesting stuff happens, when the other Pines show up, and I don't have a whole book. The reason Journal 3 is interesting is because it's a companion piece to the series, and it answers those questions. I don't think that's interesting. I was like, but what I would do for you is like a cursed evil Bible by Bill telling kids to burn down churches and stuff. And they said, no, what? Absolutely not. And I said, yeah, no, that's fair. That is a terrible idea. Okay, bye. And then years later, a new department said, hey, you remember that idea about a cursed evil Bill Cipher book? Will you do that for us? And I was like, you said before that was a bad idea to give a evil Bible to children. And they're like, yeah, but we want content. So I was like, okay, if you really want it. So this was literally just what would be fun for me.
Was that new department, was that related to it being published under Hyperion and Buena Vista instead of Disney?
Precisely, yeah. So the Hyperion Buena Vista people reached out to me, and I said, yeah, I mean, if you'll let me just make it completely fucking bug nuts crazy, sure, yeah, I'll do it. And so I was thinking of it almost like an anniversary present to the fans that continue to show up, and I say, hey, happy anniversary, honey. Here's a little gift for you. Thank you for being there for me. This is something fun to do. I remember.
Yeah, and it's the fact that, especially that, kids that grew up with it who weren't on the internet as it was airing are now on the internet.
There's sort of a generational Venn diagram thing happening right now, where people who were 12 when the show premiered are 20 now, and people who were 20 when the show premiered are 28 now. And so you've got, fans that now have kids and kids that are discovering it at the same time. And so there's suddenly this kind of like maximum 4-quadrant engagement and sort of cross-generational appeal, resulting in just this explosion of content and fandom and old fans and new fans, and people saying, I remember you should have been there for the Tumblr days. You have no idea.
I mean, that's what this podcast was. Yeah.
I mean, that's our podcast.
I know, but it's like your podcast. I mean, I assume probably more people have been downloading it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, so I have a lot of popular Gravity Falls videos on YouTube. I sent like a screenshot of like my views over the past year to people, and I'm like, hey, just look at this graph and just try to guess when Book of Bill dropped, because it's like everything else is flat by comparison, because a line graph can only show so much, because there's just a giant mountain there.
That mountain is across all metrics. The show's being watched, 3 times, 4 times what it was being watched, before the book came out. I mean, it was just in the top 10 most watched things on Disney Plus, and that includes The Simpsons and the Avengers and Frozen.
Yeah, and Doctor Who.
Yeah. So I'm still wrapping my head around it. I'm grateful that the fans remembered the anniversary too.
So, where does all of this Book of Bill history start?
I guess we'd have to go to the Oregon Parks Department Twitter account, created in March 2016 to promote Journal 3.
Right. The first page in Journal 3 specifically is by Gus Burnside, the park ranger. The kind of narrative of Journal 3 is that the Oregon Parks Department found this and is putting it up for auction. And the character from that first page had a in-character ARG Twitter account. It also was involved in Puzzling Pines, which we talked about during Lost Legends.
Yes.
It was one of the places where the puzzle pieces was tweeted.
Yeah, because it is very much like, it is the link between the Gravity Falls world and our world. Like, if something is going to manifest in our world, Gus Burnside seems to be the first to know.
On December 14th, 2023, the account posted for the first time in 4 years and tweeted a black and white image of a road with a yellow triangular sign about slippery conditions.
From there, it tweeted pics of a brimstone moth, a Dorito chip, and redwood tree rings with Bill's hat visible. This would be explained in the Book of Bill to indicate whenever Bill would visit the Gravity Falls Valley.
The account then tweeted an image and a video of a Bill Cipher-shaped popsicle, which was crafted by Aaron Bothman, which is melting and covered with ants. What a great image.
Delicious.
I love that. So yeah, we kind of knew something was coming at this point, although no one knew quite what it was. Obviously, there were clamors of season 3.
I mean, that's... People will say that with no evidence, so give them evidence, and it's...
I remember this was very exciting. Our server kind of started to... we have a Discord server, by the way. You can find it in the description wherever you're listening to the podcast or on pipedreampodcast.com. Kind of came back to life, been like, hey, what the f*** is happening?
When it rewards the biggest freaks, it's more fun, right? So when it's somebody
absolutely.
saying, hey, everybody, the Oregon Parks Twitter hasn't updated in 6 years or whatever, and it just did, do you think that means something's coming? And then people say, no, what are you talking about? Who cares? And then there's another tweet. They're like, I think, and suddenly it starts to build. And so it's like the folks who are most tuned into the most esoteric corners of it are getting the greatest sense of satisfaction when they get to say, hey, I told you so.
Well, yeah, it's you want to appeal to the people wearing the sandwich boards with messages on them are the ones that will be the first to know.
And they will be my best advertisers. No one will promote the book better than the passionate evangelists who see the signs in the tea leaves that say, it's returning, because then when it turns out they were right, they will be shouting it from the rooftops, and they will be more effective than any ad campaign that Disney could possibly pay for.
Now all of China knows you're back.
The last tweet on December 14th said, finally turning in for the night. We'll be up bright and early tomorrow. According to the weather, it's going to be some sunny day. # always check the weather.
The next day, the account tweeted a picture of Crater Lake in Oregon with the caption, boy, I love lakes. It's so calming. Outstanding magnificence in nature. Gus.
And the first letter of each word of that sentence spells out, Bill is coming.
And then, Alex, you tweeted, getting a headache. Maybe I'll feel better if I close one eye, which is how I believe the announcement of the Bill Cipher AMA is started as well. That sort of lets you know that a possession is coming on. And then, after that, you tweeted, against all laws of physics, logic, and good taste, Bill Cipher has somehow managed to write a book. This can't be good. The Book of Bill invades bookstores this July. And then there's a video of the book itself rotating and sort of glitching out, and there's an eyeball on it all of a sudden and things like that.
The University of Oregon tweeted Friday fit check, and they were holding up their hands in the sign of an O to represent Oregon, the two girls in the photo. And then Gus quote tweeted
and said, go Oregon U. Am I doing this right? And it's a picture of, supposedly of Gus making a triangle with his hands.
Alex, are you Gus? Are those your hands?
Those are not my hands. Actually, those are Jeffrey Thompson's hands. I said, hey, people are gonna notice that they're my hands because my fans are so psycho. Could you please use manly, masculine hands.
Yeah.
But then later, other videos, it's my hands. Like, I just stopped caring because I was running out of time. I was like, oh, I was just,
For Gus,
I was just having fun.
You had announced that the book was coming out in July, and then the Oregon Parks Department starts tweeting again in July.
In July.
In July. I'll make cheese for him.
It's a lot of Do you know that?
And the first return tweet was, "Careful, campers. When that arrow points to that yellow triangle, it means things are about to heat up. This weekend could be a scorcher." There are so many creative ways to post, "Hey, Bill Cipher is releasing a book," as a parks ranger who is unknowing to any of this going on.
All you need to do is incorporate a yellow triangle, and there are so many ways to do that.
I mean, I've seen some creative tweets with the yellow triangle formulations from some of the artists.
That's also true, yeah. And then on July 14th, it tweeted an image of bones found by scouts that were left by a coyote, and the bones spelled out 9 days.
The next day, it tweeted a roadside sign that read, "He is coming, 8 days." This was an edited public domain image of a FEMA sign from 2012.
It was like one of those like electrical signs you'd see on the highway, like buckle up or something, right?
Yeah. And the image also contained a code that was previously unknown runes.
And we'll get more into that later in our Hall of Conspiracies. Speaking of which, I think we have like a mouse or something.
I have been hearing some sounds.
down
We
there
haven't been
earlier.
in there in
Yeah.
2 years.
I'm sure we'll figure it out.
I mean, I go down there periodically, but my food is always missing. Like, I put my lunch down there, and when I come back, it's gone. So I've had to DoorDash a lot.
Are you accusing me of something, Shelby? You can just say my name.
I'm just saying a statement. I mean, like, you've accused me of taking your food, but...
Well, my food is going missing.
Okay.
And you just said you went down there a lot.
I mean, a break in the case would eventually come from
I
several
have no
fans.
idea what this is referring to.
I think
It's the rune
I think that's
code.
the ones who cracked the runes. At Trick in Gravity Falls and at Jimbag_777.
They cracked the runes that we didn't know about yet?
Well, they only got some of the letters, though, I think.
Yeah.
How?
No idea.
The next image on July 16th was a Bill Cipher cup in a pile of litter. Poster nearby said, "Limited offer, only 7 days," and a small paper that says, "Runes for beginners," likely a nod to the then yet to be cracked code in the last image. Okay, that's how. Okay. They noticed a recurring symbol in every image minus the 8-day one. They figured out the signature of the artist who created the image and figure out some symbols from. That's wild.
Yeah.
I always say that that fans are always they're 10 times better at decoding the shit than I even think they're gonna be, and then I try to raise the bar, and it's always even more than I say.
The July 17th image was of a neon sign pointing to a Motel 6. The signs, due to various lights being out, read, "Will meet," as in, like, lunch meat, again, 6 days.
Again. 2 separate words.
Again, yes, that's true. The moon in the sky also was shining on the clouds in a way that formed a triangle. They're being real subtle.
So for the 5th day, it was an image of a huge murmuration of rare yellow-throated sterlings, and they formed in the sky to say 5 days.
Then July 19th had a photo of Gus showing mosquito bites on him that spelled out "for Dabe." This was a nod to the mosquitoes in the show that spelled out "Bewarb" on Dipper's arm, revealed to be Soothsquitos in Journal 3, who give poorly spelled warnings. In the background, the Bill Cipher statue was visible.
On July 20th, Gus instead tweeted that he found something strange in the woods while out for a walk. He then said he would post a video.
It was a TikTok.
Litter is the worst thing to see in our national parks. But I found something strange today. Does anyone know someone named Bill? Comment if this book is yours.
Yeah, that was the Book of Bill.
Gus found the Book of Bill!
But more importantly, they had a TikTok account.
Gus is really doing his part to make the Oregon Parks Department hip for the Gen Zers, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you can call him out of touch all you want, but he's trying.
I was never on TikTok. I didn't know anything about TikTok. I only made a TikTok account for
Gus Burnside.
Oregon Parks to sort of just like post some content there because I just was sort of trying to put stuff wherever I could. My TikTok feed, the like maybe 11 days, 13 days after the book came out, and I was just like scrolling, And I was like, I could scroll for hours, and every time I swipe my finger up, it's people in well-produced videos dancing and singing and pantomiming and creating and cosplaying. Like, the difference between this and the Tumblr generation is like Tumblr, you see somebody's word post or their drawing post. Every now and then you see, a costume. But TikTok is just like humans reacting, which you just don't normally get to see. And it's sort of overwhelming, but it does a little bit feel like this is like a Black Mirror episode where like I got hit by a bus on the way to deliver the manuscript to Disney, and I'm in a coma, and I'm imagining a world where everyone is pantomiming to voices that I did when I was 27. Like my whole feed is like people building monuments to this cartoon. I'm like, this is not real. This is an AI created. Yeah, like none of this makes any sense. Like what is going on here? Yeah, exactly. I'm having a stroke.
So, then on both the Twitter and the TikTok, he posted a video showing the book Raining Teeth.
Oh my gosh.
What is going on? Teeth, teeth, teeth.
Yeah, and on July 21st, after a longer than normal wait, Oregon Parks Department tweeted, "There's something wrong with this book," followed by, "It hasn't been acting the way books are supposed to act."
How a book acts is a pretty recognized behavior that a deviation from might be necessary.
I think we have a very rigid social expectation for how books should act, and I don't think that's fair.
I mean, if I had a nickel for each time a book rained teeth, I would have 2 nickels.
And if I had a nipple for each time a book rained teeth, I'd have 2 nipples, which is how many I have.
That's
means
true.
It must have happened.
Gus mentions that the pages are changing and glitching with photos to show the book glitching out and even doing a blue screen of death.
And then he tweets a pic of a page not in the regular book with a message directly to him from Bill. I guess I'll read this.
Well. Here we are at last. I was wondering when I'd finally get a chance to meet the famous Ranger Gus Burnside. Big fan of all the long, droning speeches you give to the Boy Scouts about tick safety, by the way. And your elk facts? Brother, don't get you started. Look, Khakis, you've never been the life of the party. One might say that's why you left your hometown and everyone you knew behind to start a new life in the middle of nowhere, cataloging bark. But we both know you're cut out for something more. You've got a hell of a moral compass, buddy. Gets a bit tedious, doesn't it? How'd you like to take that compass for a spin? The tourists who litter your parks? Those teens who make out behind the puma taxidermy in the gift shop? That one coworker who never stops doing bird calls? Wouldn't it be nice to make all those voices go away? Peace, quiet. That's why you came to the woods. Isn't it, Gus?
Wait, was that a reference to your bird call video that you got on Letterman for as a teenager?
I one time asked Weird Al why the number 27 appears in all of his songs, and he said, "Oh, I don't know. I just think it's a funny number." So I think I just have, that's just, if I'm reaching for a dumb thing for a park ranger to do, bird calls will be on the mind, but it wasn't a conscious thought. Although I did recently go back to Piedmont to judge the bird calling contest. That was a full circle.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Amazing.
I was the celebrity judge. It was actually really lovely to go back to high school and be kind of a local celebrity.
Yeah. What was the best bird call?
Look, I'm no ornithologist. The kids who seem to have the most passion, they got the points.
Okay. Yeah. It's about what's in your heart.
Yeah.
Gus then tweets the next day that he got terrible headaches and nightmares and had locked the book in the basement. He then goes to check it again. Smart.
He then tweets a video showing it infecting other books with this strange stringy things attaching to the books as the Book of Bill gets closer to it.
Eventually, he has had enough and says he's going to get rid of it.
He tweets another video showing him burying the book, and on TikTok, the video has the AI voice saying,
"There you go. Back to hell."
Gus then returns to have a drink and posts a video showing the book has returned and is now resting behind several drinks in his cabinet.
He then decides he's going to burn the book, tweeting simply, "Fire."
After 4 whiskeys, Gus goes to a Smokey the Bear cutout and apologizes to him for what he is about to do, holding the Book of Bill in hand.
After which he tweets a video showing the Book of Bill being burned.
Seeming happy it's over, Gus tweets a pic of him cleaning the ashes. Within them, the burnt paper spells out, "You shouldn't have done that."
Can we talk about what an insane marketing tactic it is to show the book that you want people to buy being burned?
Yeah, I mean, the key to this is that I did not run it by anybody. The key to this,
Okay,
Yes.
you got it.
every single thing that you saw was a thing that I did on my own time. I was just like, look,
Yeah.
I know what is the thing, so I'm just gonna do it. And nobody's complaining when they look at those sales numbers. So I had so many mad dreams where I'm like, this is a big company. We got a marketing department. Can we actually get a billboard? Can we do all this stuff? And very quickly it becomes like, no, like we're in a recession. Even companies like Disney are tightening their belt.
The billboard is a metaphor anyway.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. If it's not going to get me excited, it's not going to get anybody else excited. So I have to follow
Right.
those crazy, stupid whims, even if they don't make sense. Even if my friends at work are like, "What were you doing this weekend?" And I was like, "Oh, I was burning a book on my roof, but then the fire got out of hand." And like,
Wait, did that really happen?
yes. And they're like, "Why were you doing this?" And I'm like, "You just got to listen to what the demon says, man. Like the demon knows the answers. I just got to follow those weird hunches,
Gus supposedly goes to sleep after that with one last tweet being made of just a black rectangle with no caption.
Who would care about rectangles? That feels pretty meaningless.
Yeah, the black rectangles really feels like everything is said and done and there's nothing there, and I don't really know who would read too much into that.
Yeah.
2 days after, on July 24th, Oregon Parks Department, under a supposedly new Rangers control, tweets saying Gus has gone missing. There's a missing poster with an image of Gus and a goat. His face is ripped off so we can't see it. It also says on the poster that he was last seen near the Ranger station on July 22nd at 11:30 p.m. and that he is 53 years old, 5'10", and 190 pounds.
The next day, Alex, you tweeted a pic with a number to Bill Cipher's personal injury hotline.
Hi, and welcome to the Bill Cipher Personal Injury Hotline. Bill Cipher will assist you in a moment. But first, are you in pain? Press 1 for yes, I am in pain.
If you called it, press 1.
Very good. If you've been hit by a bus, press 1. Currently being torn apart by wolves? Press 2. Being fed slowly into a buzzsaw? Press 3. Are you currently on fire? Press 4.
And then press 4. It plays
Sorry, Gus.
which seems to indicate that Bill had something to do with Gus's disappearance, and that it was not good.
The last tweet from the Oregon's Park Department was on July 31st as a quote retweet from the Joshua Tree National Park Service to mark World Ranger Day. It read, "If you knew him, either from his tick safety workshops or his famous pine cone collection, please say a prayer for our lost ranger Gus M. Burnside. Your words of encouragement would mean a lot to his family, while local law enforcement continues the search. Hashtag, come back, Gus."
Yeah, so we don't know anything. The Oregon Parks Department Twitter has not tweeted since July 31st. We don't know the ultimate fate of Gus Burnside unless you wanted to say a little piece on that here.
Or at least a prayer and a eulogy.
Yeah, I mean, Gus is kind of like, he's sort of like a Hank Hill kind of a character, just like, he's a forthright, earnest kind of guy who really cares about nature. It's sort of like if Hank Hill went to Twin Peaks is sort of the Gus Burnside universe.
What in the hell is a ball?
What in the Bill Cipher, Bobby Ball?
Yeah.
He bought a devil book.
Quit talking backwards.
I gotta talk backwards, Dad. I saw it from TV. I love this character. The Simpsons writers, Josh Weinstein, who wrote on Gravity Falls, he's amazing Simpsons writer.
Sure,
And his
yeah.
favorite character to write was Principal Skinner, because there's just something very funny about, a Bart Simpson plays great against a Principal Skinner. A Bill Cipher plays great against characters who
that's
are
true,
sort of kind of stuffy and out of touch and, don't really care for cartoons. They angry up the blood, And I can't say anything about Gus's fate, but I will say that I am deeply invested in the world of Gus Burnside, even though it is a completely bizarre ancillary thing to the Bill Cipher Gravity Falls universe.
Do want to just real quick, HK, aka That GFN.
Our guest in the previous episode.
Our guest in the previous episode,
Friend of the pod.
did all the research for this.
Segment, yeah.
Please, 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 if you haven't heard the previous episode where we covered the Gravity Falls vinyl soundtrack with him, do that. I know it's not as enticing as the Book of Bill, but that's what Bill wants you to think.
Yes.
The image of the other books being infected, it is illustrated in the book on one of the first pages by Ford. Drawn by...
This one is done by Emmy Cesariega.
You also paid out of your own pocket for a display at Barnes & Noble of the Book of Bill infecting other books. What? How? Why?
The very first idea, literally the first email I sent to Disney after we started talking about doing the Book of Bill, I was like, I'll do it if I can do this stand. And I just drew it on like a little sticky note. Like, it's going to be in the center. It's going to possess the books. And they're like, yes. Okay, we'll do it. When it finally came down to it, they're like, we're out of budget. And I was like, okay, how much does it cost? I'll pay for the damn thing myself. Like, I wanted to see it so badly. And the thing is, like, it paid off times 1,000 because I posted a TikTok video of that, and it's got 17.5 million views, which is like, I mean, you think about how many views that is. Like, the Gravity Falls finale was maybe seen, on air when it aired, like 5 million consecutive views. Like, that's an unbelievably viral TikTok video for an account that only existed 4 days prior to it being posted.
Take that, Nielsen ratings.
And it really, it really helped. So, I mean, I just try to make the stuff that would get me excited. And I think we're so used to, especially with like, there's just constant promotions for everything all the time. We're inundated with it. And most of it is sort of without a lot of thought or creativity or interactivity. And it's like the only way to punch through in this attention economy is to create stuff that gets me excited.
I feel like you're constantly reinventing like ways to create new things for this.
Yeah.
It's like, it's really amazing how inventive you are with this book, with the social media campaign. You're a legend, man.
Oh, thank you. It's making TV is really, really hard. Making a book is pretty hard. Making a ad campaign is fun and easy. So like, it's sort of the same thing that I said, in our last podcast about being a professional goblin or whatever.
You said
it's like
making a worldwide treasure hunt is so much easier than making one episode of a cartoon.
Infinitely easier. And creating websites and codes and billboards and secret stuff like is just pure joy. It's just a delight. So I found it to be very rewarding, and I'm so happy that people have been enjoying it.
Speaking more on the budgetary limitations kind of affecting what you can do with the company itself, which again, I think speaks to this weird new media landscape where the DIY stuff does exponentially better than what you could accomplish with like, you've compared working with Disney to like, it's like having a pet dinosaur. Like sometimes it'll lumber around, it might knock stuff over, it's kind of too powerful for its own good, but you can also accomplish things on the ground in smaller scale that end up snowballing better. But more specifically, you said you wanted to incorporate a lot of like multimedia, like physical props, like in the book. Talking more facetiously, you said like in a perfect world there'd be live bees, but were there other specific things that you wanted to include in the book, like in terms of tactile features that were out of the question?
I mean, the thing is like, Bill is an incredibly visual character. He's, transforming, and it's like if the genie from Aladdin wrote a book, you'd be like, why am I looking at text? I want to see this guy transforming. And so it's sort of impossible to do a book that is as chaotic as Bill would really be. So it's like, I did everything I could within the media to try to communicate that chaos. But, of course, I asked the company for everything you can imagine. I was like, can we have, I wanted there to be this bookmark that had like sort of 3D glasses material that would like reveal certain colors. I wanted to do, I remember having like activity books when I was a kid that would come with magnets or like wheels that you can turn with decoder stuff in them, or that would have like, plastic, layers where it's like the human body and you're removing the lungs and you're removing the skin. And I had so many, I remember, early internet, like Angel Fire website days, like you got your information as like a kid from like all these kind of cool, interactive, sort of like fun, like science books. And I just wanted to have like the most amount of optical illusions, the most amount of crazy things you could possibly. I mean, the other thing I really wanted to do, I don't know, like, should I say this? No, I can. I wanted to put in randomized differences. I wanted there to be like 5 variations of the book with certain particular randomized differences that people would discover those differences and then realize that they had almost been sorted into different categories, almost like Harry Potter houses, like
or like the 3 endings of Clue.
It wasn't going to be like major stuff like an ending change or whatever. It was going to be more like Bill Cipher has sort of designated you, the reader, in a certain way that is randomized by the book that you happen to pick up. They just said that, like, if you print variations of a book, it has different ISDN numbers, which means that won't tally the New York Times list as 1 book. It'll tally as 5.
Okay.
You could have gotten 5 New York Times bestsellers
Yeah.
for 1 book with how big this has been.
I'm not the kind of guy who believes that the stove is hot until I touch it. So, like, I'm constantly testing to see, like, can we do this? Can we encourage a book that you rip in half? Can we have a book that's 10 books? And, like, out of every 30 questions you ask, like, one of them, they're like, we can do that.
So there's the about the author section sort of for you.
On the book jacket there, yeah.
It's a snazzy jacket, I must say.
Not a sweater.
No, but it does, similar to Journal 3's jacket, having sort of a secret on the inside with the blueprint of the Shacktron. This gives us the paper that was in the last Mabelcorn, where it's sort of a diagram of our world, the Mindscape, and then the Nightmare Realm, and then Ford does like that evil version of the Mad magazine fold-in, where, the Nightmare Realm comes to our world.
And if you're interested in dust, I also have a dust buster.
That's true, it's a quaint little piece from the 1980s.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
We're curious if you would give us a reading on your author bio.
Sure, you just want me to read the author bio?
Yeah.
As Bill Cipher or as myself?
Use your judgment of how it sounds in your head.
Sorry, one moment. Let me grab a book. I think I got one nearby. 1 second.
You got 20 of them.
You built your house out of them.
Hi, friends. I'm Alex Hirsch, creator of Gravity Town, and I'm definitely not possessed by a demon right now. I'm using my normal human hands to write a message in stupid human letters commanding you to buy the Book of Bill immediately. This book contains the never-before-revealed true story of Bill Cipher, his most cryptic riddles, darkest deals, and great advice for what to do with your sad, pathetic life. And it's written by the greatest writer of all time, Alex Hirsch, the human, a regular man made of meat and goo. Alex isn't dead. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. I'm fine. Help me.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Wow. How was it like to be possessed there?
It was great. God, just 5 minutes outside of my own brain was a lovely vacation.
A blessing, vacation, really.
I have ADHD as well. I get you.
And then the back cover contains a few review quotes. This one is from the artist formerly known as Weird Al Yankovic. I thought I liked things that were weird, but I was wrong. This book was too weird for me. I feel nauseous just thinking about the horrifying psychosis contained within. I'm legally changing my name to Normal Al now, and pushing all my Hawaiian shirts out to sea on a barge. Avoid this book at all costs!
Ella, you announced in our Discord server that now that the name is open.
Oh, that's right, yes, I'm Weird Al now, I decided.
There wasn't another one out there. There can only be one.
Yes.
It's like the Santa Claus. You put on the Hawaiian shirt. You're the weird guy. the weird Claus.
The night the Santa Claus went crazy.
The second quote on the back is, I found this arcane volume in a musty aisle at the most accursed of libraries. Nightly visitations by foul spirits commenced almost immediately. It has infected my mind and my dreams, and it will destroy your sanity. For all that is good and holy, stay away from it, and whatever you do, do not read it. Attributed to Guillermo del Toro.
These are not encouraging reviews, but I guess maybe the last one will turn the tide.
No.
So the last one says, look, I hate to disagree with Guillermo and Normal Al, but I love this thing. Ever since I read it, I keep hearing this screaming in my brain that won't stop. I'm buying a copy for everyone I know. We love Bill. We love Bill. We love Bill. And that is by Charlie Day. You're welcome for that impression.
Charlie, what the hell are you talking about?
So the book itself is a beautiful feat of multimedia and inventive storytelling. A lot of the writers and board artists from the show itself did return to create pieces of photography and illustration, some pieces even being 3D modeled and printed to create the art. I'll say that, on the subject of the artists, there are several artists that came in, the powerhouses are definitely Emmy, Ciceriega, Ian Worrell, and Joe Pitt. And I know that Jeff Jeffrey Thompson worked on the show, and there are a few other artists, but there's a ton of brand new artists. Can you tell us a little bit about how you found those artists?
I mean, the extraordinary thing about Gravity Falls' enduring legacy is that all these incredible new people are always finding it, and so many amazing artists that I love and respect since the series has concluded. They follow me, they're fans, they do fan art, or I just dig their stuff, and so the sort of high profileness of Gravity Falls allowed me to kind of just message anybody whose stuff I thought looked awesome on Instagram or Twitter and just say like, hey, any chance you'd be down? And they were always down. So it really was this great chance to sort of old artists, new artists, people who were fans when the show was airing that are now artists that were inspired by the show.
Yeah, so in the description for this podcast, we will have links to the Artist Master Doc, which includes links to all of the tweets and Instagram posts that we are going to talk about in this. It'll also have a link to the artist page comparison, which has the listing of the pages in the regular edition and the limited edition Barnes & Noble edition, so that you can figure out like the artists conglomerated on each page. So the premise of the book is that the reader makes a contract with William the Spooky Pyramid himself to gain access to unlimited weirdness and knowledge by feeding the book with their own blood.
I mean, no one would actually do that, right? I mean, that would be
What?
painful and
Terrifying? Yes.
Well, he did say paper cuts would be awarded to special listeners, so some of it might be unintentional.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so we're going to get into kind of bit by bit in a second, but I love this book.
It's beautiful. Like
I definitely got the vibe, Alex, you're in your element in this kind of stream of consciousness sort of writing, because it's constantly shifting genres, and sometimes it's historical trivia, and sometimes it's weird parodies. And every page looks different from the last, but it's all one cohesive narrative.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into it later, but I think I was really struck by particularly the strength of character, even in something as chaotic as this.
I love this book. I was going in as someone who was a YouTuber when Bill Cipher was popular, doing Bill Cipher voices, just getting annoyed with my child audience thinking I was a real demon. And I was like going in like, oh, this book's not going to win me over. And it's just, I love it so much. I reread it right before the recording, and there were lines that I had forgotten about that made me like laugh out loud. And I was reading this on the beach of the Black Sea, and there was a couple of Russians partying a few feet from me, and they kept like staring at me when I was laughing alone with a book.
That is one of the side effects of the Book of Bill, yeah.
It begins with Ford telling us, hey, don't read this book. He's a bit of Grover here, isn't he?
There is a monster at the end of this book.
There is, in fact,
yeah.
a monster in this book.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so then there's a page to write your name like the Golden Books would have at the beginning, but it's creepy. And then Bill laughs for, I think, 3-4 straight pages.
Yeah, it's 2 full spreads, yes. Including a very creepy, it reminds me of that gif of SpongeBob bursting through the wall of the Krusty Krab where it's CG until he...
Yeah, because each page it progresses with him bursting through the paper of the book.
Incredibly unsettling.
And this particular image was done by Ian Worrell.
Of course it was.
Of course it was.
He's a Swiss Army knife, and Ron Swanson in one, he's made out of Swiss Army knives, and he could do anything.
So he posted this on August 14th, 2024. And it says, more work from the hashtag Book of Bill, hashtag Blender saving me from painting folds. Character assists from my bud at Pitt Win, which is Joe Pitt. And the post includes several 3D models of Bill in motion. And it also includes the slot machine stand pick and the therapy pick from later in the book.
So then sort of the plot of the book really takes off with Bill directly engaging with you, where you are a character in this book. The book is constantly at interplay with you, the reader, kind of like Journal 3, but definitely goes further.
I mean, like Journal 3 and the nonstop fun book. It's kind of like a mix of those, but dark, yeah.
Also true. And Alex, was that always a goal to sort of make it an active conversation with the reader and sort of with the fans by extension?
Bill does not have the attention span to write a book. I don't think he could sustain the third person for very long. He would constantly be breaking and arguing with you and with himself. I mean, I think that is something I learned very quickly when I started writing. Bill is most interesting when he's in a dialogue with somebody. When there's somebody to push back against him and ruffle his feathers and make him sort of contradict himself and tell on himself.
Yeah, so I want to go over this page. It's like a mock of the copyright page at the beginning of a book, and it says, published by Bill Cipher Press, an imprint of Bill Cipher Books. No part or form of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying or by any information storage and retrieval system. Unless you really want to, you can. Who cares, right? It's just a book. Have fun with it. Knock yourself out. Nothing matters. We're all going to die anyway. Go on, copy this book. I dare you. There's obviously a lot of not TVY7 stuff in here, and I know that was, your initial pitch for the book. But the one that drove me the absolute craziest was the permission to commit piracy in the copyright page. I'm like, I can't imagine a universe of a version of Disney that okayed that.
I mean, the thing is, originally it was a lot worse than that. It was, at the bottom of it, he said,
For more great advice, take all the bottles of chemicals under your sink, put them into a jug, down the hatch, enjoy.
Oh my God.
No.
and they're like, maybe we shouldn't encourage the readers to literally drink poison. I was like, you know what, Disney? You're right.
And that made the piracy part seem acceptable by comparison.
I mean, for the most part, the truth is, I'm never really trying to get away with anything. I'm just trying
true.
I'm just trying to be Bill, and whatever Bill says, I write down, and then we see what they have a problem with.
You're just living the truth. You're living Bill's truth.
There's a few situations where I very much, would write something and then just not even send it to Disney because I'm like, oh, this is too insane. Because, if it really was Bill, he would just the entire book be telling people explicitly how to commit acts of stochastic terrorism. It would be a full-on instruction to incite a riot. So, you have to find a version of Bill that is true to the voice of the show, but also isn't getting me liable for lawsuits everywhere.
So on that page, also at the bottom, there is the sentence, for more Bill Cipher Press fun, visit thisisnotawebsite.com.
So the Book of Bill, obviously a lot of work went into it. This is not a website.com. Seems like there's an equal amount of work put into it. And I can't imagine producing those simultaneously. What was that like?
I realized while I was writing the book, oh crap, I f***ed up. Bill and his energy and his vibe do not lend themselves best to a book, nor do they lend themselves best to a TV show. They lend themselves best to some kind of interactive medium, like an escape room or a Meow Wolf or a video game or a magic show. And a book can't do that. And a lot of the things that I wanted to do, I was like, I want to create a weird little song. I want to have something that is, that you can click on and interact
Very
with.
Multimedia,
was impossible. So I started creating all these parts of the book that then I was like, this doesn't work as a book. And so I had all this kind of additional ideas and stuff that I didn't know what to do with. And then I was like, okay. I did the Shmebu Unlocked website for Lost Legends. And I was like, what's the Bill version of that? And I was like, it would be infinitely more. And I've never made a point and click adventure or whatever before. But I just I have to entertain myself. You got to follow the weird impulse where it goes. And it's the most, it's the most fun I've had since the Cipher Hunt putting that together. And I was so thrilled watching people
fantastic.
Experience it and going on TikTok and seeing people, live typing stuff in and arguing with each other. And, so much fun. Yeah, professional goblin, man. That's the way to go.
And I know that the screen it's a Lip Camarello design, right?
Yeah, Lip crushed it, man. And thank goodness, because that was a favor. I was like, Lip, can you please help me out with this? Because if you don't, it's just going to be my drawing Sharpie on paper. And he's like, I got you, brother. I was like, we got 3 days to get this thing done, man. Let's move.
And it is wonderful. It has tunes, games, characters, downloads.
Email.
An email.
Thank you.
Actually, I will admit that I reached out to Matt Chapman when I was working on the website and said, do you have any suggestions? And it was his idea to have entering Giffany corrupt your computer and download files.
Did I hear pom-pom in there?
I wish there was a pom-pom in there.
Oh, I heard there's a bubbling sound that's
that was just a bubble.
I guess bubbling sounds can only sound like bubbles.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do believe the Thnicka Man is in there somewhere if you look hard enough.
Really?
No. Wouldn't that be amazing? Yeah, shut up, kid.
You're lying to me, Alex. Would you do that? Just tell a fandom lies? But I think for the most part, we want to save discussion of the "this is not a website" for another podcast. Maybe put a hidden link to it in this podcast.
Oh, like a secret, yeah.
But if it's a secret, then why are we telling them?
That's true. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
That's a good point.
Go back. I'll say that again.
Okay.
Codes? There are no codes in this podcast.
Come on. Why would you even think that there were?
Don't look at the podcast thumbnail too closely, though.
I mean, admire the beautiful artwork, of course, yes, but, no further than that.
You'll strain your eyes, And if you strain your eyes, you'll have to call the eyeball doc.
Yeah, and no one really knows what that guy's name is. Who can even remember?
After this is great, there's a parody covers of a bunch of different genres of books.
Yes. So the book covers were done by Emmy, Joe, and Ian. I know for sure that Emmy's book covers were the Spookums.
Spook-em-ups.
The Spook-em-ups and the Love Triangle.
Yeah, gee, I couldn't tell who did the Love Triangle one. Wow, that was really...
A signature on that art would be redundant. But she did her own series of Disney parody comics, including one where Grandmother Willow starts climbing out of the tree.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, yes! I forgot about that one.
It's fine.
In her tweet on August 20th, she revealed that those are the two that she did.
I also love on the next page the Photoshop parody toolbars.
Yes!
Do you want to read us the toolbar there?
Yeah. So our options include free transform, scale, rotate, skew, torture physically, torture mentally, remove intestines, stab vertically, stab horizontally, chop into pieces, put in garbage bag, wash hands, put garbage bag in river, the river is quiet, the river keeps its secrets, no one will know, rotate 180, rotate 18,000, rotate until time reverses, do a backflip, whee!
So there's a portal in the top and a portal down at the bottom.
Oh, there is. Okay, yes, that is Portal. Okay.
I did a lot of drawing and editing on this book. I taught myself InDesign. There's a lot of work to do, and so I taught myself how to do a number of things, tying it all
Did
together.
the teaching you InDesign inform that parody Photoshop toolbar? Of,
Yes, 100%.
Very alive. Yeah.
Yeah, I made that. I made all those icons for the fake Photoshop.
Yeah.
They're so good. I personally really like the rat, but that's very on brand for me.
And here's one of the instances where you have to give your blood to Bill.
He's always asking for it. He's always soliciting those donations.
If you, for just a quart of blood a day.
Democracy is at stake. We need your blood.
All right, so the next part is the sort of like the anatomy of a book, which is probably one of my favorite pictures in this segment.
Where the spine contains a literal spine.
Yeah, the captcha.
The captcha, I am not Dipper Pines.
I love that he specifically, hates Dipper, probably more than anyone in the Pines family.
Well, Stanley.
I think Stanley probably takes the cake, yeah.
He would. He would take 40 cakes.
That's as many as 410s. That's terrible. I'm also thinking about in the Reddit AMA that Bill did, responding to a user called Not Dipper Pines. He just encourages him to rub jalapeno peppers into his eyes.
I'm obsessed with the shirt on the next page that says, I'm a little different.
I'm going to be wearing that shirt on Sunday.
You made that shirt?
No, my friend made it for me.
That's amazing.
Yes. Then we get into this, gossip magazine.
The Bill Cipher show.
That he's on, this parody Ellen set.
Yes. And I like the how do you wear pants, the toxic gossip train.
No, the toxic gossip train reference is insane to me.
I mean, I think there was because that section was an interview, right? It's what would you say to Bill if he was alive? Do you have any regrets? Was Weird Mageddon a mistake? And the idea of, at first it was, Bill being like,
Yeah, hey, you're lucky it happened to you. It's the most interesting thing that happened to your dimension.
I was like, no. What is a funnier thing? A funnier thing is for a celebrity to be like, I already addressed that in my apology video.
Yeah.
And for it to be the most rinky-dink stupid video, with the xylophone humanly possible. I was not expecting that particular gag to pop off as much as it did, and people were losing their minds over it.
Well, I mean, it happened in real life. There really was an apology video song.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a trope now, the celebrity apology video. I wrote a couple different Bill interviews, and like that section was the one that I ended up putting in the book. But I wrote one that was like, I thought I nailed it. It was like a parody of like a sort of GQ interview with like a kind of cool older celebrity, like we sat down with George Clooney and his brownstone to discuss his new brand of mezcal, and also does he think he made any missteps in his career? Describing like, Bill Cipher in person is every bit the triangle demon you think, but he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Would you do anything differently? And it's, oh yes, of course, that was, I was in my early 20 billions when I did that, I've grown a lot. And it was like describing him having like two little Pomeranians and like a pickleball court. And it was like, everything about it was like completely off canon and insane. And it was like, I thought it would be really funny to include something that was so incorrect, but then I like read it in context. I was like, this is going to make people furious. Like suggesting that like Bill is living in some apartment in New York, like for the gag, right?
That's his dream retirement. Then we start to get some live action photo incorporation on the I See All page, done by Ian Worrell.
Yes.
Photo bashing, yeah.
And there's a lot of that. I think even in the series proper, there's a few moments of live action footage associated with Bill as this, like, unsettling, when you're doing animation or, just 2D characters, like, live action footage is gonna be either hilarious or horrifying. Like, SpongeBob is a great example of, like, live action footage for comedy. But then they also use it for horror at some points, like with Wormy.
I mean, like, I think they did it on Flapjack a few times too, and for sure on Gumball. And it's unsettling every time.
But I mean, I do want to mention Chernobyl.
Yes.
So there is a reference to Fantasia, Night on Bald Mountain.
This is a Joe Pitt illustration, and he said on August 27th, 2024, layout illustration for Alex Hirsch at Disney Books, #Book of Bill. We weren't allowed to use direct Chernobog reference. Swipe right to see the original, #Gravity Falls, #Bill Cipher, #Fantasia, #Chernobog. And the original image that they were going to use was a yellow version with spirits instead of the symbols.
I mean, it could have fooled me. Not that I'm always watching Fantasia, but I assumed it was, an edit of the...
I try to spend my nights off Bald Mountain, personally.
Yeah. There's a page where Bill is starting to talk about his weaknesses, and then he kind of like Emperor's New Groove style pushes the page up.
Yeah.
And interrupts himself.
Yeah, Bill getting self-conscious that you're reading about his weaknesses, decides that the Book of Bill is canceled and you're reading Great Gatsby instead. And we had talked before about in Boss Mabel, when Stan is in his Hawaiian shirt, it is absurdly specifically the exact outfit that is seen in My Breakfast with Blassie, the film by Andy Kaufman.
That's correct.
So it's worth pointing out that during Andy Kaufman's shows, when he felt the audience was not responding well to them, he would start reading Great Gatsby to them instead. Once they were clearly bored of it, go, do you want me to keep reading or would you want me to just put on a record for you guys instead? They would say, put on a record, because they just wanted him to stop. And then his record would just be a record of him reading Great Gatsby starting at the exact sentence he stopped on. But I obviously want to ask about your fandom of Andy Kaufman, because it's something no one ever has asked you about, to the best of my knowledge.
I mean, Andy Kaufman's like, he's the original Bill Cipher, man. I mean, like,
That's true.
Getting a laugh was not nearly as important to him as doing something that you're not supposed to do. To see people furious and leave, I mean, it's sort of like Norm Macdonald's roast of Bob Saget, where he tells jokes that are intentionally unfunny, to see how long he can make other comedians endure jokes that aren't funny. Because, like, they're saying the most offensive things they could say, and they're all laughing. And then he starts being like, ladies and gentlemen, he's got the eyes of an eagle. This man's for the birds. And, like, it's, like, not a joke. And you feel everyone's stomach.
And also, of course, you love Neil Hamburger.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, my God. No, Neil Hamburger, I remember seeing some of his jokes live. I can't even say them. They're so fucking offensive. But they're like, anti-comedy. I mean, the first time I saw Neil Hamburger live, he came out, and he coughed and cleared his throat for, like, 5 whole minutes. Like, excuse me, folks. One more moment. My apologies. And I was like, this is so funny. So, I mean, like, Bill has that spirit of anarchy. And I was like, that was another one of the first gags I came up with. Was like, oh, Bill should briefly decide to make this a different book. I wish I wish that the book was an additional 50 pages so that 50 pages of the book could have been Gatsby.
Yes.
Gatsby.
It is an absurd amount of Gatsby because, like, you turn the page and you're like, oh, Great Gatsby on one page, Great Gatsby on the other. Well, I'm going to turn the page and I won't be looking at Great Gatsby anymore. And then there's 2 more pages.
I wish I could have done more, honestly, but, you only get so many pages in the book.
There's an interesting observation I had about the selection, because you start with chapter 2 instead of chapter 1. The very beginning of chapter 2 is a description of the all-seeing eyes that watch over the impoverished neighborhood.
Yes, all-seeing eyes, an optometrist, a valley of ashes. Yes, 100%.
So obviously Bill is trying to make the comparison of himself with T.J. Eckleburg, but you continually kept linking people the rest of the book throughout this process. So I have to ask, Bill chose a chapter that the title character is not in. Was that omission because he did not want to invite comparisons? Is Bill Gatsby?
Yeah, because we were talking about it, and I kind of was like, well, hedonism and not admitting your faults,
Let me put it this way. People say that, like, all art is in some degree autobiographical, and oftentimes an artist will create a work that they don't even recognize the themes and parallels to their own life until years and years later they look back and they say, oh my God, that movie was actually about, I thought it was about a gnome, it's actually about my divorce or whatever,
Yeah.
So imagine, if you will, that you were Bill Cipher and you had magic powers.
I'm imagining.
Projecting a book for a reader, and then you briefly got paranoid that the reader was turning against you, and you're like, "Shut you! I'm going to replace this with the Great Gatsby. Eat it!" And then poof, you just flung your hand, you pointed at the book, and it turned to Great Gatsby. In the same way that an artist might not be cognizant of the autobiographical telling on yourself themes inside the art they create, I think a demon constantly conjuring things might not even be consciously aware of which pages he's conjuring. They just felt right in the moment.
Yeah.
Bill, in his constant sort of creating things on the fly, parallels maybe something that we pick apart or notice, but he's not as in control of it as he would like you to believe. And so I think there's lots of moments where Bill is sort of comparing or telling on himself or verbalizing a subconscious thought without even noticing that's what he's doing.
And was that you unintentionally drawing that parallel, or Bill?
No, I mean, like, I chose those pages specifically, but I'm not sure Bill did,
Yeah.
We have Ford coming back, interjecting, being like, oh, you didn't...
You turned the page!
Yeah. But then admits that even though he told you there's no circumstances where you should be reading this, he is reading this as well. Kind of him falling back into his old patterns, like a relapse story from Ford's part.
Yeah, and I think what's also important to mention is that chronologically these Ford pages are taking place still sort of in the wrap-up in the denouement of Season 2 of Gravity Falls.
Why do they call it that?
Because denouement.
Oh, denouement show!
Yeah. Well, it's sort of taking place concurrently with Don't Dimension It, the comic from Lost Legends, and just sort of the general wrap-up of fixing the last bits of Weirdmageddon. Dipper and Mabel are preparing to go home, celebrate their birthday.
And the cutaway in Weirdmageddon Part 3/Part 4, where Stanley's mind is being recovered for a week, and that both of those things, both of those events, the recovery of Stanley's mind and
Ford also planning this trip that he's going to take with his brother. He mentions.
Yes. So it all kind of places. It's not really a sequel to Gravity Falls. It's I was talking to a friend about this who said there's a time skip in Dragon Ball Z, and every time there needs to be a new story, it takes place in that time skip, and it's kind of just funny to imagine that over the course of a week, the Pines family has to deal with Weirdmageddon, then Mabel gets trapped in another dimension of Mabel's. Then the Book of Bill shows up, and then their birthday party where they have to go away and say goodbye to everyone.
It's kind of how every new Star Wars thing is like, and it takes place between episodes 3 and 4, okay.
You got to do Gravity Falls machete order here.
Yes, exactly.
You pause when they start reading the scrapbook to Grunkle Stan, and then you have to read both Don't Dimension It and the Book of Bill.
Well, it's relevant to place it chronologically, the idea that he's relapsing, right? That this is all so fresh for him.
Yes, but also it's a little funny to think about that time skip kind of feeling in that episode. Like, then they just focused on recovering Stan's mind for a week. Nothing to talk about there. Well, okay, there was a dimensional... Okay, Bill returned, but...
As we will see later, though, this book clearly was not a big deal to anyone except Ford.
Yeah.
So then we come to this sequence of pages called The One True Intelligence Test, which is this, like, standardized test told by Bill. So all the questions are trick questions, basically. But what I'm really interested in is the disclaimer at the top, where it sort of does the, like, you have 10 minutes to complete the quiz, you use number 37 pencil only, etc. Toward the end, it kind of devolves into this rant. Well, yeah, I'll read the whole thing. If stuck on a question, you may feel an overwhelming sense that you're falling behind, that all the other students are smarter than you, and that your life is over before it's even begun. You may conclude that the universe is fundamentally unfair and designed only for your suffering. Lean into this feeling. Let it fester and grow until you're glowing with incandescent fury, aflame with an unquenchable yearning for vengeance. They thought they were smarter than you? Well, you'll show them. You'll show them all! And I know that Dipper's and Mabel's Guide to Mystery Nonstop Fun was written by Rob Renzetti and Shane Houghton, but it really brought to mind the fine print on the certificate of, like, certified mystery solver that Dipper makes for you. There's moments where Dipper says, other people will realize they should have been nicer to us, and it gets vaguely megalomaniacal, and I just think that's a fascinating, like, parallel between Bill and Dipper, and similarly, as well as on the morality page, there's, oh, we're never wrong, right? And then all the other Bills are like, yeah, you're right, Bill, which is brought to my mind the last Mabelcorn, with Dipper kind of being like, I'm really good at rationalizing, and his own thoughts being like, yeah, you are. Not necessarily whether it was intentional, but just sort of to get your take on, like, the Pines family members, obviously Ford, but, you know, other Pines family members having shades of Bill in themselves, and Bill, like, reflecting the darker aspects or letting their flaws kind of guide them.
Yeah, I mean, all these characters are sort of like a prismatic splitting of the aspects of my psyche as a writer. That's sort of what you do, is you sort of split your brain into different voices, then you have them argue with each other. And Bill is the voice whispering in your head to grab whatever makes you feel good and, damn the consequences and damn other people around you. So, whenever a character is being impatient or egomaniacal, they are sort of closer to Bill. There's never really a conscious attempt to make any of these characters like directly a parallel to Bill, so to speak, but sort of it's all coming from the same soup of my brain, so these things are going to sort of it's like poetry, they rhyme.
Every stanza
It's
it's
like poetry.
Bill is the key to all of this.
We got Bill working.
And I also want to say to anyone listening who is a student presently and might be struggling with similar thoughts to the ones that Bill stated at the beginning of this test, I am 31. I last attended a school when I was 18. That is, Ella, do some math for me.
No, I haven't been to school in a long time either.
Well, so that's exactly it, though, is I used to get so upset, cry when I got bad grades or when I couldn't figure out a specific course or class. And all these years later, over a decade later, oh wait, I got it, 13 years later, I have no idea which classes I did well at.
Yeah.
Or poorly at. I don't think about those things. They don't come up in your life. And school is, if you don't attend college, is something you do from age 5 to age 18. And as an 18-year-old, that's a large percentage of your life and possibly all of your life that you hold memories for. And it feels like the world is going to be like this forever. And I just want to let our listeners know it's not.
Yeah.
Now, about the pages, I will say that one interesting difference between the limited edition and the regular edition is the regular edition has a coffee stain at the top of the page and the limited edition does not.
Well, the coffee stains, I'm sure, they're just illustrations, right? They don't actually
I'm sure they're just
mean
illustrations.
anything. There's that mouse again.
But it's definitely interesting to note that that is there in one edition and not the other. And then Emmy also said that the little image that she has, the devious illustration, she was told that she had to do a simpler version because her original image was deemed too hard to look at.
Oh yeah, that it's just a mashup of every optical illusion. Like,
it's truly beautiful.
I also am a big fan of the surface area of Seuss drawing where he's just like, how did I get here? And I was genuinely curious what the surface area of Seuss is. I don't think we ever found that out.
42. Oh, that's what the question was.
Oh, that makes much more sense.
I understand that book now.
That's a deep thought, dude.
Hey. Slarty Bart fast.
But as you will learn, if you actually did any work trying to find the surface area of Seuss, you failed the test because the answer key is right over here. And if you did no work, you passed.
Oh, that's right. So Bill does then confirm two things and go into more detail, which is that reality is indeed an illusion and the universe is indeed a hologram. Specifically, it's a hologram, like, Pokemon card.
A holographic Pokemon card.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is not the same word as hologram.
No, that's
it is
true.
not.
And it almost seems like you don't really know what a hologram is, but you know what a holographic Pokemon card is.
I mean, Alex, I know you're obviously a big Pokemon fan. Were you...
Did you just pronounce it Pokemon?
Look...
Whose work is the hologram card?
The little illustration on the card of like Bill inside a sort of roiling mass of black tendrils and sort of chaos blobs. That illustration inside is Ian, and then the rest of the card I made.
Oh, cool.
Amazing.
Good job.
It's gorgeous.
Because it's so
It
on
looks
point.
so
Yeah, it's
much like a
excellent
Pokemon card.
Oh, thank you. I did a lot of drawing and editing on this book.
And then we get into this all very edgy, like, you know, hot topic, like, your body's just...
Disgusting.
You're just a meat puppet, like... And I love that we're obviously seeing it from Bill's perspective right now, where he's the only one talking, so it's kind of...
Although I will say I love the bones filled with tinier bones.
Yes, and the colors that you can't see, including ultraviolet, extra turquoise, magenta, insanitile, hyper beige, and brown 2.
Brown 2.
I gotta tell you guys, I can see Insanitile.
I actually can't, I can't see the normal colors, so...
No.
Can you see brown 2, though?
Only. Exclusively.
Exclusively brown 2.
Ella's never seen brown.
You've never seen brown 1, only brown 2.
Do I need to see brown 1 for context before I see brown 2, or...
And this juicy eye down here was made by Emmy Ciceriega.
I hate that picture.
There's a life form ranking with silhouettes going from a shrimp all the way down to Toby Determined. And on the one hand, you could say that Bill is ranking humans in general as worse, but I think he's putting specifically Toby Determined down there.
Well, we learn later Toby Determine's probably from the mirror dimension, at least in Bill's opinion.
Good for him.
Sorry, Bodacious T, sorry.
Bodacious T, yeah.
I mean, like, when we see Bodacious T at his youngest, he is in front of mirrors dancing, so that makes sense.
That's very true, yeah.
He tap danced his way into our dimension. That's how he got here.
I also love directly middle on this list is the dodo. When extinct for being the most average life form.
Yes.
Gotta either be better or worse than this to survive. And then we also learn that the ultimate stage of wrinkliness is known as Larry King.
Yes, when your skin reaches peak wrinkle.
With this, just an actual photo of Larry King in here labeled, "It is inevitable."
Yes. This page also has the fine print that says, "Help! This is not Bill Cipher. My name is Grumbly Emberdrack of Zimtrex 5. I'm one of thousands of beings Bill has devoured over trillions of years, whose souls are now trapped inside him. You have to free me. It's horrible in here. He just keeps playing the song Good Vibrations by Marky Mark on an endless loop. Please, please, this is not a joke. The Zimtrexians were once a proud and mighty people, but now our spirits long for release from this yellow prison. If there are any gods not yet dead by Cipher's wicked hand, hear our prayers you can't imagine." And then it cuts off.
Is that on a special edition? Because mine cuts off on release from this.
No, it's in both editions.
Like, that last line, I'm only reading the top half of that line and just sort of extrapolating.
No, it's in both editions, but I only see the top half of, but now our spirits long for release from this, and nothing below that in my regular edition.
Yeah, no, you can see, like, the ghost of Yellow Prison and onwards.
I cannot. In the original edition, in your original edition, Shelby?
Yes, in my original edition.
I think it's just a printing.
I think it's just a printing error.
That's interesting, though.
In my regular edition, you can still see it down at the bottom, but it's less than is in my original edition.
No, yeah, in my original edition, you could see the ghost of the Zimtrexians were once a proud and mighty people, but now our spirits long for release from this.
I think most of the time when you're making a book image, there's like a safe zone where you want all your text to be in, and I imagine they just went all the way to the bleed edge for that one, just because it didn't matter that it was cut off.
Because it's a joke. It's all a joke.
Yeah. And Emmy Ciceriga made these tattoos, right?
This page is attributed to Emmy, Joe, and Ian, but Emmy Ciceriga on August 20th did put out her little drawings of a couple of ones that were cut, which does include Booty Bill and Realistic Feet Bill, which are my two personal favorites of those.
Those are the ones you're gonna get.
Well, that is linked in the doc in the description if you want to see what Booty Bill and Realistic Feet Bill mean.
Yes.
I don't.
You might get put on a list.
And then she said, these were cut from the tattoo page. Someone was looking out for you.
I think my favorite is probably the one that did end up in the book, which was Surfing Bill, because he just looks so uncharacteristically chill.
That's Chill Cipher. You might be confused.
Oh, yeah, that's Chill Cipher, yeah. He's hanging 180 degrees.
There's another Night of the Hunter reference.
Where?
Tattoos on the knuckles.
Oh, yeah. So then we come to a spread where Bill Cipher is talking about love. You know, above anything else that they get away with saying in this book, what really shocked me the most is reading Bill Cipher say the word polycule. That's not something I ever expected to lay eyes on.
In response to the word methinks, which, I remember I worked at the New York Renaissance Fair, and I know you have to come out as monogamous at the New York Renaissance Fair. So,
yeah, of course.
I mean, that makes perfect sense.
How did Bill know about this connection?
How am I supposed to explain to my children that you only, desire one partner?
Yeah, no, I had a friend who was a boy was trying to hook up with her, and she was super into it, and then at one point he mentions his girlfriend, and she's like, excuse me? Did you not think that was worth mentioning up until now? And he was like, no. She's like, well, I'm not okay with that. And he's like, huh.
Okay.
Well, didn't you think you should have mentioned that up front?
Yeah, it sounds more like a you thing. And Bill knows somehow. That's the one time it's felt like Bill's getting in my noggin. Usually he doesn't do me too good.
Yeah.
This is the second instance of Bill being avoidant at his own questions.
Yeah, giving himself an interview.
An interview that he doesn't want to do.
It's just sort of a necessity for Bill to be bouncing off of some voice, and he's got a lot of voices in his head.
I mean, he craves attention, even if that's from himself.
He absorbed a lot of people as well.
Yeah, and he has consumed a lot of souls, so I think even Bill couldn't tell you exactly who all the voices are that he's arguing with at any given moment.
Yeah.
I love princess romance.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the movie where the guy is like, whatever you want, and that means I love you.
Well, so the title sounds like Princess Bride, but it looks like a Disney 90s VHS.
It looks like The Little Mermaid. It looks like Ariel and Eric, yeah.
And as well as the end of Beauty and the Beast. And it says Inkwell on top, which is
that's true,
foreshadowing is a literary device.
That it is. So this definitely is an animated movie, though.
How are things animated in Gravity Falls, the world? How do you tell the difference?
And they're just realistic human features. So this heart down here at the bottom, that's an animated heart, not a realistic human heart.
Stan would look at that and go, oh, it's obviously fake.
Yeah, obviously AI generated.
There's not even an outline.
I love boy kissing mix.
Amazing.
Yes, yeah.
What would be on your boy kissing mix? Write in mysteryshaglookback@gmail.com.
Please.
Oh, and also the vampire romance novel The Taste of You is written by one K. Visionaire.
Isn't that a stage name of
For Nick Offerman, yeah.
Nick Offerman wrote this?
Yeah, the audiobook is great. He took me in his cold, pale arms.
I think you should get Megan to do it. You should get his wife to do it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Megan Mullally reading K. Visionaire.
Will you turn me immortal like you?
And then continuing the love on the next page.
I love that the next page is titled, How to Trick Everyone into Loving You.
Tell her you want to eat her hair.
I think the sculpture of a person made of teeth is the worst image in this book.
No, I just pretend they're chiclets.
Okay.
I know that this page is Emmy and Ian, and it does have that very Emmy cursed flair to a lot of it.
Yeah, Emmy is good at the both of the Cicerigas are good at drawing things that you somehow think they don't realize are cursed.
Yes.
They're able to put in this energy of I made this normal drawing.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think that Bill in the pocket, that is a very Emmy image, too.
On the next page here, he compares giving out Valentines like a cat leaving a dead mouse.
Yes.
And then says, just leave real dead mice. And that is referenced again later because apparently Bill has tried that before.
Are we talking about the Valentines?
Yeah.
So all the Valentines are done by Joe Pitt. And I know that we've seen these before because you, Alex, have published this on your Twitter a couple of times on Valentine's Day. Were the Valentines something that you included because they were already made by Joe Pitt, or is it something that you made with the idea that it might end up in another Gravity Falls property?
Oh, well, so the Valentine's cards were made for the Book of Bill. They were just part of the romance section. And then, we announced the book. And then I just wanted to have, one or two little tweets that were sort of Bill forward to kind of keep people vaguely alert that it existed before it came out. So that I was just like, oh, what's a random image from the book that I can use that doesn't really spoil anything or telling anybody about the shape of it. So I decided to use a page as a promo. That was another thing where I was like, Disney, can we please... can we print this on cardstock that can be removed? I wanted to have like a fold out, like a centerfold image. There's so many things I wanted to do.
Oh my gosh.
I love a good chant words together.
Chant words together!
That's true. Ready, everybody? Because this page is...
How will you die?
This page is done by Ian Worrell, 3D in Blender.
Awesome.
I love the plaid tweed coat that he's wearing. It's so good.
So Bill has you select a number from 1 to 23, and that number correlates to how you will die.
And the wheel is marked by various symbols, including just a gun. Like straight up a regular gun.
Yeah. And if you picked number 4, wow, we didn't realize you were a fan of the show.
Yeah, because apparently there's only one person in history who has picked number 4, because number 4 will say that you were shockingly assassinated while simply trying to ride in your motorcade through Dallas with the roof down in the year 1963.
I hate when that happens.
Well, good thing it's only happened the one...
I'm just assuming he's listening, so I'm trying to be relatable to him.
That's fair.
I hate when that happens.
I hate when my head pops off, yeah.
And my other favorite one here is, oops! At the sugary cereal factory, you will accidentally pull the lever that releases all berries. Your final words as you're crushed to death will be, "This is very painful." I love a good oops all berries joke.
I picked the one that trapped me inside of a glass box at a construction site, and everyone thought I was a mime as I ran out of oxygen, but I did make $2.75 in tips.
So, the next page has a mouth that's drooling blood. Good. Just a funny show with silly jokes for kids.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that the terrifying mouth is Lip Camarella.
He puts the lip in Lip Camarella.
Yeah, this is kind of Bill talking about the afterlife and how to cheat death and sort of dancing around answering the question of how he's able to communicate with us.
There's also a reference to the Michael Keaton film Jack Frost.
That's also true.
Oh my gosh.
Get your
It's
soul
so
trapped in the
good.
body of a snowman and still have to pay child support.
I always love a good reference to that movie. And then the beautiful Zombill that is like taking over the entire page. That's Joe Pitt. And he published a full digital version of that on Instagram on the 17th of August.
I do like the snazzy jacket that Bill gets as a zombie.
Oh, yeah. It's a nice jacket.
Did he steal that from Mr. What's-His-Face?
Could have, yeah.
That's a good question.
I also love the vulture stealing the eye as though, like, Bill fancies himself a Prometheus type.
I also love the transition into the next page where it says, "Heaven is a real place because with infinite worlds, there are infinite possibilities and there is a paradise tailored to your whims. And he will explain how to get there, but the ink will be invisible if you've ever had a perverted thought." And then you turn the page, and for me, I don't know, very, very full page, you know? Right, guys? Wow, so much to read here.
Yeah, there's a lot of... I mean, that probably was the most expensive page to print with all the...
stuff that we
all the
see
ink that I
on
see.
there.
Yeah.
Shelby, do you have notes on the art? The art? Art.
So, the art on both of these two pages are done by Joe Pitt. And Joe Pitt did not publish a full version of the How to Get into Heaven, unfortunately, or the morality page but I do know that the credit on both pages is to Joe Pitt.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful work, Joe.
Great job, Joe Pitt. That looks...
I mean, the way that the lines... and
I know, the
There's
line art is
lines.
gorgeous.
And the colors?
I know that normally Ian does a lot of the coloring for for Joe, but I think Joe did the coloring on this one himself.
Yeah, the coloring.
I like the lines and the coloring on this picture that's here.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's
We don't have to talk
transcendent.
about
It is
what it
absolutely
is.
gorgeous.
So transcendent, we shouldn't even, you should see it for yourself.
Yeah, you have to see it for
if you
yourself to
can.
really experience it. And then I know we talked about the morality page a little bit earlier. You referenced it when you were talking.
In terms of the character,
Yeah.
But I also love the illustration of Bill throwing a paper airplane into his own eye.
Yes.
Yeah, he finds text that says morality, decides it's better as a paper airplane, throws it, and then later saying he doesn't believe what goes around can really come around. He gets interrupted by being hit in the eye with the paper airplane that he made of morality.
I love that his hat has bones.
His hat has flesh when Ford shoots through it.
This is also the part where Bill makes us commit a murder.
Yes, and the little elf guy down at the bottom was done by Emmy Cesariega, and she tweeted on August 20th, "Life form not found."
That's, of course, the late, great Scrimbles the Elf, unless you stopped reading here, in which case there's spoilers in the rest of the podcast. But enjoy your life with Scrimbles. You have a book elf now. This is a lore question that you might not have an answer to about this next page, but it says Dipper and Mabel were the only Dipper and Mabel to make it through the summer. How does that coexist with Don't Dimension It, where we see many, many alive Mabels?
I mean, my interpretation of that would just be that Bill is an unreliable narrator and will not admit that there are other timelines where he could have lost. He's like, this is the one time that I...
It also could mean that they didn't necessarily die as much as get sucked into another dimension and never get out, I guess.
Yeah.
It's also, we only see Mabel, so it could be that only Mabel survived in a lot of timelines.
That would also make sense.
All of their Dippers died!
Except for Flame Dipper, because she specifically mentions wanting to get back to...
Well, I think that's actually Dripper. Flamebull and Dripper.
This is definitely one of the spreads that created the most...
Yeah, who did this one?
So this is Ian! Ian Worrell did the Parallel Dimensions page. Joe Pitt did the alternate timelines, and that was colored by Ian Worrell.
This is definitely one of the spreads that created the most discussion, I think, in the fandom, where it's just showing all of the timelines from various episodes where they didn't make it out. The darkest of which is probably the Hand That Rocks the Mabel one, where we see that Mabel still has that kind of aura around her from the psychic amulet, while Dipper has the lamb shears in his back.
There's also one here where Mabel became a Smile Dip junkie.
Yeah.
I personally love Gnome Queen Mabel.
Gnome Queen Mabel is very good.
We have Bipper here, who's still Bipper.
We have Bipper, and we have Mabel in the court, like over behind
Yes.
Gnome Mabel.
There's also one that I don't super recognize, which is on the left in front of Society of the Blind-Eyed Dipper. It's like they've been turned to stone or something, but I don't really know exactly what that's referencing.
Well, I know that because we have the Petrified Dipper, but it's in a different pose, so you would think that they would have done the petrified pose.
And it's a different texture, yeah.
That's from the timeline where they tried to give Medusa a makeover.
Oh, I like it.
I mean, I don't believe it, though. I think Mabel could be successful with it.
Well, the problem was that she made her too beautiful to look at, so it kind of went in the opposite direction.
I like that we have Zombie Mabel and Zombie Dipper. Like, I like that they're in different places, so you can't even necessarily tell which one is which one.
I think it's because there's probably one timeline where one twin sacrificed themselves to the zombies for the other twin.
I didn't spend too long looking at this spread. I didn't realize that these almost all correlate to
episodes.
A fate they avoided in an episode. Yeah, that's awesome.
It's a really nice touch. I love the devious looks on Little Dipper and Little Mabel.
Well, they're little scamps, aren't they?
They are little scamps.
So we're definitely going to want to hear about the artists for these pages, because we get into urban legends and the mirror realm.
So there's only one artist on this page, actually. It's Trevor Henderson.
Horrifying job, Trevor. Horrifying.
Woo!
And so this page and the next page are all Trevor Henderson. And what Trevor said on Instagram on August 1st was, as a big fan of Alex Hirsch and Gravity Falls, I was delighted to be asked to contribute a bunch bunch of different pieces of art to the newly released Book of Bill, alongside other incredible artists. It is in stores now, and you should absolutely run out and get a copy.
These are in the style of creepypasta and SCP.
Yes, yeah.
You know, the internet tries to make their own cryptids, and this is usually kind of the style that images of them take.
Trevor does a lot of SCP stuff and a lot of, like, horrific monsters. Like, that's kind of his bag.
Yeah, he created Siren Head, right?
Yes, that is correct, as well as Cartoon Cat and Long Horse.
Guillermo del Torso is great.
This next page gives me a headache.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for headaches.
I read all this without a mirror. It's much easier
Look,
with the mirror.
If you're taking a picture of it with your phone and flipping the image, you're not doing it right. You got to go up to an actual mirror, kids.
Yeah, these images are also done by Trevor.
My favorite reveal on this spread is that David Lynch is from the mirror dimension,
Which has been a joke on this podcast.
Oh yeah, that he is. Yeah, that his weird turns of phrase. I assume that the joke about not returning calls is just referencing the fact that he never got back to you about voicing Bill.
A very persistent agent.
And then, as we stated earlier, Toby determined you can't prove he's from here, but it tracks.
So the next couple spreads, I mean, there's really not much to talk about. The Silly Straws page is, it's just Silly Straws.
Yes, and this page is done by Louis Zong of
Louis Zong fame.
Of Louis Zong fame.
Everyday Louis.
I literally watch Ratatouille 2 like at least once a
I
month.
also just associate them with We Bear Bears since they bordered on that show.
Yes! I love Schmorby's Guide to the Internet.
Yes. I hate that, but I accept that as part of the internet.
I associate them a lot with the McElroys. They do a lot of cover art for their stuff, like Carboys.
A ton of animatics.
Griffin was the voice of Shorby, right?
Yes, Griffin was Schmorby.
Yeah. Oh, Louis Zong, I think, is directing a Pixar movie. It's coming out in the next few years, so
yes!
Go Louis.
That's gonna be great.
I can't wait. I'm so excited. I love Louis' style and, like, just humor. It's amazing.
The Silly Straws is specifically the only numbered page because that's what you are asked to turn to if
you don't shake his hand at the beginning, yeah.
But yeah, I had to use this page specifically to anchor the numbering system for...
To make sure you had the numbers right.
Correct.
Well, and it's also, we're about to get into the section...
where it diverges.
Of exclusive Barnes & Noble pages.
This is the part where the Barnes & Noble limited edition has things that the regular copy does not have.
Yeah. Was that a Barnes & Noble suggestion to, like, we want some exclusive pages? Or were you like, what if we had these exclusive pages? Or were those pages, like, you didn't have room for them in a regular allotted space?
It was 100% a Barnes & Noble's thing. They said, you know, we will, in exchange for promoting the hell out of your book, we want a special Barnes & Noble's version to encourage people to come to our store.
Okay.
And we want, you know, they said specifically 16 pages of additional content.
Wow. All right, cool.
The thought was, all right, let's just have some kind of goofy, non-essential, but fun content that can sort of slot into somewhere in the book to create this exclusive edition. But it's like, like the thing is, it's very fun to f*** around from the perspective of Bill, and if they had said we need 50 extra pages, that would not have been too difficult.
I think my favorite of these bonus pages is probably the moral dilemmas, where it's just...
Oh, I don't have the Barnes & Noble edition, so I had to just quickly read these bonus pages right now before we could discuss them. I read better when I read out loud, and when I was reading Moral Dilemmas, I literally had to take a break because my cheeks hurt from laughing. A sick Lamborghini. Is that a picture of Vin Diesel?
Yes, keep reading.
Sick Lamborghini is Tokyo drifting toward a bunch of people in a cool as hell street race that will determine who is king of the streets. You can pull a lever saving the people, but this will end the race, and Vin Diesel will never learn a lesson about family. I love how shiny Vin Diesel is.
See, this is why I was so sad you didn't get to see these. Like, you were like, I didn't read this. I was like, oh no, the only Fast and the Furious references are here.
A trolley is going to run you over in anywhere from 5 seconds to 90 years. There's no way to stop it or predict when my cheeks hurt. My cheeks hurt. I need to take a break from reading this.
It's so funny. I think that my favorite illustration in here is probably the Ouija board, which I know, Alex, you have that as a prize for the New York Comic-Con costume contest that's coming up.
Which will be long over by the time this is released.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, so you at home listening might have one of these physically. Who knows?
And you will mail it to Mystery Shack. Look back.
Yes, we will use the later page to help with that.
Bill describes the spirit board, how to use it as just invite over someone you've been looking for an excuse to touch hands with, which, of course, that's, standard Ouija board procedure. But I remember there's a clip from the Next Time on Gravity Falls stuff from the pilot. That iteration of Wendy, there's a clip of her using one of these with Dipper, and then Dipper kind of blushing when they touch hands, and I just thought that was an interesting parallel, like, always kind of in the back of your mind, like, oh yeah, that's the real reason that kids use Ouija boards. It's just an excuse to hold hands.
I love the holidays page with my whole heart.
I think, the holidays page is definitely one of my favorites as well. I mean, we all got a kick out of hit your boss with a car day.
I wonder what you're supposed to do on that day. They won't say in the book.
I think you have to read between the lines on that one.
You have to really analyze it.
Maybe that's something for the Hall of Conspiracies then, because I can't
Probably,
make heads or tails of it.
And then I know that on the Cults page, Louis Zong did the brain seismograph meter, and the Cult flyer at the yard sale, that was done by Emmy Cesariega, and on August 20th, she actually tweeted a picture of the larger setup, so you can see the other things on her fake yard sale table.
Which include?
There appears to be a clock, a goat, or possibly a bison, a turtle, 2 kissing statues that might be salt and pepper shakers, a necklace, a crab, what looks like a little lantern necklace, and she's got it from a couple different angles. And then it looks like just bones, maybe antlers.
Yummy.
Maybe hog bones.
Maybe hog bones.
I love on the messages on your TV section, MasterCard is spoofed as plastic card, but Visa is just...
Yes.
All 4 letters of Visa have been replaced with the final A.
Oh, and they take Cipher Pay.
Oh, that's nice.
So we start to get into, back into the pages that are in both versions.
This is where it syncs back up.
Yes. We get into Dreams, which is where we really start to explore characters that we know, in addition to Bill himself. Rather than just talking about the extended lore of the universe, we're actually talking about our familiar cast.
Also, Ford confirmed pansexual.
Yes. LGBTQIAP.
I said pansexual.
Yes, it's. I thought you said plant sexual and was starting to go into like the adventure zone. Yeah, no, pansexual. I think I might be pansexual.
I also love Blubs only dreams about Durland. Durland only dreams about Blubs. Like, they are literally incapable of having other dreams.
Yeah.
Aww, sweet babies.
Some of the saddest ones are Wendy almost always dreams about her mom, Mabel has constant nightmares about being unable to save a dying pig, and Dipper has recurring nightmares about overhearing a fight between his parents he wasn't supposed to hear. Why do you think they were in such a rush to get the kids out the door for the summer?
Absolutely insane.
Which is a big...
Yeah.
The biggest lore reveal. It reframes what the entire series is about.
I mean, it could. I mean, let me ask you, would you send your kids off to stay with a uncle who no one has seen in years and years, who you don't even check in on except for like maybe one phone call? Like,
just to get some fresh air.
Something's going on.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Then Bill, of course, divulges more embarrassing memories from Dipper, one of his favorite pastimes. And this is probably where I laughed out loud the hardest at this book, which is that Bill inserted fake spoilers of the author's identity into his head every night, and he fell for every one of them, and they're all reimaginings of the fake McGucket author leak. One is of Tyler Cutebaker writing the journal.
And his pen has a little fuzzy ball on the end of it.
One is of Waddles with the pen just in his mouth, and one is of Gorney, who is written all over himself.
With crayons.
And they're all framed exactly like that, the fake leaked image.
Absolutely incredible.
Which also implies that Bill is the canon reason for the leaked McGucket picture.
Yeah.
Here's another one I have to point out about this page. We see Dipper, a picture of him on the World TV, but we see a Super Nintendo on top of it. And instead of like making a fake parody game label. That is just the Donkey Kong Country, or possibly Donkey Kong Country 2 label, scaled down enough that it will probably avoid copyright.
Oh, wow.
And congratulations, you get a high five from Joe Pitt, because he posted this on August 19th and said, if any of you can guess what game is loaded into the SNES, then you get a high five and a reminder that it's probably time to start getting colonoscopies.
That is true. I should.
I love the mind of the people that make this show. Incredible. And then the Dipper search history over here was made by Emmy Cesariega, and it said, I got to make a little fake web browser and funny search goof, poor Dipper.
Which is styled after the Windows 98 version of Internet Explorer, I think.
Yeah.
I love the stream of consciousness that is the search history so much.
This actually, okay, so Neil Cicierega made a famous image that went around Tumblr called Google image search not working watermelons or something like that, where it was the autocomplete just suggesting the weirdest possible things for several pages, like size 8 Flisbits and jobs that require you to fail drug test.
I really love the attracted to green M&M unhealthy. Green M&M is smiling at me. Oh, vest rash, fighting vest rash, living with vest rash.
The journey of the stages of grief there.
Yeah.
We see Dipper accept that this is just a part of who he is from now on.
Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. The more I look at this, the more I love.
Grow extra finger, impress uncle?
I love also the reveal on the next page that the process of using Blendin to trick Mabel was not like plan A.
Right.
Yes.
This plan took some reconnaissance. There are some other attempts mentioned elsewhere.
Well, I mean, throughout this book, we get the notion that, like, what Bill ultimately went with for his plan was, like, that not even Plan Z. He was several alphabets worth of plans in before he landed on the one that actually worked.
Yeah, his plan literally begun 65 million years ago.
Yeah.
When the dinosaurs went extinct.
Yes.
But I love on this page, there's a bunch of references to fantasy, and then it reveals they mean Fantasy by Mariah Carey.
Yes.
And then at one point, one of the radical men, the Dream Boys, says, that would be Mariah Scary.
Yes. And this whole page was Emmy.
Yeah, so this is where Bill kind of, through Xyler and Kraz, Bill gets the inkling that Mabel has this anxiety about summer ending and childhood ending by extension.
And not an instant yes or no question. It took him a bit to coax that out of them.
Yeah. What gives May these aforementioned sads? Oh, and you're right, he did take the form of Chill Cipher, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Chill Cipher, absolutely beautiful disguise. Unrecognizable from William.
And then his puka shell necklace burnt into... He also mentions that he enjoys having two eyes, but does not include a second eye as part of his disguise.
Well, no, I think to him the right amount of eyes is one. He also calls Xyler and Kraz himbos.
I love it. They really are. They're so sweet.
Oh, and we get their full names. We get Kraz Zazzler and Xyler Q Blaze.
Kraz Zazzler. It's such a good... It feels good in the mouth.
Oh, and then this is the saddest spread in the entire book. He goes into McGucket's mind as well to kind of suss things out before Weird Mageddon.
Yeah, and this page is Ian and Joe.
There's the raccoon wife.
Raccoon wife. I love the Mountain Don't, though.
The Mountain Don't, that is like almost exact to the original label of Mountain Dew when it was first released.
Yes.
And then right above it is moonshine. The term Mountain Dew originated as a slang for moonshine. The specific flavor of Mountain Dew was designed as a mixer for moonshine. So having the Mountain Dew and the moonshine right next to each other means he's using that. He's the one person still using Mountain Dew correctly.
Yes.
Well, him and a bunch of college kids, I guess.
And I like that they have the cuckoo clock from earlier in the book animated into the book, too.
Yeah. Bill discovers that McGucket's mind is just a whirlwind of the mind-erasing ray. And he also points out that as a spark from the memory inferno hits him, he feels a kind of pain that isn't hilarious, which is kind of foreshadowing that that's what destroys him.
And then we are on to the popsicle that Aaron Bothman made that was tweeted earlier in the Gus saga.
Yeah!
But we also have on the next page, the My Story page, like a re-draping of the earlier image of Bill from the Haha page, but with wallpaper this time.
That's right, yeah.
And cigarettes!
And cigarettes! And this is a Ian Worrell drawing again.
I think that's Seuss's house.
Might be Seuss's house.
I like the painting of the ducks.
Because life is like a hurricane. Mm-hmm. So we're going into William the Spooky Pyramid's life story now.
That's true. Including Baby Bill, who, really took off on TikTok for some reason.
You actually predicted that back in our Dreamscapers episode.
I did. You know, I remember it like it was just last week.
See, okay, the whole time I was like, okay, don't call him Mr. Peanut Triangle. Don't do it. And then that's all I could think of the entire time. When I saw him and I saw him die, it was like Mr. Peanut died all over again.
So now there's gonna be a Baby Bill?
Baby Bill. Oh,
But it was
Yes, and this is a Joe Pitt drawing, and it says, "Here he is, giving the fans what they wanted for over a decade. Comment below if you want a spin-off series. I have no power to do so." This is pretty much just a tie-down of an Alex Hirsch sketch.
Yeah, it's great.
So basically, I guess you just designed this, Alex, and then Ian drew it.
It's fantastic. No notes.
It's so perfect.
It does point to one interesting detail. His arms are yellow here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which many have taken to mean
that he wears gloves.
he is wearing long black gloves at all times.
Oh, I mean, of course. Yeah.
We've gotten hints at this. He talked about Flatland in the Bill Cipher AMA.
User Archive Mod asked, "Do you know what spawned your existence?" Bill says, "Edwin Abbott has a decent idea." And Edwin A. Abbott is the author of Flatland, which is a book series about a world populated by geometric shapes. It is really weird.
In Weirdmageddon, he says,
Imagine living in the second dimension. Flat minds in a flat world with flat dreams. I liberated my dimension, Stanford, and I'm here to liberate yours.
the destruction of his homeworld might not have been as intentional as we have been led to believe up to this point.
Yes.
Right.
And I think that later in the book, it does confirm that, I would say, with the, quietness of his answer of how everything went down.
And also, we learn that basically he just got his start as a conspiracy theorist from Euclidia, from Flatland.
Yes.
Who believed in a third dimension. And something about episodes of Family Matters?
Something about episodes of Family Matters.
Well, that he was born with the ability to see past the second dimension into the third dimension, and no one truly believed him.
Yes.
That's where Steve Urkel lives. That's Steve Urkel's domain.
Of course.
Yeah.
Which I think implies that either the other members of Euclidia either have eyes facing the other sides, or if they even have eyes at all. But Bill's eye is facing upward, which means that he can see that third dimension.
As well as when we see his mugshot on the Time Baby page, his eye is the only part of him that is three-dimensional.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And I don't think that he was the first to be able to see it.
Because it was outlawed.
Because it was outlawed. So he's not the first to have had this eye, but he is the most recent and the last.
Actually, this is potentially a reference to a bit by Carl Sagan in his demonstration of what the fourth dimension would be.
Let's imagine that we live in a flatland, a land designed and named by Edwin Abbott, a Shakespearean scholar who lived in Victorian England. Everybody in Flatland is, of course, exceptionally flat. We have squares, circles, triangles. We have width and length, but no height at all. And the poor square has to say, well, I was in some other mystic dimension called up. And they will pat him on his side and comfort him, or else they'll ask, well, show us, where is that third dimension? Point to it. And the poor square will be unable to comply.
And there's another more overt Carl Sagan reference later. In order to create an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe, which makes me believe how intentional was this. And on the next page, Bill calls himself a pirate king.
Right, because without a dimension, he's just in the nightmare realm, this space between spaces that is not truly a home.
Which harkens back to the original when you were looking for a crew for Gravity Falls.
There's an old drawing I did I could probably find it if I looked hard enough, where it was a drawing of myself as a pirate standing on the prow of a pirate ship. And it was like, TV show ahoy, I need a crew.
Pirate King Bill.
I love the stupid family photo with the Friends font.
Yeah, I'm picturing like a Weird Mageddon version of the Friends theme, and then the clapping never stops. Why won't it stop?
Yeah.
No one ever told you life was gonna be this way.
Your life's a joke. Then it just ends.
And then the clapping continues for days.
And I always love a good, family picture where everybody's wearing matching sweaters.
Yeah, and putting their hands on each other's shoulders. Who does that in real life?
Well, Awkward Family Photos had a couple like this.
Yeah, no, I just mean, where did that get started? Who was you know what looks really naturalistic?
Yes, when did this trend become reality?
Yeah.
It's so beautiful, though, and I love the way Keyhole is just touching
Veronica's butt.
Veronica's booty, because he cannot hit her shoulders.
Yeah, and the way 8-Ball's just holding up Hector-Gon, who doesn't have arms for the sleeves.
Yes. Oh, I love it so much.
And we get full bios.
On the Henchmaniacs, yeah.
I also love the... Well, seduce Smokey Bear for the sick thrill of it is great. He hates fires. She is fire.
I bet Gus Burnside would have a lot to say to Veronica.
As well as there's a Breaking Bad reference here.
Oh! We love Breaking Bad references here on the pod.
Ocho Loco is a character in season 1 of Breaking Bad.
Nice, yes.
Oh, and we get another reference to Lotacron 9, the casino dimension from Journal 3, which is where 8-Ball was found.
He's wanted from everywhere from here to Lotacron 9.
Yeah, oh yeah, that too, yeah.
Third mention of Lotacron.
Don't dimension it.
I think my favorite crew member is probably Dan Crabbleman.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just a photo of a crab.
I'm just happy to be part of the team.
Next page has Pyronica flashing her breast.
Yes. And this is done by Joe Pitt on the 14th. He does confirm that this is a Lupin the Third reference.
Lupin
the Third reference.
I love that Bill discovered a chemical element that makes dimensional authorities explode, and it's called nopigium. Releasing my Christmas album. It was bad.
I want to hear his Christmas album. I need to hear it. I love bad Christmas album.
I wanted to talk about his dealings with the Time Baby, which sort of sheds more light on Time Baby's backstory and how the glacier aspect of it fits in with the Time Traveler's pig information and how all that kind of puzzle fits together.
So your people killed the dinosaurs?
Wait, are you saying your people killed the dinosaurs?
Technically, they're your people, Majesty.
I'm more like a dog than a human.
I love the Barbie Ken mugshot Bill over there at the top.
Yes, the mugshot, yeah.
Criminal, sadistic, yellow, guilty becomes I'm a silly guy.
I love that Time Baby knows what Cocomelon is. It's so good.
Cocomelon was good today.
I shall take this dark secret to my grave. Good baby comedy with time traveler comedy.
It's a great combination.
I need you to support our empire, like how my neck barely supports my massive head.
Then we get to Bill's reasoning for selecting Earth as sort of the new home that he would leak himself into. And then we get a picture of the fresh crash site through the cliffs of Gravity Falls, which is really interesting.
That's gorgeous.
And how it's sort of just the natural weirdness attracting properties of Gravity Falls that sort of caught Bill's attention in the first place.
Most of these images are Ian Worrell. That land orchid down at the bottom is Eduardo Valdez Hevia.
And then we get the redwood rings again from the Parks Department Twitter.
I personally love the gnome skull.
The gnome skull is fantastic. The affirming that
their heads are just shaped like that.
Hats are part of their bodies, yeah.
A lot of hat bones in this book.
I know, a lot of hat bones, unsurprisingly.
Well, the skull bone's connected to the hat bone, after all.
Wow, they're good. I gotta write this down.
And then we've got the shaman over here, which is the first contact on Earth.
Right.
Which was also mentioned in Journal 3.
Yes.
We get a little more detail about the prophecy and the symbols and how Bill initially is just like, it doesn't really mean anything. Or, he's not worried about it.
Do you want to build a portal?
Yeah, that's pretty much the next several centuries of Bill's life is just going around to various time periods and figures within and trying and failing to get them to build his portal.
And this history book page has like so many different artists on it. This is Joe, Ian, Emmy, Louis, and Eduardo. So it's like a ton of collaborative work for this specific page.
And I love that Egyptians didn't just mummify humans, they mummified cats, hawks, ferrets, even bears. They used a special kind of sap from a rubber tree to allow these mummy bears to bounce here and there and everywhere. It was frankly an adventure that was beyond compare. I guess you gotta pay tribute to your Disney TVA ancestor.
I mean, that's the very great granddaddy. That's the first.
Exactly. Then we go into the illuminated manuscript of Bill's time in the Dark Ages.
Which has a couple of Owl House, like obvious Owl House references. Hootie's there, there's the Titan Skull.
Yeah. And as well as, this is clearly like a stylistic homage to Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and Bill directly calls this out by saying, yeah, what I'm looking for is my DVD of Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yes.
This is probably one of my favorite parts of the book. It's just my vibe.
I love the illustrations on this page. Like, I want this hung up on my wall. I love this.
Who drew this one?
This is actually a collaborative. This is Ian, Joe, and Goran Gligovac.
You should contact them, see if you could get the original resolution.
I might see if Mystery of Gravity Falls is thinking about doing this as a poster, because if he is, I would very much like to get one.
You should tell him he should if he isn't.
I'll talk with my friend Jess.
Ooh, yeah.
Jessica's the one that usually mocks up designs with him. So I'll see if that's something they're thinking of.
To quote the cut song, It's Gonna Get Weird, where Bill says,
"Look throughout history, how could you miss me? Seriously, I'm all over the place."
This is basically this entire section where he talks about how there was a Bill panic throughout history where Russian mothers warned that Cypherashka would steal the dreams of children who didn't finish their borscht. And King Henry VIII was so paranoid about Bill visiting the dreams of his wives that he started chopping off their heads just to kick him out of their brains.
Yes,
that
that's
was
the real reason.
He quickly ran out of options except for the continent that had previously spurned him, Wacky Land, or as it was later renamed, America.
I was heading to a golden land of opportunity, a land with a pioneering spirit which welcomed misfits like me. But I ended up in America instead.
On this witchcraft page, oh my god, wait, I just caught this. I didn't catch this until now. Ella, you're a prophet. Remember the drawing of Bill facing forward with the sideways bird costume?
Yes.
From What Probably Happens in Gravity Falls, Zippik Fiak Foxo, Weird Mageddon Part 1 on my YouTube?
Always.
Look closely at the witch, the silhouette of the witch in the background under Witch's Rebellion.
Ella, you are a prophet.
That's Bill facing forward with a profile witch costume.
Huh. Amazing. I guess I doubled my profits there.
You doubled your profits.
You did double your profits.
What is going on in your nog? Did you?
What was? I guess I don't know if I have it anymore.
Well, let's try. Ella.
Okay,
Ella.
yeah. Let's try.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What will be the next Gravity Falls release?
Okay. I'm seeing gummy bears shaped like Seuss.
Well, we'll check back on it.
In about 6 years, because it's... This page, Emmy Cesariega used a little tiny 3D printed Bill from Mystery of Gravity Falls to make the wax seal on this.
Wow.
And I think she might have treated the pages because she was tea-dyeing pages for a scroll. So I think this might have been the scroll that she tea-dyed.
Interestingly, the page about Bill possessing a goat is a reference to the 2015 horror film The Vivitch, or possibly I'm supposed to read that as The Witch. But if you type in The Witch on Netflix, it won't come up, as we learned last night when I watched it.
That's clearly 2 V's.
There is a goat named Black Phillip.
I prefer Vinegar Pete.
Yeah, who seduces these depressed Puritans into a life of deliciousness.
Oh, that's what that's from.
That's what that's from, yeah.
I always thought that was like a McDonald's slogan or something.
Well, before Black Phillip got this movie deal, he did, have to do a commercial here and there to make goat rent in his stable.
And as we know, the McDonald's logo is 2 V's upside down.
That's right.
That movie, how's that not a comedy movie quote?
Wouldst thou like to live
Wouldst thou
deliciously?
like to live deliciously is a hilarious quote to me, and I can't believe it's from a horror movie.
Yeah.
That's just the setup. Wait till you, I mean, he'll be here all week because he follows it up with, wouldst thou like to taste butter? Because apparently it was believed that eating butter was unchristian at the time. So.
Oh, so that whole story, that whole part of Bill's backstory is just this
Is
movie.
a reference
Okay,
to the Vavitch. Thank you to Kesla in our Discord for pointing me to that reference.
Hey, do you know the name of the goat that played Black Phillip in that movie?
What?
It's Charlie.
That's great. That's funny. I also know Charlie is impossible to work with. There are 3 times in the movie in which Black Phillip bucks the father with his horns. And then there is one unscripted moment where Charlie does, and they use that take, and like he could have died.
Real diva.
All right, back to America.
Oh, do I have to?
No, you don't.
America is quoted as the only country by an American. Abe Lincoln wore his hat so that no one could see Bill sitting on his head, pulling his hair and controlling his body to make him cook risotto.
God, love me a Ratatouille reference.
That is an alternate theory to the hand on his head one.
The hand might have just been Bill's disguise.
Maybe. This next page is the love of my life, Johnny Crickets. I love Johnny Crickets now.
He did the Anti-Cipher kind of Skull and Bones Club looking logo.
Yes. And there's like an extended picture of this. So this is sort of a zoom in on the full Anti-Cipher Society area. But like, oh my gosh, you gotta check out Johnny Crickets.
Will do. And so then we get, because this has been kind of shifting through narrators as Bill tries different subjects, but then we get several pages written by Thurbert Mudgett Wagstaff III, who is a copywriter. He comes up with slogans, and the fail son of a steel magnate. And the photo of him here is a selfie.
And the illustrations are done by Stephen DeStefano, but yes, Matt Chapman is the selfie picture.
Matt Chapman sent us an email with the original image. So he says, Alex first texted me, what's your current facial hair situation? When I told him I was beardless, he said they needed someone to dress as an old-timey man for photos for a section in the book. A half hour later, I put on the cravat for my kid's Miles Edgeworth costume, pulled the shade off a lamp, and texted back my best old-timey / eraser head poster photo, which we'll be putting up on our Twitter, Instagram, etc. Then they photoshopped the crap out of it, gave me a mustache, crossed out my eyes, and now my forehead and chin are sorta in a published book. Hooray. So unfortunately, the Edgeworth cravat has been edited out and replaced with this bow tie. And yeah, the reason there's like very, very harsh lighting on one side of his face is because Matt, with the hand that he's not taking the picture, is holding a lamp that he took the shade of.
I love the harsh lighting on the second. I think it adds a lot of character to the picture that there is that harsh lighting.
I mean, it's impossible not to read all of this like old-timey strong bad.
Sounds! A sarsaparilla swimming hole! Last one in's a Freemason!
I also think the illustration on the second page is supposed to be Matt. Like, by the face shape?
Yeah, it does look like Matt.
I also know this contains your favorite quote, Charlie. But,
oh, yes. Yes, I need to... Should I do the old-timey strong bad voice?
Yes, yeah.
Please.
Sure enough, when I relayed the slogan to my boss, his cigar fell from his mouth, so impressive was he, and he proclaimed, "You shall have the slogan and marry my wife." What could I say but yes? Soon I was rich off slogan money and married to my boss's wife, as is the American dream.
And I love that it's written from this comically old-timey perspective, but it still tells, like, a genuinely haunting story of this anti-Cipher society that forms and their downfall as Bill, messes with them all.
And it's also kind of backstory for why Ford knows what he knows about fighting Cipher to some extent.
A little bit, yeah.
I just want to point out, we talk a lot about getting things past the censors. My whole could be yours. Large men need not apply.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot.
Dan Backslide apparently took out an ad in this newspaper as well. Because there's a small ad at the bottom that says, "A runabout! You'll steal it! And no one will ever know!"
We also get Dr. B. Blandon's timepieces, The famed clocksmith of the Western Plains, Dr. B. Blandon, has this to say about his marvelous clocks. If you're reading this, help! Help me! I'm stuck in this time period! Help! Which, of course, we knew from Journal 3.
And then the portal drawing...
It's a steampunk portal.
I do love that it requires at least 6 stout lads to operate.
Ian Worrell drew up the initial drawings for it, but he's not sure who finished it, but the page is credited to Danny Hines, Emmy Cesariega, and Joe Pitt.
I'm just obsessed with this section. I could do a whole podcast on this section.
If the folks want us to do something for the Patreon... unlike deep diving into specific sections rather than just glossing over it. Email us if you want that.
Yeah, we get the Anti-Cipher Society, the Curse at 4, which includes Annie Oakley type parody named Delilah Gulch.
Yes.
There's an inventress.
A tinkerer.
Abigail Blackwing. Horace Broadshoulder, the largest man I've ever seen.
Yes.
And Father Tinsley Opim, whose last name is Opium. Just a former priest who is drunk out of his mind all of the time. That's really his thing.
Naturally, he's the one to get possessed.
Of course, of course.
Mm-hmm. And even later, we get, as an alternative to Wagstaff's anti-cipher tonic, which apparently contains turpentine cocaine, we have Father Opim's brainwash, which has a large label to print ingredients, seems vast and empty because the only ingredient is alcohol.
I love that Mountain Dew Code Red is at the bottom, just
that
for
was
taste.
Hilarious, yes.
It's like the least amount in there, but it's to taste.
The precious morning moisture from a local mountain peak turns scarlet by minerals, which we have fancifully named Mountain Dew Code Red.
Very fanciful.
I'm sure you haven't listened to Be More Chill, Alex, but I know that in Be More Chill, Mountain Dew Code Red is what kills the squip.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It's an anti-possession.
It's an anti-possession tonic.
Wait, I didn't catch this joke the last 2 or 3 times I read this at the beginning of the Century Dawn Herald. Printed upon powerful paper stock to fortify the newsboy's frail hand.
Yes. And then at the bottom,
so good.
At the bottom, there's a, I say, the opinions of a man who simply walked up to our typing machine.
Inventioneers Fair instead of the World Fair.
Yeah, that basically the Anti-Cipher Society is invited to an Inventioneers Fair, and they are essentially laughed out of the place and committed.
That's also the plot of the Jungle Cruise movie.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. I that doesn't concern me.
But I love that Theodore Roosevelt hosts Teddy Talks.
Yes.
Roosevelt.
You so crazy.
I would watch. Listen, I'm not asking you to spend more of your time and sanity making it. I'm saying I want to make the Thurbert Mudgett Wagstaff the Third cartoon.
Now, by cartoons, I assume you're referring to carcinogenic tunes, since they're painted on cancer-causing celluloid, which Bill eventually tried to break into, which I think this is my favorite section. Obviously, I'm biased as a cartoonstress myself.
As an animatrix. Animatrix,
yeah.
As an animatrix, I love that. And then this animation page is a combination of Matt Chapman, Louis Zong, and Joe Pitt.
So, supposedly not. Supposedly that's a misprint.
For the Matt Chapman one?
I suggested it might be the Bill Cipher float.
But the Bill Cipher float is a Louis Zong illustration, so it might be a combination of Matt and Louis.
Nope. He says, I'm not sure what the second credit is for, honestly. As far as I knew, I only sent one photo to be used.
Excellent.
Maybe it's just a funny miscredit, like how my IMDb claims I was on Whose Line Is It Anyway and did a voice for VeggieTales.
Amazing.
It's entirely possible that the photo of the parade was taken by Matt and just posted to like Facebook or texted to them years ago or something, and he did not. They didn't ask his permission or anything. They're just like, I think Matt took a picture of a parade once.
Gee, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Bill makes a deal with one Elias Inkwell. No guesses as to who that is referencing the middle name of.
I mean, most people don't know. Walt Disney is short for something. That's not just his full Christian name. His name is Walter Elias Disney.
And that is his full satanic name.
Yes, of course. Given and satanic name. Yes.
I love the song for the Cipher Symphonies. For he's a jolly good fellow, he's pointy and dapper and yellow. For he's a jolly good fellow, now it's time to release the bees. At this point, live bees will be released into the theater.
And then there's just an image of a bunch of people in an old-timey photo under a marquee that says Cipher Symphonies running and screaming as there are bees surrounding them.
The illustration on the left is a Joe Pitt illustration. Notably, there was a rat in there. He just posted on Instagram on the 16th of August. There was a rat in the little hole underneath, and Disney specifically requested that they remove the mouse.
I also love that
Brainstorm Katir.
Elias Inkwell begs his employees, to brainstorm Katir a way to exorcise Bill.
I mean, every sentence of this is flawless.
Folks, I'm in a bit of a bind here, but I'm hoping you can put aside drawing attractive female cows in skirts for a day and lend me a hand. It pains me to admit this, but our last cartoon was conceived by an immortal demon from a realm of nightmares, and now he's after my soul of all things. Egg on my face, I can assure you. Well, I need a way to get rid of the rotten fellow, and I'm hoping one of you creative types can brainstorm Katir a way to expel him from my brain forever. In Hollywood, we create dreams every day. I'm asking you to kill one. $15 to the man who can do it. Your boss, Elias Inkwell. P.S. I need a new character. Maybe a talking egg, a womanly dog, Ollie the frog with polio, is that anything?
And thank you to David Gansel, aka Doggins, for voicing Elias Inkwell right there.
Yes, amazing job, Dave. That voice is canon as far as we are all concerned.
Yes, throw Doggins a bone.
We love you, Dave.
We should do a podcast with him sometime, Ella. Maybe soon.
So then they end up developing a way to banish Bill, which is a song called The World is Small, Ever After, For Always, which is so catchy that any brain that hears it
There's no room for anything else in your mind.
Yes, we get into the 1940s, in which Bill started to hang out in nuclear testing ranges just to see if a portal could just be made by that much radiation.
Mm-hmm.
And it temporarily worked, apparently, as seen in this dossier, which is French for dossier.
This, unfortunately, strikes any possibility that Gravity Falls and Futurama share continuity, because Zoidberg was not the Roswell alien, it was Bill.
Yeah.
And the Angry Video Game Nerd movie, for that matter.
Dang, there goes my theory.
So this is from Commander Buck Pearson, which is a wonderful name.
Incredible name.
Now that's the name of someone who was born with the intention of becoming the commander of the U.S. Army.
Mr. and Mrs. Pearson, what do you want to name your kid? Well, I think it should be a good strapping name that can handle classified documents one day.
Father lifts the infant. Listen, maggot!
Blows cigar smoke in his face, which was good for babies back then.
Yes, of course.
It was. I love that Bill claims to be older than your mom, Jack. Like, I don't know. I love whenever they integrate these David Lynch-isms into the way Bill talks.
I really love that the thumbprints are more triangles.
Yes. Yeah.
And there's the business card that Rob Bronzetti designed.
Yes, it's beautiful.
I guess we get a hint at its name, the Bureau of something.
So when I was reading this to catch up for this record, when it says that just observing Bill's blood made them a little nauseous, I was looking at it and like, hey, it's working. How about you guys?
I'm okay, but my eyes don't work good.
It's probably one of those new colors.
Yeah.
It resembles mercury a little.
Okay, that explains the taste.
Oh, I love this next page. This is one of my favorites.
Yes.
Yeah, so we get into the swinging years.
Weird fact about me, I love doo-wop. Like, legitimately,
Same.
I listen to it all the time.
I mean, how can you not love doo-wop?
Legit in my, top 3 musical genres. Like, I do listen to it a lot.
So the Cipher Tones is designed by Eduardo Valdez Hevia, and I do want to read to you what caption he did.
Oh, please.
Yes, okay,
please.
so it's like, here's one of the illustrations I made for Book of Bill. This rare vinyl only plays on the limited edition Dansette Billogram turntable, making it pretty much useless, which is sad because bebop, shoebop, dooble, dop, mobble, mop, dibble, hop, wibble, wop is a real bop. If you'd like to see more of my illustrations, please get Book of Bill. It's out in stores, already topping the charts. And we can't see the full album in the book, but in his Instagram post from August 2nd, you can. And it's a triangle record with the eye in the center.
It reminds me of the CD shaped like Diddy Kong's head.
That would break the insert type of CD drives. There's some that, you place a CD down on. It was fine in those. But the type that kind of, swallows your CD, it would just destroy.
So, Baby You Know I Will parentheses Shake Hands with Bill from 1954, blew up the charts until a moral panic started over the lyrics. To the sock hop, we twist and jive, then proceed to construct a hoop of titanium capable of stabilizing a gateway to the dark void of screams. Yeah.
Okay, and also, is it just me? Or does Pluckin' Jim Puckett look a little bit like friend of the show, Kean Carlisle?
It does kind of look a little bit like friend of the show, Kean Carlisle. That picture is from the Everett collection in Alarmy. So
I'm realizing that, like, this section of the book is very, like, Forrest Gump of, like,
Yeah,
building
he was there every point in history.
And then I got really good at ping pong. Like,
I put my money in some Apple company.
yes.
I really love the featuring judgmental yodeling.
I love the quote, I hate Bill Cipher more than I love my son. And let's be clear, Pluckin' Jim Puckett adores his son. It's not to say that he doesn't love his son.
But it does speak to his hatred of Bill Cipher.
Yeah.
And then I love the design of the 80s computer, the 80s mouse, and the
Yes.
80s floppy disk. It's beautiful. Maniacintosh.
This is probably based on the Apple II, which was the first Apple computer, confusingly.
Well, because Apple's already existed.
It's the sequel to Apple's.
Yeah. The blood slowly oozing out of the disk drive is very like, don't hug me, I'm scared.
It ate some dumb kid's finger, so.
It's not jam.
Definitely
it's
not
explicitly
jam.
not jam.
I want to make these Triangel collections so badly.
They're so Eucor.
They're
Yeah.
very me-core. I'm probably going to make some of these for my collection. They're going to go next to my toilet Edgar Allan Poe. Just Edgar Allan Poe sitting on a toilet reading a book with his pants fully up.
Now with slightly less lead, less poison, more value. What is the original called?
They're basically Precious Moments.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know too much about Precious Moments, but quick Google pointed me to the fact that they own a church.
Yes.
Yeah, that tracks. I mean, it's all rooted in, like, Christian patriotism.
Well, so that's exactly it, though, is like, that feels teetering on false idolatry as a church owned by a corporation.
Oh my goodness. There's a few corporate churches that we could go deep into that lore, just maybe not today.
Yeah.
But I'll say that I'm very familiar with the Precious Moment statues, being from the Bible Belt myself, from McGucket territory.
It is funny that they're literally selling false idols.
Yes.
What I'm forgetting is that Jesus loved capitalism.
That's right.
Notoriously did not throw over a table because of capitalism.
No.
Yeah, I mean, he was a woodworker, right? He actually carved little chibi versions of himself, and he sold them to all his friends. And, everybody bought one except Judas for some reason. This is an interesting page to me because it's Bill, like, actually starting to not give up, but admit that he kind of had a bad plan. That he's running into complete dead ends everywhere he tries to make a deal on Earth.
And in our episode on Journal 3, I summarized the book as the smartest man in the world explains to us why he's the dumbest man in the world.
Mm-hmm. As Hana Hyperfixates describes Ford as a himbo scientist, which I feel like is the best description of Ford.
No, yeah.
And this one, the Book of Bill, is more like the dumbest man in the world refuses to admit that he's the dumbest man in the world.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is that Ford eventually admitted that, and I think Bill is just literally to the grave is refusing to acknowledge this. He doesn't even say, oh, I've been running into these dead ends. It's just, he says, my big bet on Earth was starting to look like a bad hand. Like, he's just blaming fate or, like, something that's, like, surely this is not my fault.
So it's credited, both of these pages, to Aaron Bothman, Gabriel Soares, and Eduardo Valdez-Hevia, which I know Eduardo Valdez-Hevia did the screens.
Right, the NASA
but
screens.
I want to know who did these chess pieces over on the Sixer page, because they are amazing.
Eduardo 3D sculpted the models, and then Aaron Bothman, he 3D printed them and textured them and photographed them, and then Ian did a little finishing on the end, and then I did a little finishing on the finishing. Here, let me show you guys something cool. Here, let me turn the camera on.
Oh.
Here's here's one of the chess pieces.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Is she the queen?
I'm not sure. I don't know if we fully figured out what was what.
Depends, if you ask Dipper.
Dipper's the disco queen, the dancing queen.
Yeah.
Here's the dancing queen right here. His cap is kind of at a weird angle because he was only meant to be photographed from one angle, but when you turn him around, I have all of them as chess
That makes me want
pieces
Gravity Falls Monopoly
in
now.
my home. I mean, Disney just uniquely doesn't give a fuck about merchandising their cartoons. And it was always a little sort of heartbreaking, that my friends who are making other shows, from college, I'm like, I go to New York at Times Square and I'm like, I can buy like 500 Finn and Jakes and they're never going to make, at least then they were never going to make any merchandise. So, with the book, I'm like, I'll just make my own damn merchandise. I'm a fan. I want a Gravity Falls chess set, so I'll commission one. I want Precious Moments figurines of Bill.
Oh my God, real?
I'll just make my own damn Precious Moments figurines.
Oh my God!
I'll just create them because I want them, even though that's a crazy thing to want, and then I'll just use this book as an excuse to do the thing that would be fun anyway.
Tax write-off.
I wanted Bill Cipher Ouija boards, so I commissioned Bill Cipher Ouija boards.
Oh my gosh. All right, these next two pages, Ian Worrell and Joe Pitt. Oh boy, I hope he draws me pretty.
And again, there we get the dimensional eye, like you pointed out, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love this part of the book.
All of these pages are Andy Gonsalves, Emmy Cesariega, and Joe Pitt. All of the journal pages in this section are credited to them.
I was excited for the Book of Bill because I was excited for something that was very much like the polar opposite of Journal 3, like sort of a Bill's warped version of Journal 3, but... oddly enough, the part that did get me the most invested was just more Journal 3.
Yes.
But never Journal 2.
Never Journal 2 or Journal 1, weirdly.
Well, yeah, because Journal 2 is just, today I found this weird mushroom. I ate it. I probably shouldn't have. Like, that's all that's in Journal 2.
I would read that.
Fair point, so would I.
Yes.
So when my waitress told me the apple pie was made from scratch, I replied, "Incredible! I must meet the chef who created the atoms." There's one of the most famous Carl Sagan quotes is, "In order to create an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe."
Your Carl Sagan is Kylo Ren Kermit?
I've heard impressions of him and never heard his voice, and I'm like, he can't actually sound that much like Kermit. And then I watched the clip that I was saying the destruction of Bill's world resembled, and I was like, oh no, they're pretty good, pretty accurate impressionists.
If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe.
So yeah, we open these lost Journal 3 pages that Bill is giving us a peek into. And he teased this up as though Ford has torn out these pages because they delve too deeply into his issues with relationships in general, which does kind of open up a question of, like, why didn't they reconstitute in the journal that we know, but I
mean, it's possible that they did, and then he ripped them out before publishing.
Yeah, that's also more of that's a theory on that doesn't really belong in this particular room, so we'll get to that later, but... I really like the illustration on the Cipher Speaks page because there's these little lines on Ford's hands that I guess are just sort of like texture or shading, but to me make it look like he's wearing like Mickey Mouse gloves, and I really like that.
It does, yeah.
Which, as we know, Bill is wearing gloves all the time.
All the time.
So they have that in common.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, these are basically more examples of Ford getting buttered up by Bill. But I think, like you alluded to, focusing more on how Ford is a victim rather than how he did not exclusively do this to himself.
No.
That Bill is a manipulator.
Correct.
I mean, it's a case of textbook manipulation.
Trauma. But yeah, being able to see how the influence of Bill slowly changes Ford in these pages is so interesting.
And it makes sense why Ford would focus excessively on the ones where, now he is in this humble era of his life and he feels very bad, but he's being too hard on himself. And he's ignoring the parts where Bill was manipulative. Not just that Ford allowed it to happen, but that Bill was active in that. And I think it makes sense for Bill on his side in his book to be like, hey, credit where credit's due, Sixer. I'm the brains of this operation.
I find it fascinating that Bill did love bomb Ford with rats.
Well, that's one of his tips.
Yeah.
And then would disappear for months on end and not even tell him
where.
But yes, he told us that leaving rats on a doorstep is a great way to flirt or find love.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And also that he specifically possessed each rat and placed it in
And
its
then,
spot.
like, I guess got the rat to just die in the spot, because you look, there's, like, X's on there.
I mean, that makes sense.
So this is where Bill remembers Ford's birthday, and that's why he placed all these rats on his porch.
Yes.
And he insists upon getting Ford drunk, which is, hugest of red... Bill loves red flags.
Yes.
He has a whole collection of them.
We do get a page written from the perspective of Ford drunk off his Ford gourd. One thing led to another thing. And normally I try to sober, but he mixed a dream drink. And I it's just me and my journal here. I gotta say, this Bill guy, he's really got it all figured out.
Punctuated with ad aspera aspirin, which is such a funny reference.
And Stranford pie. And aspira aspirin. Stranford pie. We got the return of Disco Girl.
Or, chronologically speaking, the first appearance.
True. The first appearance would have been the year 1972. And that girl is you.
It's me.
Silbiver, he did a dream? Oh, karaoke? Disco Girl! Coming through! That girl is you! What color is Bill's hat?
I guess technically a dark brown because it's a sepia tone page.
What color is his bow tie?
Black, but he doesn't have his gloves on.
Or?
His leggings. Bill's naked.
Bill does appear to be naked with this man he has gotten drunk.
Just a bow tie and a hat, which is so scandalous.
But yeah, it's that Bill is not only, getting Ford drunk and giving him these gifts, but also, emphasizing the fact that to Ford, he's like the only one who cares, because he's mulling over how his birthday is difficult now that he and his brother aren't talking, and it is that dichotomy that Bill exploits, that loneliness.
He finds an instance to squeeze in there in a time of vulnerability.
Yeah.
We get Grifter the Grime Lifter, one of Stan's classic products.
I would get like an entire catalog, right? Just a catalog of all of the Stanco products.
Of just like the horrifying puns and product.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
This page has another one of my favorite lines. Bill says, you could have just absorbed him in the womb, Ford says, you can't just eat your twin, Bill. And Bill responds, you'd be surprised what you can eat.
Yeah. And I think the next page is one of my favorites in the entire book.
It's fascinating.
Yeah, we alluded to it earlier, but basically Bill, again, this is a manipulation tactic, but he is also genuinely vulnerable with Ford in a way that he isn't really with anyone else, where he takes off his hat and he pulls out a single atom, or the last few atoms, just a speck of his home dimension, where he says, in the passive voice, it was burned out of existence. And Ford asks, how? By what? And he says, Bill looked distant, more distant than I'd ever seen him. And Bill just says, by a monster.
Which does heavily imply that it was on accident that his home dimension...
Leaves it open that there's some guilt, or that, how does Bill truly view himself apart from all this self-absorbed...
And Ford offers to hunt it down, and Bill responds, Sixer, it would eat you alive. So, this is a insane amount of self-awareness to be seen from William Mischief Cipher.
Especially after he just said you'd be surprised what you can eat.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can interpret the, him telling his backstory to Stanford as he's either just toying with him, he knows oh, Sixer, it would eat you alive, but inside he's just going, he doesn't know, or...
Well, it says he laughed joylessly before that, which doesn't sound like how Bill usually laughs.
Well, and then Bill disappears for months at a time looking into this next part. So it's I think that he is self-aware and does know, and I think he got too close, which is why he's distancing himself for a while.
Intentionally to get Stanford to think, A, maybe he'll never come back, maybe I imagined it, and B, did I do something wrong? Was I not loyal enough? make him like desperate for that attention.
It's really, really legitimately scary.
Yeah.
Well, it's also, time doesn't work the same. Bill does not experience time the same way.
That's also true, yeah.
So for Ford to be gone for 30 years, that's like 30 minutes in Bill's time.
And it also works out in Bill's favor because he would disappear and then Ford would be like, oh, I haven't heard from you in months. And Bill would be like, it's been like a day. And then, because Bill probably knows that Ford perceives that differently, but he doesn't,
Well, it reminds me of, like, the first Matt Smith episode and the Girl in the Fireplace episodes of Doctor Who, where, like, he keeps disappearing and reappearing at different points in her life.
There's a bit later where Ford is, like, legitimately incensed that he's been gone so long, and Bill is like, actually, it's your fault, and Ford instantly acquiesces
apologizes.
to that.
Yeah.
But this part of the book showing just a relatively realistic depiction of an abusive relationship is the part that's like the freakiest to me. Not the nudity or swearing or blood or...
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So we come to a winter break. The winter time in Gravity Falls. Again, obviously something we rarely get to see. It's just nice to see the holiday traditions acknowledged and to see that lovely illustration of the Stan twins in a big Hanukkah sweater.
And I love any mention of Philbrick raising them Jewish, because you could tell, but it's not addressed much in the show.
Their mom, let's be real, their mom raising them.
For sure, their mom,
Dad, the words Philbrick and raising them don't
belong in the same sentence, yeah.
But yes, yeah. Like, I imagine that she put them in that sweater and he was like, you're still clothing them? Can't they make their own clothes by now?
I love this sweater so much, though. This, like...
abominable snow stand!
Yeah, so cute. And then over to these beautiful, like, presents from Biddleford.
Yeah. And then instantly Ford is like, my God, I'm a jerk because I didn't get you anything. And all that Biddleford says he only wished to hold my Nobel Prize one day. Which is so sad.
Yes.
And again, like, speaks to how, obviously not intentionally, but Ford was not a good friend to Fiddleford for a long time.
Fiddleford is such I love him. Like, he's such a good character.
This next page.
This is after Fiddleford leaves to go visit his wife.
Ford hears a noise outside. It's the 80s. It's snowing. He hears a noise outside of the house that would become the Mystery Shack and finds children's footprints leading to nowhere after he peers back inside to get his lantern.
Well, he also hears a loud bang noise.
So something must have happened there. Some kids must have disappeared, and he must have peered his head out the door and then gone back inside for the lantern.
What could that be, I wonder?
I love the tie-ins to the show.
I love the return of the land orca acknowledgement that Bill set up earlier in the book.
I love the land orca.
As well as the Baba Yaga and the Baby Yaga.
Baby Yaga is so cute.
Isn't Baby Yaga that thing from The Mandalorian?
Yeah. I love also that he's just casually like, yep, those are Krampus tracks, and not... like, I didn't predict the Krampus showing up simply because it was like, well, he wouldn't have so casually observed that.
Yeah, but at the same time, he totally would.
That's Ford. That's the genius idiot who's like, oh, okay, there's Krampus tracks leading. The Krampus!
Yeah. I also love that he's kind of annoyed by, like, the idea of this, like, seasonal, themed villain. My tolerance for his fairy tale nonsense had reached rock bottom, he says.
This is another one of my favorites. The glowing red pentagram opens a hole to the Krampus's lair. He says, on the bright side, it seemed very warm. On the downside, it looked like hell. It's like, hey, that's nice. It was getting kind of cold in here. You opened up a portal, well, to hell, but...
Yeah, but it is warm.
Just the way his brain works is not just... He didn't just write it as he opened a portal to hell. He was like, oh, he opened a portal. It was warm. It led to hell.
He's there with a bunch of kids that the Krampus captured. And as they are all about to be dragged to hell, him and these children, he's thinking about what his obituary would look like. He's thinking about himself.
They're saved by bluegrass.
Yes. Of course, saved by Fiddleford wielding the most powerful weapon in his arsenal, his banjo.
All grass gets kind of blue in the wintertime.
That's true, yeah.
Fiddleford was so good for him.
I know. And then, fittingly, I mean, he allows Fiddleford to play Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer.
A sacrifice graver than any I have ever known.
I love the snowmen so much. They're so cute. I love that McGucket has a carrot, but Ford just has a potato for a nose.
I mean, that is his nose.
It's accurate, yeah.
And then I love when Bill returns, he definitely knows it's Christmas and is f***ing with Ford because he says, Happy Halloween, catch any leprechaun. So it's like he's joking, like, I don't have an idea of holidays, but he definitely knows it is a holiday and showed up on a holiday on purpose and is just saying this to be like, oh, whoops, I'm so silly, I don't know what day it is. I didn't know I was gone forever.
You're so smart, Ford.
I do want a Bill Cipher elf on the shelf this year. I think that feels right.
Oh, he did describe him
as an elf on a shelf. Yeah.
He also crucially describes Fiddleford as a third wheel, which kind of leads me to a question of how,
the decision to frame Bill and Ford's relationship the way you did, abusive obviously is the big decider, but the shippers are talking. So I want to talk about the idea of kind of almost too realistically at times displaying an abusive relationship and how the amount that you're allowed to say or want to say on what you think the nature of their relationship was.
The nature of the relationship in the show is clearly this guy who wants to be seen as a great scientist and is willing to risk everything for it and is at the end of his rope. And then a god comes from the sky and tells him everything he ever wanted to hear about himself and gives him incredible powers and access to things and answers to everything he's ever wanted. And you just have to ask yourself when you're writing a story with these characters, like, oh, how would that make you feel if God came down and told you were special and hung out and was your buddy and was always whispering in your ear and you let them into your mind, right? I mean, that's canon in the series. He says he was free to come and go in my mind as he pleases. What degree of intimacy is something like that? Can you imagine letting someone live inside your brain? And if you were a dream demon who had spent thousands of years trying to get one person to be your salvation and time again, they f*** it up, and then suddenly somebody has the power to do it, how would that make you feel? You might feel like, what a sucker. Look, this one, he's finally got it. He's the biggest sucker of all. But then you're also feeling like, what in God's name would I do without him? Nobody else can do this.
Yeah, and because we see that string of failures, especially over history.
Yes, and you could sort of imagine if you're Bill, you're like, well, in order to get this human to do everything I want, I'm going to have to lay it on thick. I'm going to have to play the part of somebody who is, their best buddy, everything you want, anything you can imagine. I'm here for you. Nobody else understands you. And you need to, like a cult leader, you need to keep them away from anyone else.
Yeah.
You need to separate them from other people. You need to keep them dependent on you. You need to sort of intentionally disappear every now and then so that they sort of grow to become addicted to your attention, like a slot machine with sort of periodic engagement.
And it only gets heavier as we see a whole spread of memorabilia from Ford's childhood and teen years, including Ford and Stan's yearbook photo, which heartbreakingly, Stanley is on one side with like his fist kind of pointed toward where Ford's photo is going to go, like they're planning to do a fist bump in their photos. And Stanley didn't graduate.
And Ford is just looking there blank like a Muppet no one's holding.
Yes.
It looks like that must have been after graduation that was taken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that was after Stanley was kicked out. And I also love Stanley's, so we know that Ford's, catchphrase, ad astra per aspera, but that Stanley's yearbook quote is, I can fit my whole fist in my mouth.
What a legend.
It does say for Stanley's senior standout, least likely to escape New Jersey. Ha ha!
He got kicked out of New Jersey, thank you very much.
Booted from New Jersey.
He got kicked out of so many states that his classmates never would have imagined.
Embarrassingly, I didn't figure out what the I Grow Maddened anagram was.
You didn't?
I thought when it went past Dreamed God Win, I was like, well, that's the one. But nope, it is Weirdmageddon.
Yeah, it's Weirdmageddon. I looked at that and immediately saw it, but I also am very good at jumbles.
Just the jumbles! I don't need no crosswords.
So then we get into the real terror because the test of the portal happens. Ford realizes that Bill is actually working against him, and we get this battle of wills of...
Battle of Bills.
Yeah, Battle of Bills. Bill going in and out of Ford's body, sabotaging himself. and just all of the things that Ford has to do to keep his body safe and also somehow his mind sane.
There was a version of kind of this story in Journal 3 for children.
Yes.
This is just straight up horror. He finds the writings of Whackstaff.
Of the Anti-Cipher Society.
And is able to build his own Bill hunting suit where the gun he fired at Bill's hat originated.
It's more advanced, but it looks just as stupid.
I love it. It's great.
On the next page, it was at this moment that I learned two interesting facts. Bill Cipher can possess corpses? Bill Cipher can possess corpses!
Exclamation mark.
This is also the moment where I realized, oh yeah, this is like a perfect book.
It's so
Yes.
good.
It's like 2007 Chuck Norris meme levels of awesome, where it's like, Bill's possessing zombies, and then Ford says, I've missed you. And then he says, but my aim is getting better. And then he blasts the zombills, and then it's, he has bacon, and he grows a mustache.
It's so good.
Yeah. This section is terrifying.
Yes.
Like,
oh, yes.
legitimately.
Yeah,
Like,
the Post-its with just this, cliche.
not now I have a headache, which is referring to nothing, I guess.
Yes, oh my god, yes. Bill tapes a snake into the journal.
Oh my gosh.
So then in retaliation, Ford plays The World is Small Ever After for Always.
And he wakes up in position to commit suicide, but not having done so.
Oh god, yeah, I knew he could have made me jump, but he didn't. Why? To send a message that I'm his toy. He could spare me or take my life away.
Ooh, horrifying.
And we're not even at the worst part yet.
No!
Although I will say these next pictures are delightful as a reader and horrifying for Ford.
There's some levity in here, because there's, I keep coughing up spiders. Why would he do this? I think is my favorite image of just Bill possessing Ford to just stick a nail through his hand and then he's raising a hammer.
And then there's one of him with a cop that is completely still like a Buckingham Palace yeoman as he's slapping his tummy, and it's really red.
I really love the sock puppet on the first page before these.
Yeah.
So good. I know that Emmy took the pictures of the Polaroids that they used for this, and she said that on the back side of it, on the reverse side of the Polaroid, is Neil as a child flipping off the camera.
So he's watching a recording that Bill has made while possessing Ford. He sees, and I mean, the terror alone of watching footage of like your body, you doing things that you know you didn't do. And he walks up to a payphone, he dials up Stanley, and he basically says, I'm going to take a swim in the frozen lake tomorrow. I might not come back. I just want you to know, if you never hear from me, it's because I never loved you. Bye. And then it's revealed that he never actually called because the payphone was out of order. And then, as Ford is horrified watching this video, everything just goes black, and he's in the mindscape again. And Bill just kind of monologues about, again, that, like when he appeared on the roof, classic abusive relationship type of talk where, you're my property, don't forget it. I can rewire your optic nerve so that the skies below you play a tone that gets louder and louder until you bash in your own skull just to make it stop. I can delete memories randomly just for fun. Maybe I already have. What do you want to remember? Your mother's face? Your own name? Who are you anyway? And it's like Ford describes it as though he's flicking on and off a light switch that he genuinely cannot remember his own name at Bill's whim, basically. Jesus Christ.
I think that labeling this as traveling to dimensions meant for older readers was a good call.
To say the least.
To say the least. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is horrifying.
I fell to the ground on the verge of vomiting. Any second, my tendons would pop, my bones would splinter. And there is a level of viscera to it, sure, but I think it's the emotional implications that are the most horrifying.
Yeah.
And then again, he's reminded of a genuine relationship that he took for granted in Fiddleford, and again in Stanley.
And the way, I know, Alex, the way you described Fiddleford and Ford's relationship is sometimes you're in a school where there's only one person who gets your sense of humor and you become like two peas in a pod. And this picture of them that has since been torn up definitely shows that.
With Ford just covered in Post-its.
And screaming.
And that's the note, really, that ends on, is just a reflection on, this is the relationship that Ford finds himself in now, and these are the ones that are left broken in its wake. We leave on a note where it's right before he reaches out to Stan to have him come to the lab to help him. So then we go back to Bill's perspective, and it really is night and day. You know, Bill just doesn't buy what he says is a sob story.
He says, those were just practical jokes. Some light hazing to initiate him into my gang, just like the rest of my henchmaniacs.
Woof.
It's not my fault if Mr. Tabletop Gaming rolled a 0 on sense of humor.
And he calls it one little spat
Right.
and says Fordsey swore eternal vengeance.
You sort of wonder, okay, well, if I'm Bill and we're so close to getting the portal, and then my little pet here, they start, you know, they're pulling their end of the, you know, imagine you got a pet dog and you're, you know, you're playing a tug of war with the rope and they're pulling a little too hard. You know, you might snap at the dog and then it runs away and then, oh my God, what am I going to do? I got to put up lost posters? Where's my dog? Now she's going to be alone in this house. What am I going to do? Like, you know, I think I was reading up a lot about cult leaders. Like before I wrote the book, I'm like obsessed with cults, but I like did a little bit more sort of cult research and I was looking into like, you know, cult leaders, like what do they all have in common? Because I was sort of asking myself, you know, okay, if I'm going to explore Bill's origins, I want to sort of, what are people like this? What are they like? And sociopaths are terrible at being dumped. They just cannot handle it. Like, it is so important to them that they have control over the other person, that the moment you dump and go no contact with the sociopath, suddenly you're the most important person in the world to them, because you're the one that got away.
Yeah.
I was just sort of taking the relationships in the show and asking, okay, well, if I spent more time with them, what does that look like? If I'm trying to be authentic to these voices and I'm trying to actually interrogate them, how would they act? And then you put your fingers down, your fingers type, and you're like, yep, that seems right.
And it's that he allows us to see Ford's perspective on it, and then we snap back to Bill's perspective, and he doesn't even realize how it makes him come off. He goes to you, the reader, is like, aren't I in the right? Like,
yeah, well, I think he spent so long rationalizing things in his mind. Again, this is an instance where, you know, Bill says, you know, you and me are buddies. You want to see Journal 3? Oh, I got the pages. Well, wait till you see Ford at its lowest. This will be hilarious, you know, and you'll see, you'll see how important I was, and you'll see how he screwed me over. And he's so in his own delusion that he loses track of, you know, I don't know if you guys watched The Jinx.
Yeah.
But like Bob Durst, you know, he got away with murder, and all he had to do was keep his mouth shut. But they're like, want to do an interview? And he's like, well, I would love the attention. That would feel cool. And then he talked.
Good Bob Durst.
Yeah.
Kathy, we killed them all, of course. And the burping. You know, oftentimes, especially cult leaders, especially late-term cult leaders, like the later days of L. Ron Hubbard.
Have you listened to the Behind the Bastards on those?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're so good. Please, to our listeners, please check out any Behind the Bastards episode about L. Ron Hubbard. They're some of the best podcasts out there.
But it's like these guys, they will often tell on themselves because no one is holding them accountable. So they'll just be kind of bored.
L. Ron Hubbard used to go around and tell people he barely know, you know, if you really wanted to make money, the way to do it would be to start a religion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, Trump does this where he'll just be like rambling in the middle of a speech and he'll be like, oh God, which thing was it? Where some hateful dog of the week, I can't remember.
Well, there's one where he talks about just anti-trans rhetoric and gets a huge applause from the crowd, and then he goes, you guys aren't that passionate when I talk about the economy. But you really...
Yeah.
And he just like admits the trans thing is a grift to get the Republican Party favors in front of an audience.
He says, he's like, when I talk about taxes, you don't care. But I say, oh, the bathrooms, and you love it, so I keep talking about it. Like, he literally admits that this means nothing to him and that he's willing to trade like the safety and dignity of other human beings for a brief, cheap applause. And he's giving away the game. Like, in a normal world, that would be the end of him. People say, wait a minute, he's just saying what he thinks we want to hear. So like these guys, when they're completely surrounded by their cult followers, they will say the thing, right? So it's like, to me, it was in character. It's like Bill would never reveal this intentionally, but he would be so confident that it's a perfect phone call, listen to it, and it's like clearly not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill goes for a few cold glasses of I'm Fine juice at Oh Sadly's multi-dimensional pub in the rock-bottom asteroid belt of the Vicious Spiral Nebula.
He just wanted to go where everybody knew his name.
Pick by Emmy Cesariega.
It's a drawing of Bill drinking a mug of beer that is larger than he.
Yes.
This next page is a call transcript for the Dimensional Authority as Bill is conducting various disorderly drunken shenanigans.
But not the fun kind like he was doing with the henchmaniacs earlier. This is like the breakup kind, you know?
Yeah, the majority of it is from the perspective of a woman working the drive-thru at Burrito Paradox Inter-Mexican Restaurant. Think outside known logic.
Dimensional Authority, what's your emergency?
Yeah, I'm working the drive-thru window at Burrito Paradox Inter-Mexican Restaurant, and there's a triangle.
And she's just horrified that there is this drunken customer who's causing all of these problems.
Is anyone hurt, ma'am?
Our manager, like his body glitched through the ceiling, and his legs keep kicking, and it's making the light fixture swing around. There's a kid who's crying super loud because his head was turned to a CGI watermelon.
A reference to the old Gushers
yeah, the Gushers
commercials.
commercials. Still lives in my nightmares.
It all starts when he orders 1 sixer, please.
He ordered 1 sixer, please. We told him that doesn't make any sense, and he started crying.
Which, to be fair, that's a normal customer service interaction, but then it gets weird.
Sir, this is a burrito paradox, TM.
And then it ends with him crying because his mom won't pick him up and not understanding where everyone in his dimension went.
I want you to... I'm going back from school soon. Don't forget to get put the gross off. My sandwiches are all... I'll be in the village. And I'm going to beat her. Where did you all go? Where did... You hear that? My mariachi band is right on time.
Though we did only spend a mere 6 hours in Dimensional Authority lockup for indecent exposure, so I guess the gloves and the boots...
Well, he took off his gloves again.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with this train set on the next page.
Yes, oh my god.
This is all credited to Ian Worrell.
I think it's interesting that in that mild, 2 pages, Bill never really gets his dignity back through the entire rest of the book. Because this is kind of where he gets into, if this were, a TED Talk or, a speech, this is, the call to action at the end of the commercial, you know? Because this is where he addresses you, the reader, and he explains how he needs you to help him.
He's like, well, now that I've earned your sympathy after showing him being an abuser and then crying and pissing himself when it didn't work.
Or it's maybe if he hadn't gotten so, full of himself that he thought he could just show us the journal pages and we wouldn't think any different. Because, you go through the human history segments and you feel like, he's just this hapless guy who keeps failing at this goal.
Evil Forrest Gump.
Yeah, maybe you'd want to help this guy who just Forrest Gumps throughout history, and then we see how he affects Ford, and we're like, oh, no, you're horrible and also pathetic.
The way that we connect to characters in fiction is if they're making entertainment happen every time they're on screen, we just fucking love them. And we hate a character who makes entertainment stop. So what characters create entertainment? Bastards. And then we start to really relate to and sort of sympathize with them. And you find yourself being like, boy, I hope Walter White becomes the kingpin of drugs and destroys all who get in his way. And you're like, no, he's a monster.
Why did I say that?
But he's so compelling. And then when his wife is like, maybe you should stop selling meth, you're like, boo, get out of here, Skylar. And it's like, wait, no, she's right.
You shouldn't sell meth.
Yeah, you shouldn't sell meth. But geez, every time Bryan Cranston's on screen, I'm glued to the screen. So some part of me is weirdly bonding to this character. So to me, it was really important after, 183 pages or so of just goofy, silly, oh, Bill's making me laugh with his fucking stupid jokes, and he's arguing with himself, and we've got cute little gags, and oh, now it's a cute little test. It's easy to forget he tried to kill Dipper and Mabel. So it's very important to me towards the end of the book to be like, okay, Bill has done his best to make himself seem like a playful, fun...
He's a silly guy. I'm a little different. Get used to it.
And his plan for this, second coming of Weirdmageddon is also pretty convoluted.
Yes.
And it's also just he already got a Weirdmageddon.
And I think, it's fascinating to me on a meta level because the clamoring for Season 3, just, how many fan fictions and animations there are, which obviously are well done, no shade to them. But
Shelby and I were in one.
Yeah. Exactly, where you shake the statue's hand, what's going to happen when you shake the statue's hand? The statue's going to have Bill's going to come back somehow, and it's going to be this, and it's going to be that. And I think it's really interesting how this is kind of reflected in how just desperate Bill is for, like, it's going to be so good, you guys. We're going to do the same thing that we did before, and it's going to be even better, and I'm going to win this time, and it's going to be great, and we're going to get to do the same thing over and over. And, you know, it's the antithesis of the end of the series, which is like, you know, you can move on, or even the end of, like, Lost Legends, for example, of, like, you can move on and enjoy your life outside of this. But Bill can't. Bill is stuck in this. Bill is stuck on this goal.
Or he's in Arrested Development, one might say.
That's right. So essentially, Bill's plan is to, that he's gathered enough of your blood, you, the reader, to introduce mild delirium as he enters your mind. When you shake the statue's hand in Gravity Falls, you would trade places with him. And then he says this as though it's gonna be so easy. I use your meatmobile to fire up one of the Earth's remaining portals.
So easy.
Like, wait a minute. There's only one that really got built and worked, and it was destroyed. Like...
Yeah.
How am I, a random reader of this book, supposed to do that? But he doesn't think about that. He only thinks about the following steps, where he wants to boot up a portal. He says he wants to turn the sky plaid, crush the president into a fine paste. I mean, you know, broken clock twice a day. And he wants to flood every city, set off the volcano, split the earth in half. He wants to specifically kill the pines with sharp objects. That's maybe the most horrifying illustration in the book.
Yeah.
Hyperion Press, what do you think about just an illustration of two dead children in a puddle of blood? Is that cool?
I don't see why not.
Okay, cool, great. But yes, finally, the culmination of all of this
is, in fact, the piñata.
I have a feeling that piñata means something.
And this is in case you see a piñata. Better safe than sorry!
I think that piñata is going to come back. Thank you for bringing that up.
Listen. That's the one rule of this podcast. Alexa's always right.
So yeah, he basically is making this desperate pitch to you, and then Ford interrupts again.
And Ford comes to realize his family is not judging him for having been duped by this abuser. His family is just laughing at how fucking pathetic this guy is.
Yeah.
They're all just like, get a load of this loser. Oh my God. Don't worry, Ford. You're safe with us. This guy,
what a freak
show. And it's so validating to people who have gone through experiences like what Ford has gone through, like I said.
Yeah, and it's so, on that metatextual level, so indicative of like, yeah, there's more to life than just doing Gravity Falls again. Yeah, that every family member gets their own turn to write in the book after Ford. We get Mabel, who very accurately interprets the issues that Bill is dealing with as similar to that of a breakup. Or, let's face it, it is a breakup.
She calls it a breakup. She says, why don't you date someone else's uncle? She talks about breakup bangs, like...
I think Bill would look great with breakup bangs.
I love that she goes, no, maybe stay away from uncles for a while.
You gotta work on
yourself. Work on you, yeah.
You gotta work on you.
Yeah.
And Dipper says, come at us again and I'll end you.
And Mabel says that too,
yes.
But Dipper is not concerned with the betterment of Bill's emotional state.
No.
Dipper's just like, hey, I'll kill you. I'll kill you dead.
And then we get Stanley, which I know I've called other things some of my favorite lines in the book, but this is number one. It says, look, the little wise guy ain't that complicated. I only met him once, and he cried like a baby, and then I punched him to death. What more do you need to know?
It's so beautiful.
And that's how Bill's gotten away with it for, 65 million years, right? Is that he's deliberately surrounded himself with people who weren't like Stanley, with people who didn't think the same way that he did. At least in terms of the con artist aspect.
Which is why, like, the Pines twins are stronger together, like, in both segments of the Pines, like both different Pine twins. Mm-hmm. They're stronger together than separated. And I think that that's something that Bill always acknowledged, was that, like, if you separate them, if you separate Mabel from Dipper, he can win.
Yeah.
But together, you cannot win.
And even at the end, Stanley is really the only member of this family that truly makes Bill have a breakdown. Like, even Ford, for all the tears that he's cried into his mugs at Oh Sadly, no one makes him just freak out the way that Stanley does.
Because he doesn't want anyone's interpretation of him to be, I only met him once. He cried like a baby and I punched him to death. That's not how he wants to be seen. It is how he is, though.
Yes. I really love this echo of a scream that's echoing
that's
through time
so good.
over on page 196 in the regular edition, 213 in the limited edition.
It's so
amazing.
Good. And the
so
grabbing
evocative.
of his own, his eye becoming a mouth, becoming an eye, becoming a mouth illustration. Do you know who that was?
This is a mixture of Ian Emmy and Jeffrey Thompson.
Stanley also pieces together something about everything in the book prior. Bill never once bragged about where he has been since the finale.
Yes. Yeah.
Which it's Bill, so it's gotta suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he also says, if Bill's so smart, how come we're so much happier than him?
Mm-hmm.
And also the fact that Stan ripped $1 in half, that shows how much he loves his family.
And then moving on, I know that the Galaxy Asholot was Emmy. This page is credited to Alex Konstad, but I know Alex Konstad worked on some of the later pages. So this could be a combination of Alex, possibly Christopher because the prisms are here, and Emmy.
It is really interesting looking at this page side by side with the secret page in the Time Pirates Treasure, how it's framed very similarly with the Asholot.
And there's similar rhymes here.
Yeah, exactly.
In Time Pirates Treasure, it said,
a different form, a different time.
And here it says,
to change your form will take some time.
And it's this open-endedness versus finality. But we get the ultimate twist. What happened to Bill after his prayer to the Asholot, the end of Weirdmageddon 3?
It's a perfect ending.
Bill is in therapy for all eternity.
Therapy forever.
Yep. Welcome to the Theraprism.
Recommendation, indefinite karmic rehabilitation, and then the infinity symbol.
It's this therapy dimension outside of time.
I think that the reveal that this is Bill's arts and crafts book during therapy.
Also great, yes.
Incredible.
Yeah.
These pages are done by Joe Pitt, Ian Worrell, and Alex Konstad. I know Alex Konstad helped to design the therapy group, but this picture over here, the one with the therapy group, Ian posted on his Instagram on August 14th.
Saturn eating his son.
Yes. Oh, yes.
It is obviously hilarious, but also the perfect punishment for, someone who just refuses to acknowledge any of his issues, who will constantly see the faults of other people and use that to his advantage. Even see faults that aren't there, but when it comes to himself, just has no ability to reflect. You can't even say that he isn't being given the chance, because we see that this is not an inherently infinite punishment. There are patients listed as ready to reincarnate.
Yeah, that have been cured. But I mean, seeing that Bill is unwilling to change his patterns, that instead he wants to fall back on something, he wants to escape and continue his patterns, he's gonna be in therapy infinitely if he doesn't change the patterns.
It seems like there's this constant question in the fan base of when will he figure it out? When will he get better? And I think the point of what Ford and the rest of the Pines are saying is that that shouldn't matter to you. Focus on the people who love you and treat you well, rather than waiting on the rehabilitation of someone who
may never be rehabilitated.
If he ever gets there, it'll be long after you're dead. He
did say at 1,012,000,000 he's a preteen.
Yeah.
So for him to have whatever his species equivalent of a prefrontal cortex would take another 1,012,000,000 years, maybe.
Yeah, if he ever gets there, it'll be way too late to make amends with anyone he's wronged in this lifetime.
But I also love the bit of foreshadowing where Thurbert Mudgett Wagstaff III says Bill should be in therapy, he'd hate that, is after Thurbert was himself admitted to a psych ward, which meant he underwent therapy, and he was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I know who would hate this. His thought process during therapy is, oh, I hope Bill experiences this one, but he'd hate it.
And, I mean, Alex, was this always, the idea you had in mind, or was it something that sort of came up organically as you were writing this?
There's a whole section of the book that I started writing and I realized it didn't fit in, but I loved it so much that it was the trial of Bill Cipher. It was the idea that,
oh my God,
perhaps after his appeal to the Asholot, it wasn't straight to the Theraprism, it was perhaps some kind of trial, and I was writing a court stenographer's trial of Bill Cipher, and the judge is like,
what do you have to say in your defense?
And Bill Cipher's like, I would like to refer the audience to my shirt. And it's the, I'm a little different, get used to it. Like, that was literally his entire defense. And then, like, it cuts to his, like, legal team, which is just, like, 10 Bill Ciphers. Like, we thought the shirt was going to be a hit. Like, all arguing with each other.
But was the end punishment always going to be therapy forever? Was that?
Yes, that seemed appropriate. I mean, it just seemed like all Bill wants is to be in control of his narrative and to have infinite freedom. So the worst thing that he could experience would be being treated condescendingly and trapped. And the irony was, I'm like, it's not enough for him to be in prison because all you have to do is escape from prison. It's much worse if they say, we'll let you out when you genuinely, sincerely experience true regret for the pain you've caused others. And it's like, all I have to do is experience true regret for what I've done.
Because it's not prison.
Yeah.
There is a way out.
There is a way out, but he just has to grow.
But that's a worse punishment for him than the punishment.
Yeah, and here he is seeing Ford growing and everyone else growing, and it's so insulting to him that they're growing, and he's furious that anyone else would grow, and now he's like, I wrote so many, I did write maybe like 8 pages of like full Silence of the Lambs, like his theraprism warden, like interviewing him and, kind of like the Joker, like, tell us about your past. And he kept telling different stories. Oh, my past, boy, I remember me and Peepaw, I was a riverboat captain and we were catching bullfrogs by the Mississippi. And they'd be like, let's go again, Bill, tell us about your past. Oh, boy, on the south side of Chicago, I was shooting some b-ball after school. Bill, tell us again, tell us about your past. Oh, boy, well, I had a magic purple crayon that I could draw anything, but one day, like constantly... And I was like, there's only so many pages in the book.
I also love the subtle design change of just giving him that scar, that like crack of static across his body.
Amazing, yeah.
And just this ending, these final couple pages where he's just repeating to himself, I'm fine. Someday someone will let me out, and then it's just an image of the statue.
I think it's so interesting that this all ends with I'm fine, where the book cover, like the book jacket of you being possessed.
Yes.
Has the I'm fine, help me.
You could read that final image of the statue with the glowing eye as like, that's really, something's going on there. That's meant to be terrifying. But I think, the deconstruction of Bill in the book is that he's not really terrifying. He's kind of pathetic.
And gross.
And really gross, yeah. So, sort of adjacent to all of this new Bill Cipher-related material, on August 17th, 2024, Disney released the short How Not to Draw Grunkle Stan, which is one in a series of shorts called How Not to Draw, which is always a drawing lesson where the artist is communicating with the character that they're drawing and something always goes wrong in a hilarious, wacky, silly way. And I'm sure this one is just as silly with jokes for kids.
It's me, Mickey Mouse! Just kidding. Wow, tough crowd. Now whose fourth wall do I have the pleasure of breaking?
It's beautifully animated.
It's so weird to get high quality Gravity Falls animation again.
Well, and voiced Gravity Falls animation as well. Like, we haven't had that in such a long time. And so essentially the premise is that this artist is drawing Stan and then summons Bill Cipher, despite Stan's protest of,
wait, no, didn't you watch the show?
Which is my favorite part. Just the idea that, like, yeah, everyone knows this. Like,
yeah, so he offers Bill $1, which of course has the Eye of Providence on it, which of course Bill can see through all depictions of him in our world, and somehow manages to write the incantation on the dollar, and the artist, trying to figure out what it says, reads the entire thing out loud.
And then, of course, Bill shows up in the drawing, transports Stan himself into the dollar, which he's
totally fine with,
especially when he makes it 100.
Of course.
And also his method of getting the artist to shake his hand is great, where he literally just gets the artist to put his hand on the paper, then he moves onto the artist's hand and moves the hand himself.
Yes.
Very Jaime the Robot of him.
Who is that?
The origin of shake and then the person just shakes is from Get Smart, where there's a character called Jaime the Robot who doesn't understand human norms.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I guess for Bill, the handshake is a pretty flexible thing. And then he takes over. They essentially swap places where the artist is now the drawing, and Bill horrifically, is now a 3D model in our world, which I guess is what it must have looked like to the people of Gravity Falls when Bill gained physical form in Weirdmageddon.
Yes.
You know, I think it got a lot of people sort of speculating on maybe there is more Gravity Falls that will happen in animation with the Book of Bill and this kind of releasing right on top of each other. But whether or not that actually means anything, I really enjoy this short.
I will take any crumbs of Gravity Falls that I can get. Like, anything.
But this is like a great crumb. And I even love the glitch at the end with the YouTube out of order thing is also Bill and has codes and stuff. And All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time to come here and possess this
interdimensional
unpossessable demon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and talk with us about the book. Yeah, it was really delightful.
Thank you for, keeping the fires of the fandom alive. And, I said this book is sort of an anniversary present to the fans. And I'm so glad they loved it.
It's, in my honest opinion, the best Gravity Falls book.
It is the best Gravity Falls book. Like, congrats. Congrats. It is the best Gravity Falls book.
Thank you. Worked very hard on it. So that means a lot to me.
So we got to head down to the Hall of Conspiracies. We're going to talk about which lore things are true and which aren't. It would be a weird energy to have you there for that.
Yeah.
Usually the energy of that is, oh, we don't know. And it's like, well, if someone there knows.
Right. I could see it messing with the tone.
So yeah, make yourself at home up here. Feel free to play around with the exhibits. And we'll see you later.
Okay, yeah, I see there's like a fortune teller. I'm just going to keep pressing buttons and seeing what little messages it spits out.
It does have a tendency to turn people into Tom Hanks, so I would be careful.
It does do that, yeah.
Oh, it finally made me big. I've been waiting so long.
Tom Hanks is actually smaller than he was at the time when, aging does that to your bones. Catch you on the rewind, Alex.
Thanks, guys.
I made that up.
Ladies and gentlemen, right this way to the Hall of Conspiracies.
All right, so now we're here, down in the Hall of It looks really different.
Someone definitely redecorated down here.
Is this like
Is that a bed?
I mean, it looks great. It looks honestly better than it's ever looked.
Shh, I hear footsteps.
Wait, what is happening?
Act natural.
Welcome to Mystery Shack Look Back, a nostalgic time Wait, no, that's attracting too much attention.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, guys. I thought you already went away. I don't usually come out when there's people out here.
Is that who I think it is?
That is indeed Hana Hyperfixates of YouTube. Fame. Let's say fame.
Then we all gasp like the Scooby-Doo gang. We all gasp. Hana Hyperfixates!
So wait, hang on. If I'm following environmental storytelling properly, have you been living in the Hall of Conspiracies for the 2 years since we ended the podcast?
You just been here the whole time?
Rent is really expensive in the city, y'all. The walls were here and they didn't have anyone living in them, and I figured you wouldn't mind if I just set up an entire YouTube studio inside them.
That honestly would explain the conspiratorial wall of Journal 3 pages that appears behind you in the video. The whole time I was thinking, that looks just like the one in the Hall of Conspiracies.
Yeah, I can't believe I never put that together.
Yeah,
man.
I hope you don't mind. I was using your security cameras as a camera because I can't really afford one.
Oh, that's where all the footage went.
That explains it.
And I've always said your videos put the Ford in can't afford. But you are Hana Hyperfixates. You do hyperfixate on Gravity Falls conspiracies. I guess all things considered, this is the perfect home for you. I understand.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. I'm surprised.
You're not mad?
Wait a minute, are you the one who took my lunch out of the fridge?
Well, there's not a lot of food in these walls. If you think about it, it's actually really rude of y'all to not keep them stocked. Like, I had to eat something.
Oh my
I
god.
told you it wasn't me.
I told you it was Shelby, and I'm still believing that in spite of contrary evidence.
See, my next guess would have been Molly Lewis, but I'm glad I didn't have to DM them about it.
I mean, we can check the other wall.
The one that David got stuck in that one time?
Oh yeah, Hana, you're gonna want to watch out. You're gonna want to watch out for that one wall, Hana. It's
the one with the David-shaped hole in it.
Yeah, it can get a little glitchy.
I am avoiding it. And By the way, just so you know, you guys need new milk. Yours has gone bad.
2 years ago, yeah, you shouldn't have tasted that.
Can I have a slice of it, though?
Oh.
A slice.
Oh.
So Hana, actually, your timing is kind of perfect because we are on a tour right now. This is our episode on the Book of Bill, so we were actually about to cover Book of Bill codes and conspiracies,
of which there are a lot. And well, Hana, why don't you you could tell the podcasting audience a bit more about yourself to sort of contextualize why you're so perfect for this particular task.
Well, aside from the fact that I've been living in your walls for the last couple of years.
Which I'm still wrapping my head around.
Yeah, I'm still in the denial stage of grief, so I haven't processed it at all yet. I might be mad at you later, though.
We'll get there.
Well, later is better than now, but for now, yes, I am Hana Hyperfixates, and I consider myself a bit of an expert on the characters of Gravity Falls. I have a YouTube channel on YouTube, if you can believe it.
That's a good place for it.
And if you can believe what it's called, you can believe the name of the channel. It's Hana Hyperfixates.
Yes, where I go on in multi-hour video essays about the characterization, the themes, and the story of Gravity Falls. And I am very happy to be here, even though I do feel a bit awkward about y'all discovering me like this.
Well, it's okay, because your videos are awesome, and if anybody out there hasn't seen them yet, you absolutely should.
Ella, you voiced in one of them, right?
I did.
Yes, you voiced from an article from an interview with Alex Hirsch. I had you read out loud a question that was asked of him.
Yes, about Pacifica, right?
Yes, it was in a video talking about abusive fatherhood and abusive parents in Gravity Falls and how the narrative kind of treats them. And this is from like a year and a half ago.
And I think you also cited the podcast, right? I think you cited it in the queer coding video?
Yes, in the queer representation, the queer coding in Gravity Falls, you cited the podcast when talking about Grenda.
Yes, I did.
And then I was recently in your video.
A defense of Stanford Pines.
Yeah. So now where's Shelby is my question.
That's true.
In the basement currently.
I mean, why haven't you gotten Shelby on one of these yet?
Well, Shelby's gonna be busy buying new milk for me.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good reason for me to not be there.
So why don't we start by talking about both some of the more interesting cryptograms that are revealed by decoding the Book of Bill, as well as the new ciphers that were added to the oeuvre of Gravity Falls ciphers and cryptograms.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since we've had a new one. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a while since we have had new Gravity Falls anything.
And now we have approximately 1 million of them.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a bit about the color substitution cipher? Because this is one of the ones where, and it's kind of like what we did with the Visionaire cipher, where we were walked through how that works. But there are a lot of ciphers here where, like, season 1, I understood all of it. Then you get to season 2, I'm like, all right, I'm going to let the other fans kind of handle this particular arena of the mystery solving, because I don't understand this.
And here it just gets so heady at times with some of these.
And this one is bad for me because I'm a little colorblind. So it's like this, why are there these gray blocks of nothing and we're expected to decode them?
So, what is the color substitution cipher?
The color substitution cipher is so cool because it consists of these colored blocks hidden on certain pages. But part of the reason why a bunch of multicolored blocks don't stand out as strange or as a possible code is because the Book of Bill is full of these pages with this glitchy effect. Kind of symbolic of the damage and the corruption that Bill Cipher has endured since the end of the show. And so these blocks just kind of blend in.
I think, to me, aesthetically, they remind me the most of, like, the TV test pattern is what I would compare them to.
For sure,
yeah.
yeah.
I was going to say the same
That's
thing.
What comes to Bill, be right back.
Yeah. So many questions!
Yes. They also accompany a static pattern in a lot of the pages that they show up on. Just visually, you have like this like static noise pattern right next to it. And so it doesn't feel that out of place, but shout out, by the way, to the Gravity Falls subreddit Discord. A lot of people over there and on Twitter in general kind of put together that the patterns seem to echo where letters would be in different phrases. And while the blocks are not separated with spaces, which would, kind of make it a bit more obvious that these are words and phrases, they still manage to brute force it and put together that it's a cipher. And they made keys and they spread them around. It is wild.
Insane.
And I know you have particular trauma with decoding blocks hidden in book pages.
Please don't say the R word around me. Rectangles.
And you're going to talk more on that later, but we also have coffee rings, which we have all leads to one specific cryptogram, so we'll get more on that when we decode that one.
Yes.
And I know that there was a later edition adding more coffee stains to it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I could just say about that real quick, I can't believe the coffee rings are a freaking code and the rectangles aren't. God damn it. Wild.
It's insane.
It got to the point, I think it was Cipher Hunt where that initial page that people had to decode where I realized not only is there nothing that Hirsch and the other folks behind Gravity Falls will not make into a code, there is nothing that the fans will not figure out is a code.
Absolutely.
Like, you really can't take anything for granted. There will be like flecks of like eraser shavings or something on a page, and they'll be like, okay, this is actually a code. If you look at the length of each shaving and multiply it by the diameter of the overall shape that the shavings create, like, it really is unreal to me, and I admire it.
The funny part of that also is, you get fans that are hyper vigilant and just looking for things where there might not be any there.
But that more often than not, that pays off. In any other fandom, people would be constantly grasping at straws.
Yes.
But here it's like, no, the straw leads to a very delicious beverage every time.
The silly straw.
The silly straws, yeah.
Keep that in mind for earlier in this podcast, hint, hint. But Chrissy from our Discord server helped us kind of understand the episode time codes and the coffee rings. So here is the explanation of the episode time codes cipher that she had written for us.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Because, Ella had asked and she explained it, and the explanation she gave was first number.
Well, I guess let's see how
equals...
let's explain how it appears first, right? Like how it...
Yes, okay.
If I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that the color substitution cipher is mostly in regards to Euclidia specifically.
On the Silly Straws pages, which is the page that you skip to if you decide not to take the deal.
Yes.
Page 77.
Yes, the only numbered page.
Yes.
There are strings of just numbers, and they do have spaces, but beyond that, there's no, they are all 3 or 4 numbers each, digits each, and there's no apparent pattern or way to brute force it, so there has to be some sort of method to it. And, now that I'm looking at them in hindsight, all of the first parts of the numbers in each sort of set starts with either a 1 or a 2.
Notably, no 3.
And then the second parts only go up to 20.
Yes, well, and I assume that that's the jumping off point that people got the rest from. So what Chrissy in our Discord explained to me is that in each set there's 2 numbers. In the first number, the first digit is going to represent the season of Gravity Falls, so either 1 or 2. And all the other digits, that's going to represent the episode number. And then the second number is going to have the last 2 digits are always going to be the seconds of the time code in the actual episode, where in the episode to skip to, and the rest of the digits before it is the minutes. And then you are meant to take each of those number sets and grab the word that is spoken by the characters at that particular timestamp. So First example is the first number is 215, so that is season 2, episode 15, and the next number is 858, so that is 8 minutes 58 seconds. That gets you the word twisted, because it is in the last Mabelcorn, Ford saying,
I know he's older than our galaxy and far more twisted.
It literally is that exact second.
Join me on my single 100 toilet dreams picture. Everybody want to scam some sweet bucks or potential pizza.
Yeah.
That's from the Strong Bad Email rock opera, where they ask if he's ever written a rock opera, and he says, not only have I written it, but you've all heard all of it separately, because it consists of one word from each of my emails.
Yes.
And then they literally did write a song that way, and it's complete gibberish, because it's hard to form coherent thoughts out of that.
Join me on my single 100 toilet dream picture. Everybody wanna scam some sweet bucks or potential pizza. Never mind. Double pants.
But I guess where Matt failed, his former co-worker succeeded.
I just want to point out, by the way, that on this silly straw page, like, with all these numbers, all of these, at first glance, nonsensical numbers, the literal next page says, this book has no codes, which is so funny to me.
It's also such a coincidence, because this podcast has no codes.
None at all.
That's true.
We established that earlier, that's right.
What is happening here? Do you want to read the next new cipher, Hana?
Yeah, sure. It's the Theraprism one, right?
Right, which is another substitution cipher, so it's symbols that each correlate.
Yes.
And I guess that must have also just been brute forced, right?
I believe at least some of it was. I think, we talked about how, like, a lot of these were brute force or overanalyzed by the fandom. Several of these were overanalyzed by the fandom even before the Book of Bill came out, or at least they were recognized in some, brute force crack from the images on the Gus Oregon Parks Twitter account.
Interesting.
Or various images that, like, were leaked in advance, made their way around town, and, people started to, like, brute force from those. Though, of course, that wasn't a lot to pull from. Most of the book managed to stay pretty secret until it was actually released. But yeah, the Theraprism, if I remember correctly, is just a substitution cipher, and I'm trying to remember what page has the actual key for it. There's just so many freaking pages in this book, so yeah, let's keep moving.
Okay.
It also includes an alchemic substitution cipher.
Another one of those just, if A is this, B is this sort of deals. This next one is to me what the color one is to Ella. It's an autostereogram, one of those images that just looks like a bunch of repeating blocks, but if you cross your eyes, it's in 3D. I have very poor visual vestibular skills. I don't have complete monocular vision. I see the world in 3D, but think of it like if you have a 3DS, there's that 3D slider. If you turn it all the way up, obviously it's in 3D. If you turn it all the way down, obviously it's in 2D. I'm like when you don't push it all the way down, you don't hear that click, but it's otherwise all the way down, where it's in 3D if you pay attention very closely. That's how I see the world. So like when I see 3D movies, I have to focus really hard to justify paying the extra ticket price, or it just looks the same to me. Mm-hmm. So I used to go to, when I was learning to ride a bike when I was 17, I had to go to vision therapy to do so. Mm-hmm. And I used to have to look at these autostereograms all the time for therapy reasons to try to get my motion sickness and my depth perception a little better under control. And I'm very out of practice. I was able to cross my eyes and make the image 3D, but I wasn't able to do it well enough to see what the fuck I was looking at.
Are these like the magic eye puzzles?
Yeah.
Yeah, those always have given me a headache.
Well, yeah, I'm just glad that Candy's favorite color is in this book.
Magic eye posters.
What's your favorite color, Gravity Falls?
Magic Vision poster.
But yeah, I'm able to do it because I have so much practice, because I used to have to do it for hours every Thursday.
Yeah, apparently this one just translates to the word no, and I don't know how you're supposed to see it.
Okay, I got that the second letter was O, but I could not tell what else I was looking at.
I don't know how you're getting that.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
I mean, don't look at it in the Google Doc. It's bigger in the actual book, but you do have to cross your eyes until signs that are the same line up with each other. So until it's keep crossing your eyes and keep adjusting it until it's no longer blurry. It's hard. I guess my disability means I've been forced to do it more often, which is funny.
Okay, I think I understand the process.
I will say that, when I'm looking at those, it's the same problem that I have when I'm looking at repeated numbers. I can't fathom them.
Mm-hmm. And then there are 2 more substitution ciphers that have been introduced that not only unlock codes in the book, but unlock codes in earlier works, which is insane.
This is one of my favorite things about this book, hands down, is that codes are retroactively, they're backwards compatible with the show itself. And it's that, and also the episode time codes code that I think I love, is that it enhances your viewing of the show, and it references back to the actual series. Maybe that's why they had the QuickTime bar in that other book. It was supposed to establish that you're looking at the time codes.
Oh,
for sure.
I didn't think about it like that.
It's all connected.
What's this first one here?
The first one that was given was the rune substitution cipher, which is seen in Dipper's segment in the theme song and translates to, "Hey, Dip."
So when he's holding up the candle and there's just some etchings there, that's the same cipher as revealed in Book of Bill, which is crazy because we only know what that says 14 years later.
Yeah, there was no key for it.
Wild. There was no indicator.
Notably, there are some interesting things with this substitution cipher. For one thing, the Hey Dip only works if some of the runes are actually combined, they need to be touching for it to work. But also, there are other instances in Gravity Falls where runes do show up. They show up in Ford's cabin in A Tale of Two Stands, a ton of times. He just has these stone tablets covered in runes just laying around.
Have those been translated?
No, they don't match the same alphabet.
Oh!
Yeah, I talk about this in my A Tale of Two Stands video, which has already come out.
That's insane.
Or maybe it's just an ancient version of key smashing.
Yes, of course. But yeah, no, those runes actually match I think it's called Old Farthic runes. They have a specific name for that runic alphabet, and it is an actual Norse alphabet, but it doesn't actually mean anything.
So it is ancient keys. It literally is ancient key smashing.
Did we put them through the Caesar cipher or anything to see if it's an extra ciphered cipher?
Yeah, that's true. It could be combined.
No, nothing I can find, especially because the runes that we get in the Book of Bill, some of them do match old actual runes, but they have different letters, or at least different symbols, at least as far as I can tell, than the actual ones that, the Vikings used. They just look similar aesthetically.
Yeah.
As far as them being put through any kind of substitution cipher or anything like that, or a Caesarean cipher, I am going to say that I don't think they were thinking that deep about it. And even the Hey Dip in the theme song, because the symbols only match if they're touching, that was absolutely a retroactive thing that they did. But I'm so glad they did it because it's so cool.
Yeah, and I was gonna say you could easily make the argument that it wasn't planned, but rather they saw these unsolved things and they thought, let's build an alphabet around that.
Yes.
I think, knowing the way that Hirsch operates and the way that the crew operates, I could see it being either explanation just as easily. Because for as much as they have kind of made stuff to retroactively fit, they've also thought through a lot of stuff that they've held intentionally, close to the vest so as not to give away with their, because how many times in interviews has he said, we're holding on to that, maybe this kind of stuff, maybe we want to do something with it later.
Yeah.
I remember where, I'm sorry, I remember where the Theraprism code is. It's not in the book. It's actually one of the circle. Oh my god, I gotta Google to double check myself here. But I believe it's one of the circles in the cipher.
Oh my god, yes, that's right.
The last Mabel chord.
Yes.
And that is so cool. This is another instance of one of those retroactive things. It's so hard. I'm so sorry. I got really excited there.
No, thank you for swearing because we get to use our censor noise.
And speaking of swearing, Ella.
Oh yes, this maybe is my favorite reveal that the Book of Bill brought about in general.
Yes!
Toward the end of the book, in Ford's notes, he has some photographs from his childhood with Stanley, and they have a picture, something called a bro's secret code, which just has a bunch of symbols that you would associate with comic book characters swearing, things like that. Not only do they use it later in the book at various points, but we saw those exact symbols in Season 2, Episode 7, Society of the Blind Eye, when McGucket is ham-boning apparently what is a swear at the reveal that the Blind Eye Society wiped Lazy Susan's memory, and we never knew what exactly he said, but thanks to the code, which, lines up to the alphabet with 26 symbols, we know that he said, "Oh, Disney!" Which, again, could have been retroactively made to fit, but it would be so funny.
Well, so this one I'm not sure about, because there isn't a 6-letter swear, is there?
Not one in English I can think of. Unless there's new, I don't know, I grew up a pretty goody two-shoes, so maybe there's ones I don't know.
Our top scientists have been developing.
Well, there's sure.
Oh yeah, true.
But no, it's easy to understand that given their frustrations with Disney S&P, that maybe that was always intended to be what he said.
Disney itself is a swear.
In the Gravity Falls universe, yes, Disney itself is a swear.
So this isn't in Lost Legends when either Dickie or Ascot finally learns to swear, is it? This is not... that does not unlock that?
Galloping gumshoes, what is that? It's the Jersey Devil! It's real! I'd be excited if I wasn't so terrified! Well, hey! Look who finally learned to swear!
I actually am not sure.
I am not sure either.
God, I gotta pull that up and double check.
Here, well, I have my copy right up on the shelf here. I'm gonna grab it real quick.
We might be doing a live decoding.
Yes, we are doing a live attempt at decoding right now, folks.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Yeah.
Well, we've done that before in Tourist Trapped and in Love God, so...
Yeah, that's true. Okay, the first letter is S. This is very promising.
The first letter is S?
Yes, but the second letter is B, so I don't think we're actually getting anywhere.
Boo.
Wait, keep going, though. Let's just say SB.
Maybe it needs to be substituted.
Third letter is E. I think the last letter is Z.
Spez?
That's a good swear.
Yeah, I think he says Spez.
S-B-E-Z.
There's no visible exclamation mark on the Bro's Secret Code, page, but I think where Z is looks like it's the top of an exclamation mark. So I think he says Spez, yeah.
Hello, you freaking Spez.
Now, is that encoded?
To be fair, that's his first time swearing, so he,
It's the best one he knew.
If somebody called me a spez, I would assume it's a slur.
It's very close to a slur.
Well, yeah, that's true. It was also the 60s. It was the 60s, so it was a different time.
It's a one vowel off from being a slur.
It's in the neighborhood, yeah.
The slur, I'm never entering the slur neighborhood. I try to route around it when I'm driving.
Yeah, growing up there it was rough.
Oh yeah, why?
Well, I can't say.
Yeah.
So, now that we've established, I'm pretty sure that's all of the types of ciphers, right?
Yeah.
Hana, are we missing any? Well, okay, so there is...
We are missing them, but our aim is getting better.
Oh.
Hey.
There's a translatable barcode, I think, right? On the intro page to the book itself.
There is. I think it translates to... I think it's on the magazine page, and I believe it translates to "Hey, nerd."
We have written down a bunch of the more important codes that are revealed here that might be important.
Right, because there are 50 codes in this book.
Yeah. So we picked a best of sort of selection here. So on the How to Cheat Death page in Bill's substitution cipher is written, "Regrowing limbs is Axie's art, but can he regrow a ripped out heart?"
I don't know if that is from Bill's perspective, because I don't know if he would admit to...
Okay, then I'll give it another take.
Oh, no, maybe he's talking about... I guess he could be talking about someone else. I guess I assumed that was referring to Bill.
Do you want me to give another take where I do it as me then?
Sure.
Yeah.
Regrowing limbs is Axie's art, but can he regrow a ripped out heart?
Yeah, your reading on it has given me this sort of mini theory. of like, is this referring to Bill himself having, gone through this horrible thing that he did and having a ripped out heart, or is it Bill talking about just something gruesome that he would do to someone else? So many questions.
So many questions.
So, going back to the Silly Straws page, the code that we talked about earlier is actually just one piece of the overall code on that page. The rest are all in the Caesar cipher. They're sort of wiggling down the Silly Straws as Bill goes, whee! But the rest are in the Caesar cipher, and you put them all together and they read this little poem. Eye doctor of a different kind, who wants to make his patient blind. The doctor says 3 sips a day will make the visions go away. Fussy eater, baby Billy, wouldn't drink unless it's silly. Twisted out of shape after the kill. The ghosts of his family are haunting him still.
And you know what I especially love about this page in particular is I have previously said to Ella the most Gravity Falls joke in Edgar Wright's Cornetto trilogy is,
why do you think I drink with this crazy straw? Not so crazy now, is it?
Yes. So to have it connect back to conspiracies is great.
Mm-hmm.
As well as, Eye Doctor of a different kind harkens back to
T.J. Eichelberg.
The Gatsby pages.
Mm-hmm.
It'll probably never come up again.
No, probably.
Probably not. On the codes, there are no codes in this book page. There's a circle in a tree with an alphabet around it. Throughout the book, there are stains made by coffee. If you line them up with the tree alphabet circle, there are droplets corresponding to the position of the letters. Putting all the coffee stains in the book together, you get his dimension, now deceased, Scalene and Euclid, rest in peace.
So I didn't understand this one at all, and Chrissy explained it and provided a useful little graphic here for me to help understand it. And then I did write that explanation myself, but the graphic helped a lot, so thanks again, Chrissy.
Yeah, so how does it correspond to the positions?
There are drops, so it's the ones that go outside of the circle. Anything in the circle is fine, but there are drops that kind of like extend outwards like a little line.
Yeah.
And those, if you look at the image here, those drops have red dots on them to just show where they are, and that is a coffee stain lined up with the tree circle.
Yes.
When I first saw that circle, I knew, obviously that feels like a cipher wheel, but I think I went back to my Dipper and Mabel's guide to Mystery Nonstop Fun. I grabbed the cipher wheel from that. I was like, is this part of it? Is it going back to this book? But no, that's just more letters.
You had the spirit, but no, not in that case.
Yeah, a little confused.
We like your chutzpah.
Thank you. I like it too.
But also, are we allowed to talk about, like, what it actually says?
Sure.
Scalene and Euclid, rest in peace. These, like, it's been basically interpreted widely by the fandom that Scalene and Euclid are the names of Bill's parents, of his mom and dad.
Yeah.
And, Scalene and Euclid, for those of you who might not know, are terms from geometry. And, you're going to see a lot of terminology about geometry when we talk about, like, Bill's dimension, at least in the fan theory and speculation circles.
I love the idea that one of Bill's parents is named Euclid of Euclidia.
Yes. I mean, people name their kids after locations all the time. Like, I know people named Brooklyn.
That's true.
Brooklyn, from Brooklyn.
I'm more thinking about, like, if these are the common names, how did they land on Bill?
Yeah, that's what kills me.
Well, he's an uncommon child.
That's true.
He has an upward-facing eye.
It's true.
In Euclidia, William is like naming your kid Zeppo or whatever. Like, that's that weird celebrity name.
Yeah. Moon Unit, yeah.
Like, William? Really? Well, we call him Bill for short. Yeah, okay. Keep away from me.
It's like Brooklyn, but it's spelled with, like, a G in there,
Yeah, it's Michaela with a bunch of G's and H's.
Lamangelo, Arangelo.
Yes. Shytheed. Do we have to censor Shytheed?
If I hear one more silly-ass name, this entire dimension is going to feel my wrath.
Scalene and Euclid are kind of like the hippies of Euclidia, which is why Bill grew up so open-minded to the conspiratorial idea of a third dimension.
right.
Yes, absolutely. They didn't stifle their bouncing baby boy.
We'll call him William. William Mischief Cipher.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder, is it a family name, Cipher, or is
Well,
it
he did
that
say
just
he did also say it's a dimensional username in the AMA, so maybe he has just a normal triangle name in Euclidia, and this is like that's his dead name now.
Maybe. Silly Billy, though, kind of, or Baby Billy makes it sound like he was...
Baby Billy.
Hana, you want to read this next one?
Yes, absolutely. So, alert from Time Baby. On this page, we see a mass alert going out from Time Baby to the rest of his people who follow him, basically saying, watch out for this rogue rapscallion. It has a picture of Bill Cipher's mugshot.
Very much in the vein of the Barbie and Ken meme from the Barbie movie.
It really does look like it. I do love the side view of Bill, and he just looks like a line.
Yes. But again, he's got the kind of like, he has the eye, though, is 3D, which sort of harkens to his origin.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of having that special eye.
Yeah.
I do love that the words criminal, sadistic, yellow, and guilty were rearranged to say, I'm a silly guy, which is very funny. But the code itself on the side of the page says, in the rune cipher, lone survivor of the Euclidean massacre.
I don't know who could have done that, but I'm glad I survived.
Yeah, this does harken on the page where he talks about his early years, and he has this like scrambled up message about what happened when he, quote, put on a show for his family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, he essentially says on that page that there was no one left but him.
On the shaman page, again in the Theraprism cipher, he writes,
which henchmaniac ratted me out?
Which I believe is implying Jesselbrom.
Yes, the Oracle.
Yes, yeah, also known as the Oracle, that she was scribbled out of the henchmaniac's bios page, implying she was once part of the group, but then obviously we see her in Journal 3 and she is against Bill, so this might have been a moment where she informed the shaman that Bill was deceiving him, and then the shaman established the Zodiac through that.
When you go to the page where her face is scribbled out, there's also a message scribbled out, but fans have kind of put together that the message next to her name says, the smartest one, figured out horizontal dimensional portals, way too smart. Who needs her? Too many eyes anyways. And I just love that.
Amazing. That's like, it's not quite a cipher, but it's just seeing past the scribbles. It's kind of a cipher. Well, Shelby, you should probably... Yeah, Shelby, you should talk about this one.
All right. So on the witchcraft page, there's a rune cipher that translates to Curse Widabane.
But what does that mean?
As your local Owl House expert, in the Owl House universe, Philip and Caleb Widabane are the two brothers who found the portal between the human world and the world of the Titans. Mm-hmm. So, according to TV tropes, wild mass guessing, since Bill was fostering witchcraft among the Puritans in colonial New England, and since Caleb and Philip Widabane were witch hunters in colonial New England, it's very probable that one of the Widabane brothers, most likely Philip, came into Bill's purview while hunting witches that Bill had empowered.
I just want to say real quick, if I'm following, so on the there's a whole history section in the book that talks about before Ford, the people who Bill had try to build a portal for him. But the interesting thing about the witchcraft page is Bill's Ford of the day, Ford du jour at that point, Mary Dowerthatch. It's the only one we don't read about the falling out. We don't know how far she got into making a portal. It just ends with, she likes Bill, and we hear no more about her.
Well, she likes Vinegar Pete.
Yes.
But what you're saying is it is in the same location and time period, and there is a character present that discovered a portal, which is kind of insane, and you would understand the implications about that more than I would.
Well, as the first documented The Collector cosplayer.
Yes, I'm the first Collector cosplayer. I'm also one of the foremost Wittebane experts.
You have a fantastic Wittebane comic dub compilation on your YouTube.
You are to Wittebane what I am to Stanford Pines.
Very true.
The foremost expert is probably Magpie, who does the Wittebane, like, he's in the process of animating all of the portraits from Hollow Mind.
Oh my goodness.
So in the Owl House, there is, in Hollow Mind, there are all of these pictures in the background, which are Philip Wittebane's life. That's Emperor Belos's life. Spoilers if you haven't seen it, sorry. This is not an Owl House spoiler-free podcast.
What?
But so the only thing that we knew about the Wittebanes prior to season 3, really, was these pictures in Belos's mind and the episode where Luce meets Philip Wittebane, who wrote the journal that she is going through. So everything was speculation up until, I want to say, thanks to them. Yeah. There are 2 brothers who lived in New England who were led over to the Boiling Isles by a witch, but the 2 boys were orphaned. So my theory is that the Wittebane that Bill is cursing was essentially the mother of the Wittebane brothers, not one of the brothers.
That Mary Dower Thatch was the mom.
Because she did say she had been like gathering other women to kind of listen to these empowering ideas.
Yes, and the boys are orphaned, and it's implied that their parents were convicted of witchcraft, and that's why they're orphaned. And so Caleb was old enough to know that joining in the witch hunts was the safest way to keep them safe once they moved from their original village to a later village. But Philip was young enough to buy into the nonsense, which is why he is so bad in the Owl House.
I absolutely love that.
So, but also you're saying that the portal that Mary Dower Thatch built is how Emperor Belos got to the Boiling Isles, so Bill caused the entire plot of Owl House.
It is highly possible, but I'm pretty sure that they moved to a different village, so the portal is not necessarily the same one, but the implications of Bill's actions put Philip on the path to becoming the, terrible conservative Christian he is.
Yeah, it's more about impacting the character.
I don't know if they ever actually built a portal. The witches.
Well, we don't know. We did not get far enough in Mary Dower Thatch's story to know how trying to build a portal went. And it almost seems like that's intentional.
Mm-hmm. Actually, what I will say about that is something that I find really funny. So Bill has, in all of the men's lives that he's interacted, he has tried to manipulate them. He's tried to, ruin their lives functionally so that he can get a portal and come into our world. Whereas, at least the way he writes it, when he interacts with these Puritans, he essentially walked into their lives and went, "You live like this?" and basically empowered them. It's the equivalent of a burglar going into your home to steal your TV and seeing that you not only have no TV, but you have no furniture, and then goes, "Ah, man, I can't rob you." So I'm actually not even convinced that he made Mary Dower Thatch make him a portal. I mean, It looks, at least going by this page,
he taught her about feminism.
basically.
Well, yeah, he wanted to inject some chaos and liberation into the lives of repressed people, which, he would view that kind of puritanical repression as, the most repugnant thing.
Yeah.
Because it's the opposite of chaos.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's likely they didn't even get that far, and I think that Mary and both Wittebane parents were probably together.
Yeah, absolutely. What he says when he interacts with the women is, "Look, you know how I feel about human suffering. It is funny, but variety is the spice of death." And so he basically gives them some real occult spells. He did just kind of feel bad for them. And then what the women essentially did, at least according to the letter that's in here written by Mary Dower Thatch, is that they started drinking boxed wine and having a book club. And honestly, I love that for them.
Yes.
We love feminism.
Hey, so did Bill, invent witches, at least in the human world?
No, because
I'm not gonna say that.
New England was not the first witch trials. There were
ones
witch trials
in England, too.
before.
Yeah, but he made it so that there were real witches.
I mean, if the Owl House and Gravity Falls are connected, parts of the Boiling Isles have been spilling over for generations, for years.
Okay, gotcha.
As well as this. Oh, hold on. If I may say this. In Journal 3, there is implied cross-continuity with Rick and Morty.
Yes.
In Lost Legends, there is implied cross-continuity with both Rick and Morty and Owl House. And then in Book of Bill, there is only implied cross-continuity with Owl House. And that's just a fun progression to see.
Yeah, not for fun reasons.
No, we know why, yeah.
What I will say, though, about, these pages, I don't have a lot of complaints about the Book of Bill, but I do wish that there was another woman that Bill interacted with, because I would love to see, a woman scientist that was, fooled by Bill. I think it'd be so cool. The only woman that he interacts with...
Come on, give Thurbert Wagstaff a few years to discover estrogen.
Exactly. Ford learned a lot about himself in the multiverse.
Yeah. Oh, well, you were gonna say about that this is the first, full-on acknowledgement of the Owl House universe in something that is indisputably canon.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier because, a wanted poster for Ida in the crawl space in Face It, the first story in Lost Legends. That could just be they felt like drawing Ida. It doesn't necessarily imply anything. And Stan does go into detail about his ex-wife in a hidden DVD commentary and is definitely describing Ida, but that is also a DVD commentary of an already existing episode. It is not necessarily new, objectively canon Gravity Falls material. It might be canon, but it is part of an existing episode.
You can also make the argument that it's not if you wanted to, but this you really can't.
But there is also, in the Owl House, Ida says that when she goes into the human realm, she goes under the name Marilyn.
So that is the first implication of the cross-continuity being canon in Owl House, but this is kind of the first implication in an official standalone Gravity Falls work of characters from the Owl House existing in the Gravity Falls universe.
Well, certainly characters other than Ida as well, I think, is important,
For
too.
sure, that is true, because, we only have gotten implications of Ida from Lost Legends in the commentary.
And I think that, the fact that they're choosing the Wittabanes as part of that lore, when we had to guess so much of the Wittabane lore prior to season 3, is, a really cool way to...
Right, that's, a huge puzzle piece for the Owl House fans just casually dropped in a Gravity Falls book.
Yeah, it's why was there a portal there? Well, maybe someone was going around that area at the time trying to get people to build portals.
Yes.
Do you want to build a portal?
Well, I need to make that video now.
Yeah, I think it's gotta be Bill going around knocking on everybody's door.
And each verse is a different one of these characters.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I've definitely seen a comic floating around of Love is an Open Door with Ford and Bill.
Amazing.
Yes.
Oh, Sixer. If only there was someone out there who loved you.
Oh, no. It would be great to do that because just about every Disney show has a secret portal in it at this point.
Basically.
Including DuckTales and,
yes.
they all got portals.
Like the other Dimensionator. So now we're getting into the Lost Journal 3 pages that Stanford wrote. So on the Lost in the Woods page, when referring to there's a waitress at the diner that Ford is talking to and not really making much of a connection with. In the author's symbol cipher, he writes, Stanley could have made her laugh.
Oh, I love it.
Which is, so sad. So sad.
I have so many feelings about this, y'all. Please stop me from ranting, but I'm gonna start ranting.
No, rant.
Go for it.
Rant.
You know, we get a lot about how Stan felt this, intense insecurity and this, the feeling self-conscious about not making it to the level that Ford is at least academically. We get so much evidence that, Ford, at least by his teachers, at least in the context of schoolwork, got to get all these accolades and got all this recognition and Stan felt insecure.
Right.
We don't get as much, or at least Ford doesn't admit as much in the pages of Journal 3 that we got in, the original Journal 3 or in the series itself, because Ford is such a proud man. Ford doesn't like to talk about his flaws. So seeing this in the context of a page that was, hypothetically ripped out of Journal 3 at some point.
Yeah.
A page where he specifically says,
about how he struggles to socially connect with people.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's also, I guess, that we don't see him in this element in the series. We don't see him in the real world in the show itself. We see him, in the lab and on missions.
When he comes out of the portal, he is a badass. And also, he doesn't need to interact with other people because he's living in the basement and he's trying to figure out the rift and yada, yada, yada.
And on official government documents, he only exists once.
True.
There's already a Stanford going around in town.
Mm-hmm.
But if we had, a slice of life episode with Stanford, we'd see all the kind of deficit that he has
socially, yeah,
in pretty much every other arena of life other than the particular niche that he is an expert in.
I've talked a lot about this in my Italicus Stands video, but Italicus Stands is so breakneck pace that we don't get a lot of small characterization moments where we just get to know the characters because we only have 30 minutes, chop chop, we gotta move on. We gotta talk about what's happening next because they need to fit the life stories of two 60-plus-year-old men into this episode. But this is one of those quiet
First
moments.
I thought you said sexy, and I was like, you're right, but...
You're right. But,
Sexy-year-old.
I was just gonna say, this moment of Ford just kind of sitting in a cafe, feeling awkward and feeling bad about not being able to, really make a connection with other people, and writing, even in code, not even in a way where other people could read it.
Yeah.
Not only on the bottom of this page does it say Stanley could have made her laugh, but at the top of the page, he writes in code, 6-fingered freak. He feels this, and it just, it breaks my heart.
Yep.
Well, I think that, Tale of Two Stans shows us pretty clearly that Ford is an introvert and Stan is an extrovert. And I think that, when they were together, they could sort of complete each other, but separate, they have their weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
And Ford tends to be pretty narcissistic, especially when he's talking about himself in his journals. So he would not speak in anything other than code about his insecurities, I think.
But there's this 3-second clip of Ford getting turned down by a girl at a school dance, and then Stanley instantly knows how to cheer him up. Ford gets the drink
punch on himself.
Splashed on him.
Yes.
Yeah, and then Stanley comes over, splashes himself.
There is a tweet by Alex Hirsch where he did say that the thing that Ford said to make that girl throw punch on him is a pickup line that he got from Stan, which is kind of funny.
That's funny. He doesn't have the delivery that Stan does.
Yeah, and she just kind of looks like, what did you just say? And then throws punch on him.
Ford was like, and then her aim improved over time.
So according to Stanley, the most important thing about comedy is timing.
Yes.
Exactly.
On the My Muse and Me page, in a Theraprism cipher, we get a description of a tattoo that Bill tries to convince Ford to get, that he says he's not quite sure of. Bill, apparently, according to Ford, told him that the tattoo means wise one. However, if you translate it, it says, in the Theraprism cipher, if lost, return to Bill. Which is,
hot.
One, funny, but two, knowing that Ford does get stuck in the multiverse and does have wanted posters with Bill trying to find him is pretty good planning on Bill's part.
It's also really hot.
It is, yeah, is this a good time to talk about their relationship, or are we glossing over that for the Hall?
Go for it. Yes.
It's very apparent throughout all of these Journal 3 pages that Ford and Bill have this very, I'm not going to specifically say romance because it could be interpreted a million different ways, but at least romance coded or using language similar to romantic language.
I mean, it's the only close relationship with someone he's not related to that Ford has had in his life.
Exactly.
On the pages written by the rest of Ford's family, that is the only way Mabel knows how to interpret it.
Yes.
She's like, okay, so you can't get over your breakup.
So you're like a needy ex, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if there is more complexity here to how to define it, it is not overt or understandable enough to anyone else that calling it anything but a romance is useful, according to Mabel, who's always correct. So
I mean, Mabel is always right.
Yeah, and granted, Mabel obviously romanticizes a lot of stuff, but also, a 12-year-old understands what's going on here.
Well, I mean, and I'll also say that I personally have had friendship breakups that have essentially been a relationship breakup. So you don't have to read the romance into it, but it's more fun to.
Yes. Regardless of whether it's romantic or platonic or just devotional muse and, muse-y relationship coding that we're looking at here, it was absolutely this very toxic, very abusive dynamic. When they do, quote-unquote, break up, we have Bill saying things to Ford in the following pages. Things like, "You're my property, don't forget it." Things like, "You're nothing without me." Things like, "Admit it, you loved this." And it's so it is black and white. It is incredibly clear that is what they are going for.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a textbook abusive relationship.
Well, I mean, talk about it.
It is literally a textbook abusive relationship.
Yes.
I know, right?
I have a friend who actually was in an abusive marriage, and he read Book of Bill recently and was so vindicated by the pages by Ford's family laughing and saying, "Don't fall for this is ridiculous," and so vindicated by the punishment of eternal therapy.
Yes.
As well as, you talk a lot in your videos about, and in the one that I was in, about how this abusive, controlling figure is how Ford was interpreted by a lot of the fandom. But here we see a lot of those shortcomings were enhanced by being on the receiving side of that, not on being on the giving side of that.
As someone who was active in the fandom in 2015, 2016, there was a big surge of people who were very angry at Ford, and I was one of the people who was always defending him, and I still will to this day. He is, and I say this all the time, my baby girl. But the thing about Ford is that I knew back then, even if it wasn't said as explicitly as it is here, that it felt like this was kind of what someone would act like if they were in an abusive dynamic. And as someone who is myself a victim, I was once a victim of an abusive relationship that I got out of, it was really validating and very vindicating to see this, because I kind of look back at a lot of the old arguments, and a lot of the ways people were talking about him was as though he was acting maliciously or purposefully cruel. And that's just not something that's backed up by this book. Years later in the Book of Bill, we get this evidence that Bill really, really tormented Ford. Of course he's not going to trust others. Of course he's going to be off-putting.
Yeah. Like getting bitten by a trapped animal.
Yes, exactly.
From the jump, it's like, I'm not really sure why people were surprised, because even before we tied it to this particular relationship, or even Bill in general, we know from the jump, we know from episode 1 that whoever wrote this book went mad and, was driven into this intense paranoia and literally wrote in giant letters, "Trust no one," because of some mysterious he that he's trying to avoid.
Yes.
That is stuff that we know from episode 1 of this series.
Well, people forget that when they see, someone punch Stan in the face, followed by a 30-minute explanation of all of Stan's trauma. And so, sometimes fandom has short memory.
That's true. That's fair. I get that.
What if I walked up to you, punched you in the face, and then spent 30 minutes telling your family your trauma?
I have a joke in my video along the lines of, if on episode 1 of Tourist Trapped, of Gravity Falls in Tourist Trapped, Stan walked up to Dipper, punched him in the face, and walked away, and then Dipper stood at the camera telling us every awful thing that has ever happened to him in his life. Yeah, you might feel different about Stanley for the rest of the series, and that's kind of what we got.
Yeah, we wouldn't like Stan.
Well, and I'll say that having recorded we've done the character work on the first couple pages of this for the Book of Bill recording that we're working on, Ford is definitely in a place where he's falling back on the abusive relationship he was in with Bill just having this book present in his presence.
We've been recording the forward pages, and he's like, hey, don't even read a word of this book. And every time it comes back, he's like, yeah, I know, I've been reading it too.
Yeah. He's very much like falling back into that relationship with Bill.
Well, and also the fact that this is how the book appears to Ford, that it doesn't appear that way to anyone else.
Right, because we know it appears to Seuss as just, he's uncorruptible.
Ford even says in one of the pages where he pops back in, he says, I understand the appeal of this. Maybe you're like me and you're just attracted to the things that hurt you. And that broke my heart. I can't stand this.
To circle back to the is it romantic question, and I'm going to try to phrase this in a way that sounds the least bad. I think the closer they get into the more explicitly, like, abusive language of the, like, you're my property, don't forget it, you're nothing without me, etc.
Yeah.
The more they do that, the easier it is, I think, to read what came before as romantic. Obviously toxic.
Miss Spears would have some words about this relationship.
Yes.
But I think they lean into it in a way that suggests, like, a level of passion that you wouldn't find.
I'll be clear, in my interpretation, I definitely do think it's romantic. I think that I want to leave wiggle room because there's a lot of people who have different interpretations of it, and, you know, these characters are a lot meaningful to a lot of people.
And also, I've been to wiggle rooms and they're a blast, so you should leave those.
Yes.
Yeah, don't get rid of all the wiggle rooms.
If not romantic, it's at least devotional, you know?
That's what I mean, and I think the more passionate that language gets, even though it's obviously in a terrible way, the more I'm inclined to. And it also brings to mind, like, fusion in Steven Universe, where sometimes that's romantic. Sometimes that even has adult, like, connotations. But sometimes it's platonic, sometimes it's familial. But when it is romantic, and particularly when it's abusive and toxic, there is that similar language that is used very pointedly to talk about it.
And you should pledge to the Patreon for more analysis on that in our new paywalled series.
That's true, although we won't get there for like 10 years.
Yeah, we'll get there in 10 years. No, 2 years before Lapis stuff.
Yeah. I don't know what side of TikTok you guys are on, but there's been a fair amount of discussion about a new show called Kevin Can F Himself that I've been seeing.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's been out for a bit, but I think it's on Netflix now. Yeah.
It's been out for a bit. It's on my list now that I'm seeing all this discourse. But pretty much one of the things I've heard said about it recently was they don't reveal Kevin's backstory because they don't want to humanize the abuser. Because there is so much of being in an abusive relationship where you justify the actions of the abuser in order to like give them a pass on things. And so it feels like a lot of this book is Bill giving you that backstory so that you sympathize with him in his abusive relationships and humanize him. But, like, he's still an abuser. It doesn't matter how terrible his backstory is.
He follows up this entire section with, obviously I was joking. Come on. Did he really believe that stuff about the eye stealer?
It was a social experiment.
So gaslighty.
It's textbook abuse. It's so messy.
Literally.
Yeah, I mean, I beat this book up, and that was textbook abuse.
And finally, the most important hidden code of them all, but to end things on a lighter note.
Yes.
In Stanley's letter, written in his secret code from when they were children, is, "Love you, bro!"
It's so good.
Oh my gosh, yes. It is so sweet to see them still using them. Like, still using this code.
Specifically that it's written in the context of you think he's writing a swear. It says, "What a bunch of love you, bro!"
Yeah, I think it's so funny. The other instance of, like, seeing a code written by one of these two men when they're grown up is actually, like, you know the photograph with Fiddleford and Ford from college, the one that's ripped up and found on Fiddleford's desk? If you look at the whiteboard on that page, the whiteboard behind college-age Ford has a code written in this that says, "Miss you." Like, obviously talking about Stan.
No.
So that's another code that got unlocked by the book, then?
No, this is in the book. It's on the page with Ford and Fiddleford.
Got it.
Yeah, the one at Backup S'more, the one that he finds in Fiddleford's desk that says "Try to Forget" written on it.
With mustache Fiddleford.
Yes, and any instance of these men as adults after they're falling out using this code brings a tear to my eye. I think it's so endearing. I think it's so great.
For sure. It
made me realize we never actually saw Fiddleford at Backup S'more. I love that they gave him that mustache.
I love that mustache. It's so good. It's so funny. Ugh.
And the cowboy boots.
It's amazing.
So, given the amount of time it has been since we even entered the Hall of Conspiracies, you can recognize that Hana Hyperfixates is overqualified. Usually we have a trial run with a guest where we take them on a tour before they can graduate to docent and give a tour themselves.
But considering you've been living here, I think you're pretty familiar.
You know this place better than us the past 2 years.
Yes, I actually watch your training videos in the back for fun when I'm bored. I don't have cable.
Did you appreciate the little hip-hop beats, though, we had to kind of explain some of the things going on around here?
I did. Those were really good beats.
Like how to properly pour coffee?
Yes, absolutely.
We don't know why that'll be important for the Hall of Conspiracies.
With how much coffee I drink, it is.
Well, the coffee stains, so now it makes sense.
Oh,
I was going to say, it's because of the coffee stains.
Yes.
So you can lead us this time.
Yeah, you actually prepared some theories to talk about today.
I have.
We get to just kind of be along for the ride and react to it. Can we still say react? Is that trademark?
That is a 10-year-old joke, Ella.
Well, yeah, it's like a fine wine.
Yes, a fine.
I am so excited to talk about these. I want to say that I found that different codes and different theories show up on different circles, and I am mostly on Tumblr for Tato.
Well, that's where we sourced a lot of our early stuff anyway. That's
from Dog with a Blog, conspiracies.tumblr.com.
Of course. Yes.
Aviary.
I guess I'll just jump right in, right? Unless I need anything else.
Yeah,
go on.
Jump in the line.
Rock your body on time.
Okay.
All right, I believe you.
First up on the list, we have what we're calling the mandible theory, put together by longtime Gravity Falls fan Anista Rose on Tumblr. This theory is focused on the specifics of how exactly Bill destroyed his homeworld, focusing on his description of the dimension's destruction as being done by, quote, a monster, as well as other elements to essentially predict that Bill might have physically devoured his home dimension. There are plenty of mentions of Bill devouring people and worlds, and lots of imagery, both in Weird Mageddon, when he's seen taking a bite out of the earth and his projected plans, and in the Book of Bill, when a page mentions the souls of someone that Bill devoured begging to be heard and reaching out.
Oh, Grembly, right?
And in Don't Dimension It, when Ford describes accidentally eating a planet when he entered the multiverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder who taught him that.
Yeah.
So that last atom that he had under his hat is like, I couldn't finish it.
He's still full. He's saving that for later, the way you might save crumbs in a beard.
Oh, saving you for later. Oh.
The real meat and potatoes of the theory, though, is that the souls of the devoured are still in Bill Cipher, driving him insane. The same way that, like, the souls of people are mentioned on some pages of the book as, like, still existing there and reaching out to the reader. There is a code in the multicolored squares on a page that says, he never sleeps, he never dreams, but somehow still he hears their screams.
Skrmaz.
Their skrmaz. Oh my god. Wait, I don't know if that's actually a typo in the screenshot.
It might be scream.
Yes, in their scrim, yes. I have been lovingly calling this the Bill Vor theory.
So I'm guessing it's called mandibles because that's one of the visible words on his redacted account of his...
Yes, on the redacted account of him destroying his home dimension of Euclidia.
I like this because the idea of, like, he still hears the screams, like, you interpret that initially maybe as metaphorical, as trauma, as PTSD, but Bill will never admit that he needs help, so he's like, oh no, that's indigestion.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like he starts hearing the scream of his parents and he's like, oh, where's the Pepto?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you do want to take an angsty line with this, like, you can interpret it as both a traumatic, like, he still hears their screams, but it could also be he does physically constantly hear their screams, driving him to madness.
Yeah.
You know, I'm surprised that prevents him from sleeping. It sounds like it would kind of create a nice kind of white noise.
Yeah, if you mix that with the Shepherd's Rising. Shepherd Tone.
Rising Tone, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. His favorite song.
It's a banger.
In Bill Cipher's interview with himself, he asks,
"Is it true you're the biological father of Phineas from Phineas and Ferb?"
And responds to his own query with,
"This interview is over!"
Clearly dodging the question, as well as possibly being a reference to the time Strongbad interviewed himself, because it ends exactly that same way.
This interview is over!
So from the TV Tropes Wild Mass guessing page, they write, on whether or not Bill is Phineas Flynn's father, likely not. It's doubtful that the show's creator would go the route of Phineas being the Antichrist, which, if you don't know, is the idea of a virgin birth conceived by a woman possessed by a demon or Satan, depending on if you're watching Supernatural or not.
Which, when are you not?
I am.
She's your mother. But the thing inside of her, the thing that you're talking to, it's a demon.
Notably, this isn't the only person that the book implies he might be the biological father of.
That is
because
true.
On the page opposite of the love page, when asked, "Bill, have you ever been in love?" he says, "Sure. Tell your mom hi for me. By the way, have you taken a DNA test recently?" Well, obviously it's not a virgin birth. We've established Bill your mom.
You're right. If Bill your mom, that doesn't fall into Antichrist territory.
True.
Yeah.
Cut to Charlie Day clip.
Did you my mom?
What?
Did you my mom?
What do you mean?
Did you my mom?
Bill Cipher.
Did you my mom?
Well, he did read the book.
He did read the book.
Maybe that's why Charlie Day read the book, to find out.
So that also means that, because claiming he's someone's father is something he has done for literally everyone, this could be taken with a grain of salt. But if we did actually want to seriously discuss it as a theory...
I guess for context, we should say that on Phineas and Ferb, Phineas and Ferb are a blended family. Ferb's dad already had Ferb and married Phineas's mom, who already had Candace and Phineas. We have never met or known about either Ferb's mom or Phineas's dad.
There has been no allusion to Phineas's biological father in the actual show, as well as Jeff Swampy Marsh and Dan Povenmire have basically built all of the major characters in that show around simple shapes because they know how cool it was as a kid to be able to draw your favorite characters from cartoons. Mm-hmm. And Phineas is specifically based on the triangle shape.
There were theories because for a brief time, Doofenshmirtz dated Phineas's mom. There were theories that he was the father, but that has been thoroughly
debunked.
Debunked by Dan Povenmire and such.
This one has not. However, it has been a little bunked. Haha, Disney Channel.
Oh, longest running Disney Channel series reference.
We'll be right back to Bunked on Disney Channel.
Terrible, unwatchable show. It's the longest running series because they're getting really good numbers because people walk away from their TV the second it turns on. So they've just been, it's always on for people.
Yeah.
They say, or more likely, Phineas's biological father made a deal with Bill to make him the smartest man on Earth, only for things to go horribly wrong. However, traces of that deal still linger in Phineas, who is abnormally intelligent for his age. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And his and Ferb's inventions practically defy all logic. And they say, alternatively, Bill is the reason he doesn't want to talk about it because he's disgusted at how positive and friendly Phineas is. To the point where manipulating him was impossible, as Phineas didn't have any insecurities or ego that Bill could prey on. So more along the lines of Antichrist.
Oh my god, I love this. Hey, Ferb, what are we gonna do today? I don't know. How about build a multi-dimensional portal?
Well, they could do that in an afternoon. In fact,
I feel like they've done that.
Well, they have. They helped Doofenshmirtz. They helped him repair his other Dimensionator.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Bill, you got to them!
This means Phineas and Seuss could join a book club of like, so what did you think of the Book of Bill, Seuss? I don't know, it just said he's uncorruptible. Yeah, I saw that too.
Okay, Hana. Are you ready to dive into rectangles? Rectangles!
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm ready. This is self-harm.
You said Jesus, I'm ready. You should say Antichrist, I'm ready.
Where's that SpongeBob meme of...
Look what I've got!
Rectangles! You know, I'm going to talk about a few of the rectangles-based theories. But first, I guess I gotta explain what rectangles I'm talking about.
So a rectangle is a...
Throwing myself out a window.
We don't have those in here.
Yeah, no, I made some. I'm doing some renovations for you, God.
Renovations, by which do you mean punching holes in the wall?
I've been punching a hole in the wall every time I see a rectangle.
Why is that? Tell us about your madness.
So, in Journal 3, on the margins of many of the pages, if not most of them, we have these series of red rectangles. These rectangles sometimes form patterns that repeat, sometimes they don't, sometimes they have random letters stuck in between them. Notably, and I think this is important to say, that I had an interview with Alex Hirsch where I asked him about the rectangles, and he said that the ones in Journal 3, to his knowledge, did not have any specific meaning, even though I had a friend of mine with a linguistics degree look at them, and she said that it looks like it echoes English. Like, I cannot tell y'all how many things I tried.
If he hadn't said to his knowledge.
Yes.
That opened up this whole can of worms.
Now, notably, the illustrator of Journal 3, or at least one of the illustrators, Andy Gonzalez, did design these rectangles. I have tweeted at him and haven't gotten a response, probably because I'm a crazy person who won't shut up about these rectangles.
You've thrown a few bricks through his windows with messages written on them.
They've made a few windows in his windows.
Exactly, I'm doing renovations. If you're listening to this, do not bother Andy. He's probably a very nice man, even though he has, and this is true, ruined my life.
If you're listening to this, don't bother anyone. That's not nice.
Yes.
And if you're listening to this and you are Andy,
I'm bothering you, Andy! Tell me about the rectangles!
Listen, you should never bother anyone, but Andy!
Exactly. I have tried everything with the rectangles in Journal 3. If you can think of it, I have tried it. I've talked about this in a video on my channel where I interview Alex Hirsch, so you can go check that out if you want to see a list of everything I've tried.
Yes.
That being said, the same way that the runes that we see in the series before the Book of Bill don't have any meaning and now retroactively do have a meaning assigned to them, like the Hey Dip in the theme song, a lot of people, and by a lot of people I mean me, and a handful of theorists are really wondering if the rectangles that we see on the margins of the Lost Journal 3 pages in the Book of Bill give retroactive meaning in one way or another to the pages in Journal 3, or if they have their own meaning assigned to them. Especially because there are some marked differences between these rectangles and the rectangles in the first book. For one thing, a lot of the patterns repeat way more than they used to.
Can I just say real quick, I am having a blast listening to this. This is like I get to hear a new Mystery Shack Look Back episode. I'm just sitting here munching popcorn.
Yeah. I'm so glad. I'm very honored that y'all like my nonsensical ramblings about geometric shapes.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, you are the perfect guest for this segment. That is why we moved you onto this.
Yes.
'Cause we've already been recording for an hour and a half, and I don't want to waste that much of Alex's time with this, but this is what your time was designed for.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, some differences between these rectangles and the ones that we got in Journal 3. First of all, the patterns repeat way more often than the ones that we saw in Journal 3. In Journal 3, I was able to split apart and maybe parse out 25 different patterns. Some of them repeated a bunch, some of them didn't. In the Book of Bill patterns, I can only detect about maybe 10 or 11 different ones, and a couple of them we just see a bunch of times. The other thing is that they have different colors. So the majority of the rectangles are red, but then on the pages related to a winter break and Christmas time and the holidays, we see some that are red and green. And you might be thinking, well, yeah, Hana, those are obviously themed after Christmas, you dolt.
Christmas, you dolt, is a watch for me every year.
Obviously, they're not red and green for any specific reason, but then explain to me, a hypothetical person being mean to me. Yes.
I'm gonna grab my journal that I made real quick, because I made my journal based off of the screenshots of ones just on the show. And I think the rectangles are in that, so I think that it's been part of the design from the beginning, whether they mean something or not.
Oh, but that's the thing, like...
Well, no, the thing is...
We even see it in the show itself. Like, that's where they come from. And yeah, that's also notable. They didn't originate in Journal 3, the physical copy. They were in the Journal 3 pages that we saw in the series specifically. Now, a lot of those were carried over into pages... But there's a couple of pages in Journal 3 that don't quite match the rectangle pattern that we saw on pages in the series of Journal 3. It gets really confusing when I keep talking about it, so if you need clarification, please stop me at any point. But what I was getting at is that at one point, specifically on the page with the Bill-proof suit, and I believe on the page after that, we have a series of bluish purple, like more blue rectangles for some reason. And I don't know why those are blue.
By the way, blue and green are a separate spectrum of light from red, Ella. Just wanted to let you know, so this makes sense going forward.
Okay, so that's an interesting theory, too.
Yeah, so looking at the journal that I made, the only page that has rectangles on it from the show, at the very least prior to season 2, is the page that's the portal. Everything else is rectangle-less.
We see a lot of them in season 2, though.
Yes, that's why I said, like, prior to season 2.
Yeah.
So that was an addition made basically towards the end of production of season 1 and then carried over into season 2, possibly for no reason, which is insane.
I mean, it's possible that Andy Gonzalez joined in season 2. I would need to check that, though.
No, he did the illustrations in the journal in season 1.
Okay. Well, we're met with 3 options here. The first option is that Alex Hirsch lied to me and that they do have a secret meeting and I just haven't figured them out yet. I'm gonna sidestep this and, assume that Alex is telling the truth when he tells me that, to his knowledge, they don't have any meaning.
I do want to point out in regards to that, though, someone else asked Alex about the rectangles on Twitter, and then Alex responded with a gif from the Ballad of Buster Scruggs of someone at the gallows looking over next to them and going, "First time," and tagged Hana.
Yes, yeah. I can give you some information that I haven't really talked about very publicly, but I think it's fine. So in my Alex Hirsch interview, I made puppets of all of the speakers, including myself, that GFN, and Alex Hirsch.
Yeah.
And because I couldn't use footage from the interview and I wanted there to be a visual element, I made a puppet show of the entire interview, and it was very fun.
And it was glorious.
Thank you very much. I was left in the end with this, Muppet-style puppet of Alex Hirsch just on my shelf looking at me all the time. And I asked Alex if he wanted it, and I sent it over to him. I sent it with a pamphlet. The pamphlet included tips on how not to get stabbed by some of the pins that were keeping the eyebrows in there. And also some information on how it was cursed and maybe killed someone. I'm not really sure. It was a fun pamphlet, fun to put together.
I just want to say pamphlets that include instructions on how not to get stabbed are some of my favorite pamphlets, because I personally not actually that much a fan of getting stabbed.
They're my favorite because I'm not a fan of getting sued by Alex Hirsch.
Oh, I am.
I think that's really sweet, too, because I know, Alex, in the days where he was actually able to respond to fan mail, I feel like that's kind of the style he would write in, this kind of like mini ARG of like,
Yes.
oh, you know, like there's a code on this page and stuff like that. Like, this is just for you, you know, that's really cute.
When Alex did see the pamphlet, he noticed that on the back of it, I had a bunch of rectangles. I put a bunch of rectangles on it, like, you know, in a pattern echoing Journal 3.
Now you know how it feels.
He told me that it was funny and charming, and he added on, and by the way, I love the rectangles. And I said, thanks. I felt probably similar to the way that Dipper felt when, in the Book of Bill, he writes in a code to Bill, see, it's not that hard. I can write codes too. Only you replace codes with nonsensical rectangles. And then he said to me, he said to me, and I felt a lot like Hana Hyperfixates reading it, going, do they mean something this time? I responded saying, go ahead, Alex, try to figure it out. You know, that's probably like the funnest interaction I've ever had with anyone. But I do think, and I do want to be clear, I do think that he's telling the truth when he says that he does not know the meaning of them.
But that doesn't mean that they have no meaning.
Well, yeah. Like, because famously, didn't the guy who made the pixel art for Susan the Real Girl hide in a code?
Yeah, Paul Robertson hid binary in there, that's right.
That said Space Jam 2. Yeah, and these are codes that Alex didn't even know about. Alex has also said...
I don't think that he would have done that, just because he never has before. Occasionally there will be like a gag in one of those journals in a symbol or something that Andy did put in that's just like a goofy joke where people are like, this joke doesn't seem in character. I'm like, Andy.
So whether or not they have any meaning, the jury is out, but I'm leaning towards no. Now, as for the Book of Bill, there are a few theories on what they could mean. I'm sorry we've talked so much about the rectangles and haven't even gotten to the theories yet, but I think all that was helpful information.
Please just go. No, I love every second of this. Do not apologize for it.
Amazing, great, iconic.
Now this is podcasting.
So true.
This is podcasting, baby. So, the first theory I want to talk about is one that was devised by me. I kind of had some help putting a document on this put together by the folks in the Gravity Falls subreddit Discord server. The link is in the podcast description if you want to check it out. It's just a Google Doc. The goal was to find similarities in the patterns of the orders and arrangements of the rectangles that are in Journal 3 and in the Book of Bill, and to match them up. We weren't looking at cards, we were just looking at patterns, because I mentioned to you that I found 25 different patterns in the original Journal 3, and you know, 25 is really close to 26, and there's 26 letters of the alphabet, and so it must mean something, right? Right? It means something, right, guys? I'm not crazy.
Can we talk about the rectangles? I'm
dying to talk about the rectangles here.
The basic idea behind this, behind finding these patterns, is similar to how the strings of numbers on the Silly Straw page related to specific words at specific timestamps in episodes. I was thinking that maybe if a pattern in this book matches a pattern on a page of Journal 3, perhaps the first word of all of these pages might actually mean something. Or maybe the first word of the paragraph next to the pattern in Journal 3 is what you should keep track of. And then when you put them all next to each other, maybe it spells something, or maybe it writes something, or maybe there's a phrase, and a bunch of them were repeated from like the same 2 or 3 pages in Journal 3. And to my knowledge, that didn't go anywhere, at least not in any way I could detect. But wait, there's more. I'm not crazy. I have other theories. So we also have the RGB hex code theory. And this is also one of mine because I was talking to a friend and I was talking about the rectangles and I kept saying, man, it doesn't make sense. Some of these rectangles are green, some of them are red, some of them are blue. We just have red, green, blue, RGB! And so I ran to my computer and I counted every instance of a red rectangle in the Book of Bill, every instance of a green one, and every instance of a blue one. And I thought, okay, maybe if I put this in as the numbers in an RGB code, that could maybe translate to a hex code, and maybe that means something. And essentially the card that I ended up with was just An ugly shade of brown?
That's Forged from Marine. You found it.
Yeah,
Oh my
I know,
gosh.
right? There is in one of the pages a super duper tiny code. This is, I think, right before the pages where we get to hear from Stan, Mabel, and Dipper. But there's a super tiny code in the inner margin, like up against the crack of the book, that says what is Ford's favorite color. And it's so tiny, you literally need a magnifying glass to read it. It is so hard to read. And in some people's versions of the book, it's so deep in the margin that they physically can't see it because it's deep in the crack.
You have to destroy your book in order to read it.
Yeah, also on this page, speaking of destruction, is a code that says destruction is a form of creation. On this page, it has that question. And so I was thinking, okay, I'm wondering what kind of color I'm looking for. Maybe it's a hex code. Maybe it's an RGB code. Maybe this is related to something else. Maybe it's a password to something. And I just kept trying to figure it out. And I just ended up with a muddy, ugly brown. And I guess that's for Ultramarine. Enjoy.
Well,
you know, I tried different variations. Like, maybe if I only count all of the greens that show up after a specific point. Maybe if I don't count all of the reds that show up after the first instance of green, what do I get? But ultimately, I couldn't find any real meaning. But for your records, there's about 442 red rectangles, 64 green ones, and 27 blue ones. Have fun, y'all. Enjoy that.
This is the best episode of this podcast.
That's true.
I'm glad someone's having fun.
I'm calling it right here.
But then, so this was mostly the idea of Jimbag777. He kind of worked this out in DMs with me because he still is, and so am I, going crazy over these rectangles. And he came up with the idea that maybe these different rectangles, because we can find 6 different sizes of rectangles, at least in the Book of Bill, maybe they translate into 6 different musical notes.
Oh, that's very close encounters.
Yeah, he arranged the rectangles into a song, and I think the way he did it was specific rectangles that are on the left and right sides of the page were like the bass, and ones on the top and bottom sides of the page were the treble, and he just kind of played them in some kind of synthesizer. He would know more about this than me, but essentially it made a song.
We have permission to play it, so for all the listeners, here is what Jim Bag sent to Hana at that point.
The rectangle song. Well, yeah, we know what the thing is.
It doesn't sound like exactly a song, but it kind of has a almost ending. Like it ends on a like it kind of sounds like it ends at the last rectangle, which is, I think, not intentional, but there you go. And it does almost match a pattern, though I think that's more to do with the fact that, like I said, they have fewer patterns in this, and so a lot of them just repeat. So you get a lot of, like, repeating variations of these 6 notes. And it's fine. It's fun. We have fun here. I don't think this necessarily means anything, but if anyone in the audience that is more musically inclined wants to make a musical song out of these, please do. Maybe it'll be cool.
If someone wants to put on a Broadway musical with this as the leitmotif of the main character.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the next, whatever other Gravity Falls media is released in the far future. I'm waiting for that to be like the Rosetta Stone of the rectangles, and you're like, oh my god. Like, you're just like, up at 3 a.m.
And then Hana will disappear because their mission on this Earth has been...
Yes.
Exactly. It'll be like, finally, I am free.
Your atoms will return back to the universe at that point.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a rectangle decoding forum on the subreddit Discord, and they have a list of everything that has been tried, and I'm just going to read off these things that has been tried, aside from the stuff that I've mentioned.
Oh my god, I love this episode.
Number 1, using the 6 different box sizes to try and turn it into letters, but there's too few box sizes. Number 2, using the 6 box sizes and the spacing between them and turn it into letters. Nothing they could detect. 3, converting small boxes versus large boxes, 3 by 3, into Morse code, Bacon cipher, or binary. 4, converting the boxes into hexamal. 5, counting the numbers of boxes on each page and taking that number through A1Z26. 6, taking every single rectangle and putting them over each other. Oh, they've made some really cool images just overlaying these pages of rectangles. 7, taking every single rectangle and putting them into a barcode format. 8, taking every rectangle on a specific page and turning it into an individual barcode format. 9, taking every single rectangle on a page and turning them into musical notes, A to F, and that was the one I mentioned. 10, taking specific chunks / patterns of the rectangles and converting those into letters. Nothing happened. 11, using the hex codes and color coding the various rectangles. Tried that. Nothing. 12, overlaying rectangles onto pages of The Great Gatsby. Huh? Nothing. And they've apparently also tried every result from Caesar, @bash, etc. Something that I feel like I need to say, because I don't want to give anyone false hope or give, disappointment. But I do need to say that for every code that we've talked about, in other languages of the Book of Bill, Theraprism, Runic, etc., those codes are different in those books, because they translate to a different code and a different message. The rectangles, however, are always the same. And that's something that we really need to keep in mind. And that's probably, to me at least, one of the final nails in the coffin, unless hypothetically the rectangles don't decode to letters. I don't think it's a substitution cipher. Maybe it decodes to something else.
You're a much stronger person than me, Hana, because this is the kind of thing that would ruin my life. Like, if I was this focused on it, I wouldn't know how to feed myself. Like, if I was this focused on
you want to know how I've been feeding myself? I've been eating your lunch, Ella.
Well, that's true. Out of the fridge, yeah.
And conspiracies. That's why some are missing now.
And old milk.
Yeah. But I want to point out that Hana literally, like Daedalus before them, crafted wax wings for their Defense of Fort Pines video, and now you know why.
Hana, did you take my spaghetti plate?
Wait, Hana, were you the one who took Dipper's spaghetti in Bottomless Pit?
This interview is over.
Oh.
I also really would be remiss if I didn't add, I am not in the theorizing game as heavy duty as the people in the subreddit Discord.
Right.
I really want to be clear that I am in there and I'm keeping an eye on things, and I'm occasionally trying things when I have downtime, which I never really do. Because I work 3 jobs and I'm always busy drinking expired milk.
Yeah.
But I do want to be clear that they are doing the bulk of this work and trying the bulk of these things. And yeah, I want to give them a huge shout out, because even though, Ella, you just said that I'm stronger than you, they are stronger than me.
Fair enough.
I'm mostly in the background here. I have passed on to the new guard.
If the food chain is to be believed, there's something out there that could eat them.
Well, there's always a bigger fish.
Yes. I'm hoping that with enough expired milk, then I can reclaim my my throne as most insane Gravity Falls fan. Ooh, hi, it's me, future Hana. I'm the Hana from the future. I borrowed Blendon's time tape to go back in time. Ooh. Is that anything? Did you like my sick Gravity Falls reference, kids? Anyways, I'm here to tell you all that about a week after recording all of this, Andy Gonzalez, one of the illustrators of Journal 3 and the one who created the rectangles in the first place, actually got back to a fan from the Gravity Falls subreddit Discord who asked him about the rectangles, and it turns out, the rectangles don't mean anything. Nothing at all. So all of the theories that you have already listened to, yeah, they might not be anything. They're probably nothing. And guys, I'm not pulling your leg. This isn't something I wanted. This isn't something I'm making up to keep the secrets of the rectangles to myself. This isn't a lie from the corrupt offices of Big Rectangle to get you all to buy more rectangles. To the best of my knowledge, and to the way that I understand and believe, the rectangles mean nothing. And I've spent 8 years decoding scribbles in the margins of a children's book. Anyways, I guess I'm gonna time tape away now. Ooh.
So, shall we move on to the next theory?
Yes, absolutely.
This is sort of a classic theory that made a comeback thanks to Book of Bill, that Bill is a bird now. This was in place after the series finale when we see a bird fly to the hand of petrified Bill statue, and seems to be backed up by the end of the Book of Bill, where a bird is seemingly on the statue's hand as the eye glows. In the Time Pirate's Treasure, the Ashalot says another form, another time, then they assumed that meant the bird.
I mean, they do talk about reincarnation in the Theraprism.
Yes, that's true.
But that would imply that Bill has grown after this book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you want to read the next one since it's about a goat?
Oh, I should because it's about a goat? You're so right. So this is the retroactive Gompers Bill connection theory. So from Censor Fire on Reddit, but likely others from the same time, there was a theory back in the day, pre-2016, that Gompers is related to Bill because of the horizontal pupils. Obviously, nothing in the show ever confirmed that, and also goats just look like that. However, in the Book of Bill, Bill confirms that goats' eyes never change when he possesses them, which gives retroactive leeway to this theory.
Because it is, Gompers does happen to appear in a lot of critical moments, which is part of why people thought that in the first place.
And also in the AMA, when Bill was asked what he thinks of Gompers, he responded, "I like him better this way." But it's so funny that him referencing this movie that was happening at the same time as Gravity Falls has weirdly, flawlessly tied into both the Owl House and an existing Gravity Falls fan theory that both are referenced on that page.
I did not know about the Vivitch stuff.
Wouldst thou like to eat spoiled milk?
Yes, please! Crunch, crunch. What I was thinking about when I was reading all this is the stuff related to the Search for the Blind Eye website that existed a few years ago.
Oh, absolutely.
Have y'all talked about this before on the podcast?
A little bit.
The idea that I like him better this way refers to the transformation that Gremberg.
Yes.
Right?
The website did tell the story of a wizard who was transformed by a witch, implied to be the Hand Witch's sister, into a goat.
Was she called the Foot Witch?
No, I think she was maybe the Ear Witch. She cursed his ear as well. I don't know. I'm making stuff up at this point because I don't remember it in that much detail.
No, that's correct. Never trust a witch. They'll curse your ear and turn you into an immortal goat, so I hear.
Thank you. Yeah, I talked about this for like 20 minutes in my Tell Two Stands video, or at least it felt like that long. Because there's just so much that we don't know about Gompers' backstory, and yet they've given us more backstory than we've wanted.
Yeah, and because it relies on, not only does it rely on the Search for the Blind Eye website, but that code that Shelby just quoted is from Journal 3.
Yeah.
So it's like a multi-platform thing.
Yeah.
You have to piece this together.
Wasn't there also a cryptogram or something in the 3DS game that alluded to Gompers being something else?
The 3DS game is that he's an immortal guardian of the forest. So I don't think it alludes to what he used to be, but it's what he is now.
Exactly. And so when I see in the Book of Bill this note where Bill specifically says, when I possess goats, it's the only animal whose pupils don't change shape.
Hey, Hana, what's the shape of those goat pupils again?
Elongated squares.
Oh, Hana's been hitting the memory gun again.
There is a 555 number in the Book of Bill. Now, normally, of course, 555 numbers are associated with whenever on TV they want to have a fake phone number that no one can actually call, and it doesn't actually go somewhere. But with this phone number, if you call it, you hear a woman say hello in an automated message. It also seems like if you say specific phrases, you get a response like, wait, who are you trying to reach? And then if you say another response, if it like checks something out on an internal voicemail box, you get wrong number, bye, and then it hangs up. This is very weird because it seems like this was not intentional. Someone actually asked Alex Hirsch about this phone number at one of his book signings at Barnes & Noble. I don't remember which specific one, but he then said, yeah, no, that's not on purpose. But what this means is that there is a 555 number in the book that goes to some kind of automated message.
Which is also hilarious, the idea, if he's telling the truth, that Alex just put a 555 number there being like, well, those don't actually exist, so no one could call this without checking. And apparently this is one of the few 555 numbers that's real.
Yeah. Who would anticipate that a 555 number would be real? That's been standard practice in TV forever.
Well, that's the thing, is that usually there is a rule applying to the 4 digits that follow a 555 number, where numbers between a specific number and another number are usually reserved for media. However, most people kind of ignore that because 555 has become shorthand in the public lexicon for this is a fake phone number. So there are a few times when different TV shows or producers or whatever will use a phone number and think because it's 555 that this rule technically applies. And it was because of that the theorists in the Gravity Falls subreddit Discord went, well, wait, this doesn't follow the exact rule. The 4 digits that follow the 555 are not within this range, which means it could be intentional and it could be real. And
or they just didn't know.
Exactly. And they were looking at the fact that the name Jess kind of matches, Jess, as in Jehesselbrom, the character who was scratched out. So from their perspective, there is a phone number in this book. When you call it, you get the name of a character who is an oracle of esoteric knowledge. And sometimes, if you say specific phrases, it triggers a response. Not much of a response, but a response. And so, to respond to the question that Jess sometimes asks, wait, who are you trying to reach? They came up with a list of 500 different names to see if it triggered the response. The conversation would go, hello, who are you trying to reach? And then if you said the correct name, then hopefully the idea is that you get a good response. But none of these names work.
This is actually scaring me more than anything else in Gravity Falls has, because we do not know why there is this automated service. And we do not know what is the thing that will trigger it to not say wrong number. And I'm like, hey, we might have stumbled on something weird or at least invasive here. And I'm like getting goosebumps, kind of.
Yeah.
I think it's also the fact that not only in Cipher Hunt, but also in the Gus Burnside ARG, there were working phone numbers connected directly to Gravity Falls and what was going on. So I think that's kind of part of the thinking too, right? Is that, well, we've had phone numbers that worked before, so why would this one be different?
And by the way, don't call this if you're listening.
If you feel strongly about it, you can also censor it. But the phone number is 1-800-555. It wasn't until Alex specifically told a fan who happens to be in the Discord server that the number didn't mean anything, that they kind of backed off of the theory and stopped calling this random 555 number.
This random 555 number that, if you did enter the right name of, would reveal all the secrets of Area 51 and the Roswell incident, but...
Oh, well.
No! Don't encourage them!
The name was Paul, by the way. That was what you were supposed to say.
Sick Paul reference, Ella.
Yeah.
You'll get in touch with Seth Rogen if you...
So on the page that establishes the Theraprism, there are a bunch of various creatures and monsters of things that are in various levels of security and various levels of healing. Bill is listed as max security, but so is one of the flavor pups, the Smile Dip dogs that Mabel hallucinates.
One of Das flavor pups, Ella.
Das flavor pups, which Mabel hallucinates in The Inconveniencing, and their theraprism code under it translates to the Beast.
The Beast!
Yeah. Which leads us to these next theories.
So this theory is labeled the Smile Dip Dog Crimes.
And this from TV Tropes Wild Mass Guess.
Yes. So what's written here is it's likely, given Alex's sense of humor, that the seemingly harmless dog is actually worse than Bill for whatever reason, and that even Bill himself fears him, hence the need for such high security. On the Gravity Falls subreddit, Roscoe SF writes... Completely random theory about the Smile Dip dog that I came up with off the top of my head. First off, I know this is a crazy, probably false theory. Please don't spam the comments saying this is incorrect. So, thanks to the Book of Bill, we now know that the Smile Dip dog is a creature as powerful as Bill and is currently being held in the theraprism. My theory is that the creature is a sort of ancient interdimensional deity that wants to control the world, maybe the entire multiverse, maybe not, but definitely Earth. I think that this deity has some ability that lets it enter people's minds, similar to Bill, but it does not quite work the same way. While Bill can enter people's dreams or enter their heads as part of some deal, I think the dog can enter people's mindscapes without their consent or even without them being aware of it. However, it can only enter someone's mind if they are under the influence of something like drugs, booze, or possibly toxic candy. The dog wanted to subtly take over the earth and not reveal itself until it was in a position of power. So it took the form of a cartoonish dog, which anyone would just assume was a hallucination caused by whatever they are on. Although the dog is not much of a deal maker, it would sometimes get into contact with humans or try to manipulate them into putting more substances into circulation. For example, it could have worked with a higher up at the CIA and gotten the ball rolling on MK Ultra, but
I love that. Is so funny.
Yeah, it's a good one.
This is a lot.
For those who didn't listen to our Bill Cipher AMA episode, MK Ultra. Okay, so basically the government wanted to find out if mind control is possible and put a lot of research into interrogating their human guinea pigs. And a lot of that involved the invention and eventual distribution of LSD, or as it's commonly known on the streets, acid.
Yes.
There's a fantastic episode of Behind the Bastards that goes into every detail that is publicly... It's all declassified now, other than the Smile Dip dog part, I guess.
Well, until now.
Coming back. But the big thing that connects it to the show is that when it started up a cult that worshipped it and got said cult members to market and sell Smile Dip, a candy laced with a subtle amount of hallucinogens, maybe something not native to Earth, probably something that would not be easily detectable, but was still strong enough to allow the dog into consumers' mindscapes. The cult eventually faded away, as did Smile Dip. While all of this was going on, the dog had heard of Bill. It knew he was trying to get to Earth so that he could rule over it and likely destroy it. So it tried to find a way to stop him and hit a stroke of luck when he found Mabel, who ate the entire shelf of expired Smile Dip. It entered her mind and tried to give her a warning that it hoped would stop Bill from entering the third dimension. Must distrust Grunkle. But Mabel was too high on sugar to realize. Eventually, the dog was discovered and sent to the Theraprism.
The must distrust Grunkle is like an interpretation of what the dog says to Mabel when you play it backwards. It was never really confirmed.
I mean, really, the only way to confirm any of this is if someone here has been eating large quantities of expired products, and, where we're going to find someone like that.
Yeah, I don't know who that would be.
I also heard must just trust Grunkle, but I don't have a Grunkle, so I just ignored it and kept eating.
What about the muscular dolphin? Did he say anything?
What happened between me and the muscular dolphin stays between me and the muscular dolphin.
That's fair. Last theory here comes from Peter Deag 007 on the Gravity Falls subreddit. Do you believe Bill has ever seen Conway's Monster? In math, especially in geometry, topology, and group theory, there is a concept known as the Conway's monster. That is a group of transformations, as rotations, symmetry, or permutations, that only exist in 8 times 10 to the 53rd power dimensions. 8 followed by 53 zeros. I know there may never even be any mention of the monster in any GF media, but considering Bill is so related to geometry and seeing higher dimensions, I would love to believe that he could have seen it. A further explanation on Conway's Monster, it's also just sometimes called The Monster or Monster Group.
I just call it Conway, and then pedants get mad at me.
Yeah. Actually... the explanation comes from Halbort on the Explain Like I'm 5 subreddit, who says, group theory, in some sense, studies types of symmetry. For example, an equilateral triangle has a 3-fold symmetry, whereas a square has a 4-fold symmetry. These symmetries are objectively different. Mathematicians were interested in knowing all the types of symmetries, so they categorized tons of them. Think of symmetries as chemical compounds.
I will not!
I mean, they're not forcing you.
It's an imperative statement. It doesn't say you can. It told me to.
Did Ford write this? There's so much here.
It turns out that some symmetries are really composites of 2 simpler symmetries. Like 6-fold symmetry may really be a composite of 2-fold symmetry and 3-fold symmetry. It turns out that all finite symmetries are really just compounds of a set list of simple symmetries. Simple symmetries are symmetries that cannot be broken down, like a prime number, basically. So simple symmetries are like chemical elements of symmetry. The monster is a huge simple symmetry. Normally, simple symmetries are much smaller. It is very unusual that such a large symmetry has no constituent components. It'd be like if there was a random element of astronomical size compared to the other elements, like oxygen and carbon.
I don't understand any of this. I have a learning disability.
I mean, it makes sense to me that Bill would be able to perceive something as freaky and mathematically unlikely as that.
Going by the trends in the book of Bill, he's probably with this thing. Like...
I was gonna say, I figure that Bill's gone out drinking or played cards with Conway's monster. And
yeah, they're besties.
Like, yeah, we're tight.
Absolute oomfies.
Yes.
Only Bill can call him Conway.
Connie.
yes. I think that, like, given the amount of information that we have about Gompers, like, as background info, and the amount of information that we have about Schmebulok as background info, frankly, I would not be surprised if, if this much lore existed for the Smile Dip Dog or for the possible Conway monster, and I think that's really fun. I love this series.
That's a great point, is that, I mean, the Hall of Conspiracies kind of was founded on the idea that, like, we never confirmed or denied anything, not just because we were a no-spoiler podcast, but because it's the kind of show where, like, you can't take anything for granted, You can't assume that anything is just gonna be a joke, because they will always inject more lore into something.
I mean, the main plot twist of this show is that someone has a long-lost twin hidden away in another dimension, which, if you described it about any series, would sound fake as hell.
Like Duck-tective.
Yes.
But it's just been an absolute delight.
Such a gift.
Having you on here to talk about the first spoiler-full episode of the podcast and possibly the last episode of the podcast.
Oh, this thing is jam-packed with spoilers.
Well, it's spoilers in the current moment. We're not predicting spoilers.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I mean, you live here, but thank you for lending us your rectangle-plagued brain.
Thank you for letting me live in your walls.
Allowing us to join you in our Hall.
Yeah, also, we should get you some, actual food.
I don't know if my stomach knows how to consume actual food anymore. I've been just drinking expired milk for 2 years, so I don't know if I could do that, but I'll try.
So, thank you enormously for taking your time out of your day to be here with us. Tell us where to find you and what you got going on.
Ooh, absolutely. So obviously you can find me on YouTube at Hana Hyperfixates, and you can check out some of my way too long video essays about Gravity Falls if, hypothetically, you enjoyed hearing me ramble on and on and on about the minutia and the small details.
If hypothetically you've made it 54 episodes into this podcast and don't like Gravity Falls, then, not for you.
Yeah, it might not be your thing.
But you gave it the old college try.
Yeah, you can also find me on Twitter at Hana Hyperfixate, no S at the end because I couldn't fit it in. And if you would like to keep up with a project that I am really passionate about, I have created, with the help of some lovely mods, Mystery Twin mystery bags. It's going to be a mystery bag full of Gravity Falls fan products like keychains, acrylic standees, posters. I know for a fact that there's going to be some handmade bath bombs by me and some handmade items made by some other artists.
Made of real hands?
With real hands! Stickers, keychains. Buy more keychains, as Grunkle Stead would say.
You just made me remember one of my favorite gags.
Oh, the subliminal messages! I forgot about that one too.
The subtle hidden messages.
It's a very good gag.
Buy more keychains.
But you especially should buy more keychains because 100% of the proceeds are going directly to aid for the people of Gaza who have been so badly impacted by the violence there. This is going to aid for innocent civilians, and as a Palestinian person myself, this is a cause that I care a lot about. We have a team of 40 different artists helping, including some names that you've probably heard of. So if you would like to check that out, please check out Mystery Twin Bags on Twitter or Mystery Twin Mystery Bags on Tumblr, or just check out the pinned tweet on my Twitter at Hana Hyperfixate. I'll definitely be dropping updates on my YouTube channel as well.
Yeah!
And if you want to find more episodes of this podcast, well, there is 53 of them and then some change with bonus episodes. And as far as most of you are concerned, no more. Last episode again. We didn't cry this time.
Well, not yet. There's still time.
Why would you say that to me? You can find all of those, such as our previous interview with Alex Hirsch on Cypher Hunt, at pipedreampodcasts.com, where there are other shows like Escape from Vault Disney, How Did This Not Get Made, Come On Fahuka Pods, and Pod Made You Special. There you can find a link to our show's social medias, Discord server, and our Patreon, patreon.com/Mystery Shack, where if you didn't check out our last post here on the feed, we revealed we are doing a new thing there. It's called Regembering.
Yeah, sorry about that.
For just $3 a month, you could listen to us, me, Shelby, and Ella rewatch Steven Universe together. It doesn't go this deep into the weeds. It's just us in rewatching a show we like and
discussing it. Yeah. Thank you to Alex Hirsch for voicing Stan in the Hall of Conspiracies intro, as well as for being here earlier today.
He's a hard man to get in touch with, so the fact that every reschedule he still made sure he had time for us, he's delightful.
The Hall of Conspiracies theme is Lentil Dentist, a remix of our first episode by Sim and the Dim Bulb V2-0. Got a link to that full song in the description. Thank you to Brian Bryan for making the instrumental to our theme song. I actually wrote the theme song. You can find it at ellachesri.bandcamp.com, and you can find me at Drawn Without Ref on the social medias. Yeah, what about the rest of us here?
Oh, you can find me at CharleyMarlowe, Charlie Marlowe with an EY, even 77 letters. That's on YouTube and Tumblr and Patreon. I'm not in as many places as I used to be.
Well, who is?
I've been good. How about you guys? I've been doing an abridged series of the Zelda cartoon that's just the most Charliest thing I have ever produced. It is sort of an act of gender expression. My first time voicing a female character, I voiced both Link and Zelda, and Link uses they, them pronouns in the series. Ella and Shelby have helped enormously with it. Hana hasn't yet. You know, if you're open to something. But
if I have free time, I would love to. I think I might be free in 2026.
I am on most social medias at Shelby Sessler, just my whole name. I'll go ahead and I'll plug the comics that I did. They're Moon Meg on Instagram's comics and the Magpie Widobane prequel videos that I do. Just so if you want to know what the Widobane information is, you can sort of get a little bit of backstory and understanding.
Those are so good.
I also wanted to give a shout out to my wonderful friend Sam. They recently mailed me in physical mail a lovely print that they drew of Grunkle Stan and Compy, who is the dinosaur from Journal 3 that imprints on Stan after the events of Land Before Swine. It's for sale on their Etsy, and we can link that in the description. But they sent it to me in such a loving way, like with this whole little letter which had codes on it, and of course a wonderful drawing of Bill Cipher. But also just said, just a little thank you for making such a cool podcast, and also because I just think you'd like the drawing. It's based on the extended Journal 3 plot of Land Before Swine, where Stan steals and hatches a dino egg, though I'm sure you remember that. Haha. Hope this gets to you safely. Stay weird, from Sam. And it's just so awesome. So you can follow them at radical_bears. Their Etsy shop is Radical Bears Cartoons. So we will link all that in the description so you can check out this awesome print and this awesome artist.
Also, please check out the new documentary on Cipher Hunt that Kian Carlisle did. Alex Hirsch is also interviewed in it. And we contributed a little cameo, so did Hana. It's got literally everything. I mean, I think part of the goal must have been like, wow, that Cipher Hunt podcast is pretty good. You might have to work pretty hard to one-up them. To be fair, he did.
So some of the questions that we asked Alex today were actually submitted on our Discord server by various listeners and some friends of the show, and even some docents. So we want to give a shout out to those folks, including Simon, Chrissy, ER12EU.
That's actually 12U.
Ah, yeah. Sorry, it's just not my native language. I'm not elite speaker natively. There's also Kea Oh My, our docent Mary, and Lady Aloha.
Ella and I have been working together for almost exactly 10 years. As a matter of fact, we just guested on an episode of In Each Retelling to talk about our first ever collab. So if you enjoyed hearing us here, please listen to us reminisce on the episode of In Each Retelling titled How the Grunkle Stole Hanukkah. Also, I recently guested on the new Escape from Vault Disney on an episode of WandaVision, and Ella was on an episode of the podcast Not One Right Way. And one of my partners, Saskia, has been doing commissions for Candy with a K, basically friendship bracelets. There's a link to their Depop in the description. They said they're going to start doing Gravity Falls ones, and also they do custom commissions. They're really cute. Please buy one.
Well, this has been a great, final for the foreseeable future, I guess, episode of the podcast. Definitely no others that we have.
There are some futures you can't foresee, but...
Yeah.
Oh my god, this has been 3 hours.
Oh, it's been longer because don't forget there's a whole Alex Hirsch interview before this.
Oh my god.
So if you listen to this podcast while driving to work, get a job that's closer to you. Start applying.
Or maybe you should, petition your local government to do something about the traffic, because it could be a short commute, but...
True.
You work 10 minutes away, but... So that interview with Bill towards the beginning of the podcast, we put up on Twitter as kind of a teaser for a Patreon cut of the episode, and it went absolutely viral. We got fan art. We got people lip syncing to it on TikTok. The response has been insane.
Yes. Yes.
And we gained, by our count and by Patreons, over 80 new Patreon supporters.
Thank you.
The way we've always done things on this podcast, listen past the ending song on previous episodes. We always have like a little skit where someone, usually one of the official Gravity Falls cast or crew members, plays a Gravity Falls character and gives a reason that they're listing names. That is not a funny skit with 90 plus names.
Yeah.
I think there's a medium more tailored to saying many things.
Well, what medium would that be, Charlie?
Well, a small medium at large.
Oh, do we know any?
Oh, I think we've got a whittle old friend.
And now, the Mystery Shack Look Back Patreon shoutouts, brought to you by Lil Gideon.
Howdy, y'all. We just want to extend a big ol' thank you to Undead Owl Jr., Brad PD, Piranha Plant, Obi Friendly, Local Geek, David, Gansel, Piranha, Sad Veronica, Hope Daddy, Driftwood, Nick G, Bryce, Lavender, Zendrika, Barry the Monkey, Madison, Nelson, Espinosa, Ace, Bricky, Bricks, and Trixie, Jubilation, Mumbletina, D. Mumbletina, Ken, Cookie, Verpalina, Helena, Bradford, Audrey, Rio, the Brainworm, Foxy, Skulls, Raven, Lefty, Mina, Reza, Sainted Mother, Suspiriorum. Alright, keep it together, Gleeful. You got this. Adam with 2 A's, a D and an M, Samantha Angley, Josh S.K., Vanilla, and Zucker, Mirafook, Micah Hirsch, Lawson, Jan, AMKO, and EJ, Bunny, Spook, Scro, Kiana, Payola, Tanita, Finn, Ibner, Thunard, Sourdew, Randa, Hoops, Heidi, Restrong, Gummo, Gowiebug, Angel, Cariso, O2, Ford, Lemur, Will Gag Me, Reboot, Mariju, Kimbal, Take Kara, Cameron, Lizard, Cool, Blue Race, Miss One Gay, Shoelace, Dream, Voyager, Ray, Elton John. Big fan of your work, Elton John. Just gotta finish this. Jimmy Roseberry, Bella Juka, 80, Lyra Lemon, Mary McKeon, Leo Maldonado, Noel Leonzio, Glenny Farlow, Awkward Alien, Lori, Licious Gedita, Eddie Smith, Emily Glum, Cassia, India Laurel, Stephanie Vela, Juliana Caruso, Vanny V. Made, Ali Angel, There's Canning and Astor, and Original Star Walker, Pastel Sunsets, and Jim Jams. I have no name and could go for a good scream. Anonymous, Joe Maya, Soda, So Free Man. Support us at patreon.com/Mystery Shack. Oh, sweet Mary and Joseph. I gotta take a knee.